Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1021 through 1040 of the previous episode. Qin Mu and Langhua exploit the Celestial Venerable's paranoia over the fake eggshell. Seeking the ancestral court, Qin Mu maps the cosmos and deduces its sealed location. After visiting the North Pole and saving West Deity from Celestial Venerable Hong's trap at the West Pole, Qin Mu rushes to the South Pole. He arrives too late. Celestial Venerable Hua has killed South Deity Zhu Ke and trapped her soul in the Hall of Fragrance, nullifying Qin Mu's resurrection powers. Devastated by her death and the immense burden he carries, Qin Mu seeks Celestial Venerable Yu's aid to find his allies. If you're able to, please support me on PayPal to help me stay active. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Hurting Gods audio series. Chapter 1041 Deep Inside the Peach Flower. In the hall, Celestial Venerable Yu remained behind the screen, talking through it. How do you know that I can observe any ruckus in the primordial realm's heavens? I'm disabled already, my heart is basically dead. Even if I can, I don't have the energy to do so. Qin Mu looked at the outline of the figure behind the screen and said, Really? The lady behind the screen sighed. Of course not. When you went to the celestial heavens, I asked South Deity Vermilion Bird to take my peach flower to express my attitude. South Deity told me about her plan. Naturally, I can't seclude myself and ignore the world anymore. Qin Mu said, If you didn't intend to involve yourself, your peach forest wouldn't be connected to the thousands of heavens of the primordial realm, Celestial Venerable. Indeed, my divine art is a spatial technique. I already set it up before Celestial Venerable Yun died in battle. My ability then was still weak, with my spatial technique not at its best yet. It could only connect at best a dozen heavens. Celestial Venerable Yu said from behind the screen. However, at the end of the Dragon Han era, my peach forest connected hundreds of heavens, and at the end of the High Emperor era, it had connected thousands of the primordial realm's heavens. Although I'm crippled, everything from the celestial heavens to Xuandu, Yudu, and the four poles is under my observation. The only places I didn't intrude upon are the forbidden zones of the ancient gods and the ruins of End. Qin Mu said, You're angry. Of course. Celestial Venerable Yu's voice seemed calm, but there was deep anger in it. The purpose of the Heaven Alliance was to help humans obtain the power to survive and live better. Yet it was corrupted. The principles by which the Heaven Alliance was founded are no longer there. The Heaven Alliance is a place of corruption, a place where half-gods, ancient gods, and even masters of creation split benefits. Of course I'm angry. Qin Mu quietly looked at the figure on the screen. Celestial Venerable Yu continued. When the Heaven Alliance was formed, Celestial Venerable Yun set up its first principle, and that was to treat people according to their nature. Yet it's so hard to do in practice. People are always too harsh on good people and think that they can't make a single mistake. After they make a mistake, they aren't good people anymore. They are to be treated harshly and squashed. People are too good to bad people too. After doing thousands of bad things, as long as they do one good thing, they get praised as if they are a saint. We failed, Celestial Venerable Mu, can you succeed? Qin Mu groaned and said, It's difficult, but I'm trying. There was once an evil man who poisoned the grassland to resist eternal peace, killing 90% of the people there. He found his conscience during the eternal peace calamity and died to save people. Although I could have revived him or summoned his soul for him, I didn't, for I felt that if I did, I wouldn't be able to face those who died in the plains. Then how will you face the ancient gods? Celestial Venerable Yu asked. Qin Mu's heart shuddered. Celestial Venerable Yu shook his spirit. The evil person he talked about was Grandmaster. He used shaman poison to poison most of the farmers of the plains, making him incorrigible. Just because he did one good thing, Qin Mu couldn't forget about his ruthlessness. What about the ancient gods? In the Dragon Han era and the Dark Ages before it, the ancient gods fed on post-celestial life forms, treating them as sacrifices. Now Qin Mu needed them to collaborate with him to fight against the celestial heavens, which was a good thing done by the ancient gods. Could they be pardoned because of this? One should treat people based on their nature. It was a simple principle, but one that was difficult to follow. Sympathy is incomparably cheap, but criticism is also shameless. Celestial Venerable Yu's voice came from behind the screen. I found the three people you were talking about. They are in Feathering Heaven and are planning to steal the old nest of the second Heavenly Master of the Celestial Heavens, four great Heavenly Masters, Meng Yungue. I'll bring them here. The primordial realm's Feathering Heaven. It was Heavenly Master Meng's ancestral grounds. He came from there and became the second heavenly master of the celestial heavens and one of the few strong practitioners at the emperor's throne beneath the heavens. After getting power, he began to manage feathering heaven, scraping wealth from other heavens to be sent there. He had no other love except for his love of money. Thus, feathering heaven was extremely rich. Some said his wealth was greater than that of the 10 celestial venerables. He was also skilled with formations and was the best at it in the celestial heavens. His wealth had all sorts of killing formations guarding it. It was extremely well guarded. At the moment, Cripple and Old Ma had already snuck into his treasury. With them was a loyal and honest youth, Lan Yutian. Cripple had always liked being alone, but after Granny C picked up Chinmu from the river, he liked bringing him along. Granny C didn't like how little Chinmu wet the bed and sent him off. However, every time he stole little Chinmu back. When he came back, blind, mute, apothecary, and the others had countless other things to do, so no one became his companion. Chinmu came back infrequently, so he could only rob tombs and other heavens alone, which he found boring. Suddenly, Cripple remembered that Chinmu had a younger brother, Lan Yutian, so he stole him from Yudu. It just so happened that Old Ma resigned from Rulai and left Mount Meru, so Cripple hired this ex-constable to guide his techniques so they could improve. Old Ma couldn't get over his face, yet he was worried about him and Lan Yutian's safety, so he had to follow them and help them clean up the mess. This heavenly master Meng's formations are great, and they aren't limited to killing formations. He can cause intruders to leave their tracks too. For example, in this formation, the mirrors are to store figures, and if one intrudes into it, their figures will be stored by these mirrors. Old Ma looked around, and his gaze fell onto the books in the formation. He said, "Those books seem like the life and death book and are one with the mirror. After one leaves their figure, those books will use the image to find the thief's identity. There's also a soundworm inside to mimic the thief's voice. That jade box over there has no treasures inside, it's a trap." Cripple was impressed, and he said to Celestial Venerable Yu, "Learn from this, rascal. This is what ability looks like." Lan Yutian nodded and remembered Old Ma's words. Cripple and Lan Yutian were about to strike when the space around them changed. They got spooked and looked around only to see a peach forest. The peach flowers were blossoming, which signaled that it was early spring, yet the peach beside them had already matured, which signaled summer. "Masters, young master, the Celestial Venerable is inviting you." A maid walked up to them and spoke gently. Cripple's face was like dirt. "Old Ma, I'm doomed. A Celestial Venerable caught us, and he's likely going to cut off my legs, just like what happened to Village Chief, so he can plant me in jars to prevent me from escaping ever again." Old Ma examined the surroundings and said, "This seems to be Celestial Venerable Yu's peach forest. Muir talked about this place before. We shall follow them. Don't be too alarmed. I was able to catch you in the past because you were careless and had a weak Dao heart." They followed the maid and saw the dragon Qilin and a weak girl waiting outside. Lan Yutian rushed forward with a cheer. Yenner seemed like she had just cried as she refused to feed him, choosing to wait outside quietly. "Fatty dragon, what happened to Sister Yenner?"
Lan Yutian inquired.
The dragon Qilin sighed and said, "Cult Master invites you in. Enter first, please." Lan Yutian felt more and more weirded out as he followed Cripple and Old Ma into the palace. In the palace, Chinmu took out a mirror to display to Old Ma and Cripple, then said, "The hall in the mirror is a reflection left behind by the Hall of Fragrance. The imprinted talismans are those used on the Hall of Fragrance. This Hall of Fragrance is what the celestial heavens used to suppress souls. There are a lot of talismans on it. I need an expert to break them and steal the soul suppressed inside." He tapped it, and the space in the mirror expanded. The Hall of Fragrance in the mirror also projected into the hall in front of everyone. This bronze hall with all sorts of talismans imprinted on it looked like a reflection in the mirror, yet it looked normal when it was outside of the mirror. Lan Yutian praised. "Brother's painting path has improved." Chinmu said, "The last bit of your soul is hidden inside too. Grandpa Cripple, do you have a way inside?" Cripple's face was dense as he examined the talismans while circling the bronze hall. He mumbled, "Impressive, impressive. This is the hardest and most terrifying restriction I've ever met. The peak of my life." Chinmu looked at Old Ma, and he shook his head. "I can't, Cripple is the expert here." Lan Yutian moved forward to check the talismans in a manner similar to Cripple. Chinmu frowned and thought, "Celestial Venerable Yu has followed Grandpa Cripple for too long. He has almost become another Cripple. He's probably tainted." Both of them carefully examined the seals and talismans on it, and mumbled in a heated discussion. Qin thought about it and said, "Grandpa Cripple, you have time to research it. Take this mirror to Eternal Peace to Grandpa Mute and Grandpa Blind. Ask them to build a replica of the Hall of Fragrance according to the talisman formations, seals and restrictions on it. After that, you two can slowly break it." Before he finished, Lan Yutian began to run excitedly at a fast pace. Suddenly, his silhouette became a series of broken figures as he rushed straight towards the Hall of Fragrance's apparition. Qin hurriedly looked at him and saw Lan Yutian going through the talisman apparitions as if they were nothing. He continued to run as if he was entering sticky mud. He became slower and slower before becoming sealed by the seal, unable to move. Cripple ran after him and saved him from it. He shook his head and said, "It's too strong, so even if one runs fast enough they can't pass through it. We have to think of another way." Qin put the Hall of Fragrance's apparition into the mirror with a pat and said, "This is important. After Grandpa Mute forges the Hall of Fragrance, someone has to fully replicate the talismans, seals, and restrictions on it too. You two must be careful when you attempt to enter. Remember. Cripple put away the mirror and said, "When I saved little Lon just now, I realized that the seal has countless spaces. We will be blocked when we enter the 4th layer of seals, and the ones after it will be even stronger. It's too difficult to enter. We have to enter." Qin interrupted him and said, "It concerns our future, Grandpa Cripple. We have to leave this to you." Cripple saw how serious he was and said, "As long as one is fast enough, there's no such thing as an unbeatable seal. Moore, why don't you follow us?" Qin shook his head and said, "I have to return to the past to see South Deity Vermilion Bird. Go and see Grandpa Mute. After I see South Deity, I'll tell you two what to do. Celestial Venerable you. Could you please send them to Eternal Peace?" Old Ma walked forward and seriously said, "Moore, don't force yourself too hard." Qin eyes were slightly red, and he hastily hugged him to conceal it. "Why would I? Old Ma, you and Grandpa Cripple have to cultivate too. My celestial palaces still lack the Buddhist Celestial Palace and Thief Celestial Palace. There are paths in Buddhism and thieving. I'm waiting for you two to cultivate these 2 celestial palaces, so that you can impart them to me for me to improve." Old Ma smiled. Buddhism only cares about internal cultivation, and having no external desires. Any external desires are fabricated. You become Buddha after that, and you don't need the help of others. Qin said, "There's a limit to our power. One can try to use appearance to prove oneself." Excellent. They separated, and behind the screen, Celestial Venerable you deployed her sleeves. Cripple, Old Ma, and Lan Yutian disappeared. Qin said to the lady behind the screen, "Celestial Venerable you, I have to leave too." Celestial Venerable you said, "You plan to head to the source of the surging river? Do I need to send you there?" Qin said, "I want to go back to the past to take a look. The surging river isn't far from here. I'll search for a boat first." At the surging river, the treasure carriage pulled by 6 heavenly dragons flew on the surface of the river. Qin was inside, and he took out Celestial Venerable Ling's hairpin to utilize its power. Instantly, the water surged as if there was a large beast beneath the surface. Suddenly, the sky dimmed and grew darker. There seemed to be a monster below that was devouring everything. The 6 dragons pulling the carriage got spooked as they sped on the dark river surface. At the same time, masts with sails appeared to cut the river in half to form 2 large waves. The 6 dragons sped on towards the mast as the dragon Qilin hit the air with his whip to force them to run even faster. The mast downstream also became faster, and more of its masts appeared at a further distance. The boat speeding downstream was extremely large. Suddenly, a loud rumble was heard as the ancient battleship leaped out from the bottom of the river. Water flowed from its deck and onto the river as if it was a waterfall. Countless rays of black light and chi crisscrossed like chains, using the boat as their center point, and terrifying roars came from the boat. "Buck!" The dragon Qilin used his whip to scare the heavenly dragons into rushing into the boats surrounding black light and chi. The moment that the carriage entered, the ghost ship sunk back into the river. With a dazzling display of light, it disappeared from the surging river. The heavenly dragons stopped immediately, skidding on the wide deck for dozens of miles before stopping. Qin stood up and opened the curtains. It was pure darkness outside. Large black coffins stood erected around the carriage silently. There were numerous coffins, so it took a lot of dodging for the heavenly dragons to dodge them. You're late, brother. A voice came, but he saw no one. I became one with this ship, so now I'm invisible. If you can't break Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art, you can't rescue us. The heavenly dragons, Yenner, and the dragon Qilin looked towards the voice but saw no one. It was as if someone invisible was hiding. Yet, when they closed their eyes, they felt that there were people everywhere. Thousands of them. Qinmu walked down and swiped with the hairpin. The surrounding darkness was broken apart, and light flooded in. He saw countless imposing figures on the ghost ship's deck. Their cultivation was powerful. They were the feathered forest guards of the primordial era. They had a middle-aged man among them. It was Wei Suifeng, the general of the feathered forest guards and the controller of the commander's seal. He was the emperor of Endless Clouds of the Endless Clouds Palace. They cheered after they found out they could see each other and themselves. Wei Suifeng looked at the warriors around him after looking at his own hands. He was surprised. Brother, you broke Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art? Qinmu shook his head. I just temporarily helped liberate you from being invisible. I still can't break Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art to free you all from symbiosis with the ghost ship. Suddenly, a phoenix cry sounded out, and a flaming phoenix rose from the rear of the ship with a large stone coffin. It flew to the deck and became a lady, then put down the coffin. She was Feng Qiuyun, the maid of Mother Earth and the leader of the phoenixes in the primordial realm. She followed Mother Earth's order to carry the High Emperor corpse in the stone coffin to the ghost ship. She got stuck there afterward. Her, a numinous sky realm expert, as well as the High Emperor corpse demon within the coffin, were assimilated by the ghost ship.
Celestial Venerable Mu.
Feng Qiuyun looked at Qinmu and at his carriage. She hurriedly asked, "How much time has passed? Where is Mother Earth?" "Mother Earth is dead," Qinmu said. "The primordial realm is in Celestial Venerable Zhao's hands." Feng Qiuyun was extremely sad, looking as if she had lost her parents. It was to the point that she fell into a daze. Wei Suifeng sighed. "Have you been to the places on the map I left behind? If you can't break Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art now, you can research some notes on Celestial Venerable Ling's unchanging divine art in one of her old residences, which I marked down in the map I gave you. I stole it from the celestial heavens. If you found it, you might be able to use her notes to break her unchanging divine art." Qinmu's heart fluttered as he retrieved some maps and asked, "Which map?" Wei Suifeng walked over and picked one, saying, "This one. However, this is useless now. You will be trapped here too and be assimilated by the ship."
Qinmu smiled.
"Although I can't break her divine art, I can comprehend a part of it and control part of the unchanging substance." Wei Suifeng frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Qinmu stored the map and said, "I want to work with you and use this boat to summon Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art to return to the past with the boat." Wei Suifeng frowned and said, "Although I know a part of the unchanging divine art too, I only know a part of it. I comprehended less than you. Isn't there another ghost ship?" Qinmu's eyes lit up as he said, "The ship is her divine art too. However, it's an incomplete one and is just its fledgling state. If you and I can make up for it, we can make the ship an unchanging substance that can go to any era. We will no longer be limited by reincarnation." Wei Suifeng's eyes lit up as well, and he walked around saying, "It's possible. This ship is going through 36 reincarnations right now. There are in total 36 eras. Every great reincarnation means a reset of matter. If we can make up for the parts missing from Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art, we can make it complete." He lifted his head as his gaze flashed, asking, "So brother, why are you here this time?" Qinmu said, "I want to return to the past." Wei Suifeng smiled. "Isn't it simple for you? Celestial Venerable Ling already became an unchanging substance at the source of the surging river. She can let you return by turning into mist. Return to the source of the river, wait for the mist, and you can return." He couldn't help but sigh. Celestial Venerable Ling is the mist of the river. When they strike, Celestial Venerable Ling comes to your side. You just can't see her. She takes you back and then brings the history you witnessed back. Thus, you become a part of history too. Qinmu shook his head. "The eras that she took me back to are the eras she wants me to go to. This time I want to choose the era." Wei Suifeng looked at him and spoke solemnly. "You want to change history? Brother, I advise that you don't do useless things like this. When you attempt to change history, you will realize that what you have done is history. You are but a figure of history, a fact that has been confirmed. On this point, I know more than you."
Qinmu smiled.
You took my opportunity to stay for a few thousand years in the Dragon Han era. Shouldn't you help me since you owe me? I will, but... Wei Suifeng hesitated and said, if I make up the ghost ship's divine art, I may never be able to leave this ship because... He smiled bitterly and said, I'm already a part of it. Qin Mu understood him. After someone went through an entire great reincarnation with the ship, they would fuse with it and become a part of it. They would become invisible. This was the case for the feathered forest guards on board. Wei Suifeng had boarded the ship for a long time and experienced countless reincarnations. Thus he fused with the ghost ship. The ghost ship fused with Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art, and became a part of it. In other words, everyone on board, except Qin Mu and his entourage, was now a part of Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art. The divine art that Celestial Venerable Ling deployed while stuck on the boat was incomplete, so it was easy to break. If Qin Mu and Wei Suifeng fixed it to perfection, Wei Suifeng and the others would become a part of it and become unchanging substance flowing in the surging river. It would be nearly impossible to break a perfect version of Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art. The ancient Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was still stuck in Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art. Thus, Wei Suifeng was worried that they might never be able to leave the ship ever again. So, are you helping me, brother? Qin Mu asked. Wei Suifeng looked into Qin Mu's eyes, which were bright and clear. Are you the Overlord body, brother? Yep. Have you experienced the Eternal Peace Calamity? Yep. Are you Celestial Venerable Mu of the Celestial Heavens yet? Yep. Have you been to the Great Void? Yep. Have you seen the Grand Emperor's corpse? Yep. Have you retrieved Celestial Venerable Yun's corporeal body? Yep. Have you seen Founding Emperor and found Carefree Village yet? Yep. I'll help you. Wei Suifeng laughed and extended his palm. These things are things that I've experienced but not done. You did it. You are more capable. I might not be able to break Celestial Venerable Ling's divine art, but you certainly can. Qin Mu extended his palm as they clasped together. As long as we work together, we can do anything. Qin Mu took out the peachwood hairpin and left it in his open palm. Started to spin. He retracted his hand, and the hairpin floated between them. Qin Mu utilized the incomplete unchanging divine art he comprehended. All of his magic power burst forth, and instantly, the spirit embryo divine treasure expanded to cover the entire ship. Feng Chuyun's gaze flashed as she rushed towards them, biting. At the same time, the stone coffin opened, and the corpse demons that High Emperor Celestial Emperor flew out. They filled the skies as Feng Chuyun worked with them to kill the two brothers. I knew it. Feng Chuyun, it was obvious that you would try to stop us since you don't want to be a part of a complete unchanging divine art. Wei Suifeng laughed and opened his fingers. He swatted towards the back, and with a bitter scream Feng Chuyun was fixed in the air. She unwillingly went back to her true form, a phoenix after being immobilized. The cape on Wei Suifeng spread out, and with a whoosh it flew up. It covered the corpse demons that High Emperor Celestial Emperor morphed into with a howl, and became a large dumpling before it flew into the stone coffin. The stone coffin closed abruptly. Wei Suifeng lifted his hand and waved. The stone coffin rose and flew out of the ship. It reached the black chi surrounding the ship and disappeared. In the next moment, it reappeared on the deck with a teleportation gate at the place of the stone coffin's appearance. The stone coffin was sent into the gate and back into the black chi. It then appeared in the gate again. It appeared and disappeared, the cycle repeating itself. Brother, I can do this for 100 years. Wei Suifeng smiled. Qin Mu solemnly said, let's begin, brother. Wei Suifeng's divine art burst forth as he deployed the unchanging divine art he comprehended. Qin Mu's vital chi and consciousness went into Celestial Venerable Ling's peachwood hairpin. At the same time, the light became brighter around the ghost ship as it began to transmigrate for reincarnation. Their divine arts and the one within the peachwood hairpin burst forth simultaneously, fusing with the light. The ghost ship that Celestial Venerable Ling left behind absorbed their divine arts. With some violent rumbles, the dragon Qilin, Yenner, and the 6 heavenly dragons' expressions changed greatly as they went prone to hold onto the cracks on the deck. The vibration became more intense, and the light outside became stronger as well. Suddenly, a heavy thud was felt on the ship, as if it had smashed into the river from the air. The light disappeared as heavy mist shrouded the river surface. The ghost ship sailed through it in so silent of a manner that one could hear the ripples. Brother! You went to the places on the maps I left behind, right? Wei Suifeng huffed and puffed while lying on the deck as he asked Qin Mu, who was beside him. As Qin Mu laid beside him, he replied, most of them. Some were interesting while some were very dangerous. You should go to all of them. The places I went to aren't bad. Wei Suifeng sat up and saw the mist dissipating. He smiled. You should leave now. Qin Mu also sat up, then nodded. Wei Suifeng scratched the air and saw a humongous hen dragon flying towards them with a lantern in its beak. Wei Suifeng took the lantern and said, if you want to return here, extinguish the lantern. Qin Mu looked at the hen dragon and took the lantern. He placed it on the carriage, then solemnly said, Fatty Dragon Yena, we're heading off. The dragon Qilin adjusted the carriage as it drove off the ship. The celestial river surged forth outside, but as Qin Mu looked back, it disappeared, hidden by the mist. Brother! Qin Mu was about to return to the carriage, but a young travel-worn man appeared on the celestial river. He halted the carriage and asked, Brother, how do I head to the celestial heavens? That young man had simple clothing with a smidgen of red on his eyebrows. He looked strong and his body was filled with power. Qin Mu examined it. He was suspicious. As he looked at his face again, he had an idea. He looked around and saw mountain ranges around them. There was a verdant primordial tree far ahead that lifted a primordial realm heaven. He smiled and said, This is the primordial realm. I just arrived here too, and I intend to head to the celestial heavens. If you don't mind, I can take you there. I'm sorry for troubling you. That young man was happy as he boarded the carriage. My name is Luo Xiao. How do I address you? Qin Mu looked at the young man. His gaze flashed as he thought. Luo Xiao, the prophet of the Great Void's masters of creation, brought 3 shocking predictions. The first was that the Grand Emperor would invade and that Celestial Venerable Yun, a human, would help them fight against him and overcome the crisis. The first one came true. Celestial Venerable Yun headed into the Great Void and helped the masters of creation there set up and trap the Grand Emperor's corporeal body and kill a part of him. Spirit ancestor Luo Zhao's second prophecy was on the Void Bridge and the Permitha world, which also turned out to be true. After the Grand Emperor died, the Great Void was no longer hospitable. So the leaders like Divine King Langwa visualized the Void Bridge to build the Permitha world. Luo Zhao's third prediction was that a holy infant would appear for the masters of creation with the Grand Primordium Origin Stone. His birth represented the supreme power of the masters of creation, and he would hold the Grand Emperor's seal while descending on his sacrificial altar. That prediction was about Qin Mu. Qin Mu smiled and looked at Luo Xiao, who was sitting beside him. Luo Xiao became uncomfortable, and his eyes rolled. He thought, did he figure out my origins?
Impossible.
I'm a culmination of the consciousness visualization of the strong practitioners of my race. My corporeal body is the same as normal beings. Even ancient gods can't figure me out. His third eye was hidden too. All that was left was some red parts. His clothing was also different from those of the masters of creation. He wore fashionable clothing. The one who told Luo Xiao the 3 predictions was likely me. This young master of creation thought of me as his ancestors' consciousness, and he will return to the Great Void to tell them about the 3 prophecies. Qin Mu blinked and thought, in the future, I will become their master of creation when I enter the Great Void. He will go crazy after seeing me enter the ancestor spirit world to see him. However, if I don't tell him about the prophecies, will the future be changed? Nevertheless, it's only so I can keep Carefree Village peaceful. It's also only then that I will become the masters of creation's holy infant so I can use them. Luo Xiao was sizing him up too. He saw something like a scar on Qin Mu's eyebrows and thought, this guy called Qin Mu gives me a familiar feeling. Could he be a master of creation too? The people outside are cunning, I can't give myself away. After all, I'm the wisest of our race. Qin Mu looked out the window and thought, Luo Xiao left the Great Void 1,000,000 years ago to see if the outside world was safe. He asked me how to get to the celestial heavens, which means that the Dragon Han celestial heavens has been established. I just don't know which year I'm in. If it's the first year and I head to the celestial heavens now, I wonder whether I'll meet the version of me causing trouble at the Jade Pool. He was doubtful since he had used the identity of Mu Qing to appear, not his own. If he met himself in the celestial heavens, wouldn't there be 2 of him at the same time? According to the rules of unchanging substance, one of them would disappear since it was impossible for 2 of the same substance to exist simultaneously. Luo Xiao examined him quietly, thinking, This Qin Mu is weird. Ah! He almost jumped as he watched Qin Mu's face change. He changed his appearance in a moment. Qin Mu became a youth that was 15 to 16 years old, and had a greenhorn vibe coming from his childish look. Don't panic, brother Luo Xiao, Qin Mu said with a pleasant countenance. I have a lot of enemies, so I have to change my face to act. It's safe now that I've changed my face. Luo Xiao was frightened as he exclaimed, I thought you were some big shot considering your luxurious clothing and carriage. I only begged you for a ride because I thought you could head to the celestial heavens safely. Since you have a lot of enemies, I better get off now. Qin Mu hastily pulled him back and smiled. Now that I've changed my face, I have no enemies. Brother Luo, don't be so panicky and don't act in such a greenhorn manner. Truth be told, the celestial heavens is guarded, and if you want to head there, you need some reputation and name. Thus you have to follow me. Suddenly, the dragon Qilin's voice came from outside. Cultmaster, look down. Qin Mu walked out of the carriage and looked down at the celestial river. He was shocked by what he saw. He saw thousands of human divine arts practitioners gathered on the plains beneath, all of them working to build palaces. They were gathering ores and using their own magic power to form blazing flames to forge divine gold. They had already built a large city and were building a gate then. It was the size of the celestial heavens' southern heavenly gate. Humans are building the celestial heavens? Qin Mu was stunned and got the dragon Qilin to stop the carriage. He said, shocked. The human celestial heavens is the Heaven Han celestial heavens. Could the celestial heavens be built on the ground instead of floating in the air? It was different from the Heaven Han celestial heavens that he imagined. At the same time, many human gods in the god realm flew towards the celestial river. There were Taoists and monks among them. Qin Mu even saw Celestial Venerable Ling and Celestial Venerable Yu. The Taoist and monk were Tao Ancestor and Brahma. Outside of them, there were young human experts in the god realm. Their cultivation wasn't weak. Qin Mu was visibly perplexed at seeing how high these ancient practitioners' cultivations were. Celestial palaces floated behind them as their primordial spirits towered over the jade pool. Some stood on the god execution stage instead. It should be quite some time after I left the jade pool meeting, Qin Mu thought. He stood on the carriage as Celestial Venerable Ling and Celestial Venerable Yu flew closer to the celestial river. He heard Celestial Venerable Yu's voice. Old Tao, the celestial river is in the air. To use its water to lift our celestial heavens up, we need to make sure that your algebra is correct to ensure that the pressure on each palace won't cause the celestial palaces to fall. Relax, Celestial Venerable Yu. Tao Ancestor held the compass while algebra runes flew around him. He said, my calculation won't be wrong. When Celestial Venerable Mu advised me then, I realized the marvels of algebra. I'm prepared to enter the path with algebra. Celestial Venerable Yu, after I'm done, we need your spatial technique to fold the celestial river. Can you do that? This is natural. Celestial Venerable Yu was heroic looking and mesmerizing as she spoke to Celestial Venerable Ling. Sister Ling, stop researching your unchanging substance divine art that stops time for substances. Come and help. She was clearly the backbone of these people. Meanwhile, Celestial Venerable Ling still didn't care about her appearance, just like when Qin Mu last saw her. She wore a leopard print skirt and grass shoes and was always talking to herself in ways others couldn't understand. Meanwhile, Brahma grew fat. He had a smile on his face as he held his golden alms bowl as if he was ready to beg for alms. Celestial Venerable Yu prepared to use her magic power to utilize the divine art to lead the celestial river, so that a tributary of it would come and lift the human celestial palaces. At that moment, she saw the heavenly dragon treasure carriage above, as well as Qin Mu, who stood on it. Qin Mu smiled and walked towards them. The dragons shrunk and followed him with the carriage. Celestial Venerable Yun, why did you become Celestial Venerable Mu again? Celestial Venerable Yu waved her hands and shockingly said, didn't you set out to find Celestial Venerable Hua? Did you not find him? Where did this carriage come from? Wow, what a handsome bunch of large dragons. There's a beautiful maiden inside too. You have been flirting around again to the point that you hooked up with this maiden. Celestial Venerable Ling looked towards them, her gaze set on Qin Mu. She then retracted her gaze, gave a cold humph and said, fake. After she finished, she dwelled in her own world again. Suddenly she asked in alarm, why is my hairpin missing? Does anyone see it? Qin Mu walked up, feeling hot-blooded as he greeted, everyone, it's been a while. When he said that, his eyes turned red as he wanted to cry. However, he suppressed his tears. Celestial Venerable Yu and the others treated him like Celestial Venerable Yun, meaning that Celestial Venerable Yun had started to impersonate him to do things by this time. How is it long? You only left half a year ago. Celestial Venerable Yu complained. Why didn't Celestial Venerable Hu return with you? He's still following Celestial Venerable Hao? He's still stubborn, thinking that he needs to rely on half-god's power, right? Doesn't he know that Celestial Venerable Yu died at the hands of Celestial Venerable Hao? We shouldn't pull him into the Heaven Alliance then. Who is this? She looked at Luo Xiao and was visibly confused. This is Luo Xiao.
Qin Mu smiled.
He's a Dao friend I met by chance. He's an honest man. Are you all planning to lift the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens into the air?
Heaven Han Celestial Heavens.
Did you name our celestial heavens by yourself again? Celestial Venerable Yu angrily said. Your name doesn't sound nice at all. We fought for our celestial heavens. We have to name it together with the best name. Right, Celestial Venerable Ling. Celestial Venerable Ling's hair scattered since she lost her peachwood hairpin. She shoved her hair behind her back and said, Any name is fine. Heaven Han sounds good. Isn't it Han if we lift it into the air? Celestial Venerable Yu had no choice and asked Dao Ancestor. Old Dao, are you done calculating? Soon, stop rushing me. Dao Ancestor had no choice and he mumbled. How troublesome. I have no status in front of women. I'm not marrying anyone in this life. That way my research won't be hindered. The cheerful Brahma smiled gently at the side. Women are definitely troublesome. I better find a place to sleep. I feel like I will find my path soon. Celestial Venerable Yu prepared her divine art as she rushed them. Sister Ling, come and help. You too, Celestial Venerable Yun. I don't have enough faith in myself to split the celestial river. Qin Mu walked forward and used his grand magic power. With a swipe of his hand, the water of the celestial river was split, and a tributary emerged. Celestial Venerable Yu was pleasantly surprised, saying, Your magic power has improved. She utilized her spatial divine art to control the water. Her figure landed on the tributary source as she stood on a wave. She hollered, Old Dao, quickly calculate the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens pressure points. Celestial Venerable Yun and the others, come here and help. The masses flew forward and restrained the falling tributary. It surged down towards half of the human celestial heavens. Dao Ancestor quickly calculated the pressure points and sealed those pressure points of the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens. The celestial river surged and drilled underneath the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens. It spread out according to the pressure points Dao Ancestor calculated and gradually elevated this god city. The human celestial heavens was far smaller than the real celestial heavens. It was a minute god city in this vast primordial realm. It was even smaller than the Mother Earth primordial tree heaven system. However, the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens rise got everyone cheering. Countless people rushed forward to see the spectacle, and their cheers shook the heavens and earth. Far away, half-gods came to observe. Yet, they left after smirking at it. Humans are country bumpkins, including their celestial venerables. The half-gods all mocked them from afar. They took so long to build such a small god city after the emperor permitted them to build a human celestial heavens in the primordial realm. It rose higher and higher as the celestial river tributary contracted. In the end, it became like a leaf, the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens being lifted to the side of the celestial river. It wasn't large, not even the width of the celestial river. Celestial Venerable Yu and the other divine arts practitioners rushed through the southern heavenly gate joyfully. They were unusually excited and happy. Qin Mu watched them and smiled. From the side, Luo Xiao asked timidly, When will we head to the celestial heavens? Soon, Qin Mu replied. Luo Xiao shrunk his head and thought, I don't know when I'll reach the celestial heavens following him. Also, he has a lot of enemies, so I should sneak away. He was about to quietly leave when Celestial Venerable Ling came over. She frowned and said, Celestial Venerable Yun, why are you still using Celestial Venerable Mu's face? Are you not changing back? Qin Mu looked at her and smiled. It's easier to do things this way. Celestial Venerable Ling gave a cold humph. Don't fall into Celestial Venerable Mu's prestige. Qin Mu nodded and said, I won't. I even prepared a sword pellet. After Celestial Venerable Yu and the rest had sent the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens into the air, they bustled around the celestial heavens for a while before leaving. Everyone carried their luggage and headed towards the human tribes to impart the path. Qin Mu hesitated a while. letting Yenner carry the lantern before joining the rest. Yuan, you seem a little strange. Celestial Venerable Yu looked at him and shook her head. You're still carrying your lantern in broad daylight. Celestial Venerable Ling wasn't interested in ordinary folks. She hid in the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens, only caring about her research. This trip only consisted of Celestial Venerable Yu, Tao Ancestor, and some other gods of the human race. The place that they built to impart the path was simple and crude, and was located in the center of the tribe. When Qin Mu, Celestial Venerable Yu, and the rest arrived, they saw Tao Ancestor in the midst of imparting the path. We can't even survive, what use is this rubbish algebra? An adult turned and left with his children, cursing under his breath. This can't be eaten. The clothes of the tribal people were ragged and ruined, and they looked hungry and malnourished. The place where Tao Ancestor was teaching was a rundown straw hut. There were 10 or so youths sitting inside, listening attentively to Tao Ancestor's lesson on algebra. Qin Mu examined his surroundings. There weren't many people in the tribe, numbering around 1,000. They got by from hunting and growing crops. They were hard-working people who toiled endlessly in the fields. The village also worshipped idols, though he didn't know which particular half-gods they were. This place wasn't far from the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens. If one was to raise their head, they could see the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens in the sky. However, the gods worshipped here were all half-gods. One could see that, at this point in time, the gods of the human race didn't have much status. Tao Ancestor taught for quite a while, talking about using algebra to calculate the heavenly cycles and determining the body's 5 element stars, hence opening up the 5 elements divine treasure. However, at this moment, a few parents came forward, taking away the remaining few children, sending them into the fields to work. There were only a few people left in the class. Tao Ancestor had finished his lesson, so he sighed and got up quietly, packing his luggage. Qin Mu, Celestial Venerable Yu, and the rest were waiting outside. Tao Ancestor bowed and greeted them as he walked out. It's most difficult to impart wisdom to the ignorant. Present, I can only do this. I'll impart the method of opening up the spirit embryo divine treasure, and the 5 elements divine treasure, and hope that some of them can become divine arts practitioners. As long as one child can master the divine arts, the villagers will see that the human race is able to possess greater powers, never having to fear the gods again. This is precisely breaking the gods in one's heart. Qin Mu had the same feeling. This particular step was the most difficult. Since 1,000,000 years ago, the righteous and ambitious people of the human race had tried to break the gods in their hearts. However, now that 1,000,000 years had passed, the people in eternal peace were sometimes troubled by the gods in their hearts. Celestial Venerable Yu consoled him, saying, "Old Taoist, don't be disheartened. Sooner or later, people won't fear gods or hold them in awe." Tao Ancestor hesitated but still revealed what was in his heart. "Celestial Venerable Yu, I believe we shouldn't have the God realm. The realms are determined by us. Why does the Celestial Palace realm have to be called the God realm? By calling it that, it will give our descendants the wrong impression that once their primordial spirits reach the southern heavenly gate, they have become gods. Regarding this, Celestial Venerable Yu hadn't thought of this problem before." She turned and looked at Qin Mu. Qin Mu said, "Old Taoists may not know this, but it's called the God realm because one has broken the gods in their heart. God is what we call the ancient gods. The ancient gods were born from the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the eyes of mortals, they possess incredible power. They are immortal and have become one with heaven and earth. Through cultivation, mortals can also possess incredible powers, be immortal, and become one with heaven and earth. In this way, people's fear of the ancient gods can be broken." "I see." Tao Ancestor had a sudden realization. Qin Mu continued, "Back then, Celestial Venerable Yu was actually unwilling to refer to it as the God realm. The 7 realms of the Celestial Palace are just realms, no different from the 7 realms of the divine treasures. In his eyes and mine, the Celestial Palace is just one big divine treasure, and should be considered the 8th realm of the divine treasures. Mortals who have cultivated to become gods are simply divine arts practitioners. However, in order to break the belief in gods in the hearts of the people, we kept the name God realm." Celestial Venerable Yu was shocked. "Tao friend Yuan, I have never heard you mention this before." Qin Mu hesitated and said, "However, I have a concern. I worry that in the future, divine arts practitioners who have cultivated celestial palaces will become existences like the ancient gods. Hence, all along, I have had reservations about calling the Celestial Palace realm the God realm. Celestial Venerable, you fell into deep thought. Dao Ancestor grunted. This kind of matter requires careful thought. I'll leave the discussion to you and move on to teach the next tribe. He walked off after saying that. Qin Mu also entered into a daze. It was actually him, Celestial Venerable you, and Celestial Venerable how that had established the God realm. However, the nature of the 7 realms of the Celestial Palace was basically one giant Celestial Palace divine treasure. The so-called gods were just immortal divine arts practitioners and not ancient gods in the traditional sense. The reason they simultaneously agreed without prior discussion to refer to it as the God realm was because they wanted to get rid of the worship of ancient gods. However, when Qin Mu looked at the half-god statues in this tribe, he couldn't help but fall into a trance. The people in the Dragon Han era didn't get rid of the worship of ancient gods. Conversely, they worshipped half-gods that were more powerful than themselves. Just as Celestial Venerable you entered the straw hut to teach, the tribal people started running around frantically, crying and shouting, "The great king of Spirit Mountain is here! Quick, submit our offerings." The people rounded up their cows, sheep, pigs and dogs and sent them up a wooden sacrificial altar at the center of the tribe. These animals shivered as they stood on the altar. Everyone in the tribe prostrated in front of the half-god statue, kowtowing non-stop as they mumbled phrases. Suddenly, the sky darkened and a half-god descended from it, riding on wind and thunder. 2 thick gigantic bird claws landed in front of the sacrificial altar. As he retracted his wings, a celestial palace materialized, covering half of the tribe. The great king of Spirit Mountain looked at the sacrificial altar and was dissatisfied with the cows and sheep on it. His voice was shrill and ear-piercing. "Today, Great King wants a change and doesn't want to eat livestock. Bring up some boys and girls for me to consume," the old tribal chief said in a trembling voice. "Great King, these animals are for you. If they aren't enough, we can try to cough up a little more." Boom! Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled around the Great King of Spirit Mountain as the earth shook endlessly. "Shut up! Cows and sheep are livestock, but aren't you as well? You are just livestock I reared that happens to have intelligence. You worship me, and I have granted you good weather so that you can enjoy good harvests. When you go up the mountain to hunt and collect herbs, you are able to avoid tigers and snakes. Is it not enough for animals like yourselves? Yet you grumble when I just want to eat a few of your children."
Qin Mu frowned.
As he reached out with his finger, a ray of sword light flew out. The great king of Spirit Mountain felt something and immediately turned his head. He smiled. "You bunch of animals have invited the gods of the human race." His head suddenly fell to the ground. He, together with his primordial spirit, was killed by a single sword slash. Celestial Venerable you came out of the straw hut and couldn't help but frown when she saw the situation. The tribal people were stunned. Suddenly, an elder cried bitterly as he pointed at Qin Mu, scolding ceaselessly in anger. "You have doomed us." Another old woman stood up and spat a glob of thick sputum at Qin Mu. "The great king of Spirit Mountain is a god under the God Emperor. Now that you have killed him, the God Emperor will annihilate our families and us. Don't go. We will take you to see the God Emperor so that you can pay for your crime with your life." The people pounced forward one by one, grabbing Qin Mu as they shouted, "Don't let him go. He has to pay with his life for what happened. We have nothing to do with it. Capture him." The dragon Qilin stood in front of Qin Mu and gave off a ferocious roar that shook the heaven and earth, causing the houses around them to crumble and collapse. The dragon Qilin shook his body, transforming into a giant creature that blocked the way of everybody. His head was much bigger than that great king of Spirit Mountain. The people were reeling left and right by the tremors. When they saw this giant creature, they were so shocked that they fell to the ground. Some even fainted.
Qin Mu frowned.
"Pai, there's no need to do this." The dragon Qilin retracted his true body, becoming smaller. Qin Mu looked at the mess around him and raised his hand, wiping the area around him. It looked as though the flow of time had been reversed. The collapsed houses quickly recovered and became exactly the same as before. Qin Mu retracted his hand and saw that Celestial Venerable Yu was looking at him in shock, as though she had just met him for the first time. Qin Mu walked to the front of the dragon Qilin, looking at the people prostrating on the ground with a complicated gaze. Celestial Venerable Yu stepped forward and said, "The great king of Spirit Mountain is the subordinate of God Emperor Lang Xian. God Emperor Lang Xian controls half of the territories of the primordial realm, and his power is unfathomable. This time you were a little too reckless. I'll go see God Emperor Lang Xian. Qin Mu took a few steps and said, the half-gods of God Emperor Lang Xian rule many human races. Now that the human celestial heavens has been established, the human race shouldn't be treated like animals by his half-gods. Celestial Venerable, you hesitated a while. God Emperor Lang Xian is the world's first half-god, and his power is immeasurable. He was a terrifying existence that was invited by Celestial Emperor to attend the Celestial Heavens meeting. We aren't his match. Qin Mu said plainly, I'm not Celestial Venerable Yun but Celestial Venerable Mu, who has established the path through divine arts. I can do things that you and Celestial Venerable Yun can't. Just as he was about to leave, an old woman fell to the ground and grabbed his leg, wailing, You can't leave. You have to stay so that you can pay with your life for the death of the great king of Spirit Mountain. Celestial Venerable, you stepped forward and helped that old lady up. We will go and see God Emperor Lang Xian. You don't have to worry. He can go, but you can't. That old lady held onto her arm and shouted, Leave this lady behind. She'll pay with her life for the death of the great king of Spirit Mountain. Celestial Venerable, you wanted to break free but was afraid of hurting her. The rest of the villagers surrounded her, grabbing onto her in all directions and cried, You can't go. Celestial Venerable, you was anxious. She mobilized her vital chi a little and forced these people back. The old woman was so angry and anxious that she rolled her eyes and passed out. The education of people is all about improving their morals. Improving their knowledge only increases their power. Qin Mu continued walking, and his voice contained an anger that was difficult to suppress. He said solemnly, I worry that even after 1,000,000 years, it will still be the same stupid situation with no improvement in morals, knowledge, and power. Celestial Venerable, you hurriedly followed behind him. If we can't change it in 1 generation, we will do it in 2. If not, then 3 or 4. There will be a day where we will be able to change that.
Qin Mu smiled ambiguously.
If it's the same after 1,000,000 years, will you still have the fighting spirit of today? Celestial Venerable, you was slightly stunned and kept quiet. Qin Mu said resolutely, Where does God Emperor Lang Xian stay? I'll go find him. Celestial Venerable, you was puzzled. God Emperor Lang Xian will naturally be staying in his Lang Xian Divine Palace. It's an extremely luxurious place. When we were planning to build the human celestial heavens, you even went there for a visit. I have forgotten about that, Qin Mu said insipidly. Celestial Venerable, you was growing puzzled. She led the way while the dragon Qilin and Yenner followed behind. Yenner continued to carry the lantern, while Luoshao followed behind Qin Mu. He was secretly anxious. This brute is reckless. No wonder he has so many enemies. Now that he intends to attack God Emperor Lang Xian, do I have to go with him? God Emperor Lang Xian, there seems to be such a character in the memories of my ancestors. He is someone who participated in the Battle of the Blood Rust Zone. Lang Xian Divine Palace was much bigger than the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens by several folds. It was grand and imposing with an air of extravagance. From afar, it looked like a proper Celestial Heavens, while the human race's Heaven Han Celestial Heavens was more like a shabby small city. This celestial palace was different from the rest. Although it was also built in the sky, there were many ferocious-looking giant half-gods standing on the ground and carrying palace halls. It was a majestic scene, one that would cause people to be dumbstruck and praise the power of the half-gods. When we are at the Lang Xian Divine Palace, you have to hold your temper and talk to God Emperor Lang Xian nicely. Celestial Venerable, you said. He admires you greatly. The last time you went to see him, he received you personally, giving you wine and calling you a Dao friend. This shows that he values you.
Lang Xuan.
Qin Mu suddenly opened his mouth as his voice rumbled. Thick dark clouds covered the sky while thunder boomed. The dark clouds rolled and tumbled for thousands of miles, arriving swiftly above the Lang Xian Divine Palace. The dark clouds were tens of miles thick and extremely heavy. Countless thunderbolts were dashing wildly in them. Suddenly, the dark clouds transformed into a giant face, its mouth opening wide as it shouted at the thousands of palaces and throne halls in the Lang Xian Divine Palace. Get out! Ferocious wind surged forth with a whoosh, engulfing the Lang Xian Divine Palace. The roofs of the throne halls were sent flying. There was also a celestial river here that was hauled and gathered into a jade pool. However, the water in that jade pool had now been scattered, flying in all directions. Within the palace, countless gods raised their heads, watching this terrifying scene in fear. Suddenly, within the numinous sky hall in the palace, a blazing brilliance dazzled, rising slowly as it evaporated the dark clouds in the sky. It gave off waves of divine light, shining over the land. The angry voice of God Emperor Lang Xian traveled over. So, it's Celestial Venerable Mu. You lunatic, why are you here shouting? I'm the ancestor of the half-gods. Do you really think I don't dare to take you down? A celestial palace leaped out behind his body. His primordial spirit stood prominently in the jade pavilion of that palace. In terms of realms, although he was a heavenly god of the Jade Pool realm, his half-god bloodline was extremely strong. After he had come of age, his battle power wasn't inferior to the ancient gods, almost not requiring any cultivation. God Emperor Lang Xian was the son of the ancient celestial emperor, and one of the three divine kings of the Masters of Creation, Divine King Gong Yun. His bloodline was extremely powerful, and he was already fully grown. When Qin Mu and the seven celestial venerables of the distant ancient era were establishing the realms of divine treasures and celestial palaces, the realms had never been the standard in measuring battle power. Being the ancestor of the half-gods, he had a terrifying level of battle power. Qin Mu walked forward towards the Langxian Divine Palace as his vital qi exploded, charging towards the southern heavenly gate of the Langxian Divine Palace like a sword with unparalleled sharpness. A crack suddenly appeared at the center of the gate, and it broke in two from his attack. A deep sword scar appeared on the celestial street, and explosions rang as that crack grew longer, cutting forward swiftly. Wherever it went, great halls crumbled. Even the main gate of the Jade capital city was unexpectedly cut open, and the entire city was neatly sliced in two. That sword chi cut all the way to the gate of heaven influence, coming before the numinous sky hall. Celestial Venerable Mu, you ignorant kid. I haven't gone to find you, yet you dare to look for me, bringing me this rough encounter. Are you thinking of overturning the heavens? Qin Mu's sword chi had already arrived at the front of the numinous sky hall. It appeared to have run into an invisible wall as it shattered into pieces. Do you think that just because you have a higher cultivation realm, you can climb onto my head, doing whatever you please? The figure of God Emperor Lang Xian stood proud and tall, high up in the air with his 4 faces and 8 arms. He sneered as he looked down at Qin Mu and the rest who were approaching the divine palace. You 9 celestial venerables opened up the divine treasures in Celestial Palace and created the 14 realms. However, these so-called realms have only been around for 2,000 years. He reached out with his hand to grab them. I'm telling you, 2,000 years ago, what ruled the prehistoric universe wasn't realms of divine treasures, or of the celestial palace, but bloodline. Bloodline determined the extent of your abilities and your status. And I'm the first half-god in the world, an existence that stands above all species. His palm came in front of Qin Mu. This wasn't magic power formed by vital qi but pure physical power. Being the firstborn of the ancient celestial emperor, not only did he inherit the bloodline to control all of the great Taoists in the world, but he also inherited the bloodline of Divine King Gong Yun, one of the 3 divine kings of the Masters of Creation. His palm contained the rules of Great Tao. As his 5 fingers clamped down, Celestial Venerable Yu, the dragon Qilin, and the rest looked up from below and saw that the palm of God Emperor Lang Xian was marked with great Tao patterns that resembled mountain ranges and rivers. His 5 fingers were like the 5 elements of the rules of Great Tao: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They reinforced each other, forming a 5-element formation. There were divine arts created by the 9 celestial venerables of the human race in between his fingers, looking like pearls of rice. In terms of the scale of divine arts and comprehension of Great Tao, the divine arts of the 9 celestial venerables were far from comparable. Realms were established by the 9 celestial venerables of the human race. The 15 realms were spirit embryo, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, celestial being, life and death, divine bridge, God, true God, jade pavilion, God execution stage, jade capital, numinous sky, emperor's throne, and celestial heavens. So far, the 7 realms of divine treasures had been established for nearly 2,000 years, and the realms of the celestial palace had been established for more than 1,000 years. However, most of the gods were still exploring the 7 realms of the celestial palace, trying to find out where the boundaries of the realms of the celestial palace were. Even the celestial venerables were developing the limits of these realms. However, 2,000 years ago, the half-gods started studying bloodlines and had formed their own unique civilization. The power of the half-gods came from the ancient gods who controlled the powerful rules of Great Tao. These half-gods inherited the bloodline of the ancient gods. As they grew older, their control over the rules of Great Tao became stronger. This was why, for billions of years, the half-gods were able to flourish. In the last million years, the half-god races mastered the system of divine treasures and celestial palaces. This was the main reason they were able to suppress the human race and other post-celestial races. As God Emperor Lang Xian's palm came crashing down, his voice trembled. Celestial Venerable is just a title casually conferred by the ancient gods upon your race for your creativity. It's a name with no material benefits. Do you really think that you're worthy enough to cause trouble in this celestial palace? As his palm clamped down, terrifying power erupted. Celestial Venerable Yu, who was under the palm, couldn't help but want to make a move. Suddenly, she saw a flash, then realized that they were transported onto the back of God Emperor Lang Xian's palm. Celestial Venerable Yu couldn't tell how they were able to go through God Emperor Lang Xian's terrifying 5 elemental rules of Great Tao, appearing upon the back of his palm. Her heart trembled violently. The divine arts of Celestial Venerable Yun are far from such a profound level. Could it be? She looked at the back view of Qin Mu. He continued to bring them forward, walking along the arm of God Emperor Lang Xian, not breaking a step. Around Qin Mu, the frightening divine power of magnetism contorted space, and countless stars appeared in the sky above the primordial realm. The stars grew bigger, and their light became more intense. Even the divine power of magnetism that was in the ground of the primordial realm exploded, linking up with the divine power of magnetism of the sea of stars in the sky. Celestial Venerable Yu raised her head. The position of the constellations had already begun to change. The radiance given off by these stars was even brighter than the primordial realm's sun. These stars were becoming bigger than the sun. If one had a pair of divine eyes, they would see the gigantic palaces in these stars. These were the habitats of the ancient gods who controlled these countless stars. It was very rare for the later generations to see such a sight in the primordial realm's sky. Only in this ancient obscure era could one come this close to the ancient gods. The divine power of magnetism exploded, suppressing the power contained within God Emperor Lang Xian's palm. All around the Lang Xian Divine Palace, explosions of magnetism erupted. Below the palace, the gigantic half-gods that were carrying the thousands of palaces and throne halls on their backs gave off heartbreaking wails. They were getting crushed and were ceaselessly sinking into the ground. Thud! One of the giant half-gods couldn't help but kneel. The throne hall on his back shook violently as the half-gods in the hall reeled from left to right, having difficulty standing upright. Thumping sounds repeatedly traveled over as more of these half-gods that were supporting the Lang Xian Divine Palace knelt. Instantly, the Lang Xian Divine Palace high up in the sky was much lower. Despite their immense strength, their half-god status, or their extremely powerful bloodline, when Qin Mu mobilized his divine power of magnetism to press down upon them, together with the weight of God Emperor Lang Xian himself, they were instantly crushed. God Emperor Lang Xian was shocked and angry. He raised his 7 other hands, striking towards Qin Mu and the rest. In terms of battle power alone, there was an insurmountable gap. He was the son of the ancient celestial emperor and divine king Gong Yun, as well as an adult half-god. His combat power was comparable to an emperor's throne existence. He had also experienced the Battle of the Blood Rust Zone, slaughtering the masters of creation. On top of that, he possessed the blessings of Celestial Emperor. His abilities were extremely strong and boundless, and he was one of the most powerful existences in this era. His abilities were even greater than many ancient gods. However, his palm strikes were unable to connect with Qin Mu. He had mobilized the rules of Great Tao to launch his attacks. Every time they seemed to fall on Qin Mu's body, he and the rest would disappear and reappear on the back of his palm. He was completely unable to tell what divine art Qin Mu was using. The thousands of half-gods in the Lang Xian Divine Palace reacted and flew to kill Qin Mu and the rest. The half-gods were richly endowed by nature with powerful abilities. At birth, they were already stronger than humans. As they grew older, this gap continued to grow. After they were fully grown, the rules of the Great Tao of heaven and earth that they controlled became stronger. In the past, they were susceptible to illness, old age, and death. Now that the 9 celestial venerables of the human race had created the 7 realms of the celestial palace, all they needed to do was cultivate to the god realm to achieve immortality, forever living in peak condition. The scene of thousands of half-gods charging over to kill caused people to tremble. Celestial Venerable Yu couldn't help but feel despair. Although she was one of the human race's celestial venerables, She was still exploring the celestial palace realms. In this era, celestial venerables weren't the world's strongest existences. Conversely, there were innumerable half-gods whose abilities were superior to humans. The expression of the Master of Creation Luo Xiao changed. According to the memories of the Masters of Creation, the ancient gods had deployed countless of these half-gods in their attacks during their battle with the Masters of Creation. Although he hadn't experienced those horrifying scenes of adult half-gods charging towards the Masters of Creation with their full mastery of the rules of Great Tao, he had seen it from the memories of his ancestors. No wonder we were defeated. He thought quietly to himself, the half-gods are able to procreate faster than us. Their Great Tao is also ever-changing, and their races are plentiful. Combined with their ability to grow rapidly into adulthood, it seems that it will be very difficult for the Masters of Creation to return to our homeland. Just as he thought until there, Qin Mu's voice traveled over. When Celestial Venerable Yu was alive, he didn't teach me the 7 realms of the Celestial Palace, or the way to become a god. As he raised his hand, darkness surged forth in the Langxian Divine Palace. The power of the Great Tao of Yudu appeared in the primordial realm. Qin Mu said plainly, "It was me who created the method to become a god and comprehended the realms of the Celestial Palace. I was the one who imparted this to everyone. All of you." His face revealed a slight slice of pride. "Were taught by me." As his palm spread open, a gate of heaven influence stood erect in the Langxian Divine Palace. Wherever it passed, countless seemingly powerful half-gods immediately lost their primordial spirits, their souls being beaten into Yudu as they suffered an unnatural death. Innumerable corpses fell like rain, crashing into the Langxian Divine Palace, smashing through the palaces and knocking down its walls. As Qin Mu clenched his hand into a fist, the devil chi of Yudu burrowed into the gate of heaven influence with a whoosh. The gate then vanished. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Gong. He continued walking forward along the arm of God Emperor Lang Xian. As he arrived in front of his face was expressionless. "Lang Xian, your celestial palace was also taught by me." The giant face of God Emperor Lang Xian revealed a slice of panic, and his body rapidly shrunk as his aura became stronger. Light rays of Great Tao shone from his body, throwing Qin Mu and the rest off. His abilities were truly terrifying and far surpassed Qin Mu. However, he wasn't confident of dealing with Qin Mu because Qin Mu was able to detect the flaws in all of his attacks. As for Qin Mu's divine arts, he didn't understand a single bit. If they were to fight, he had faces in all 4 directions as well as 8 arms. With his battle power, there was no need for him to fear Qin Mu. However, Qin Mu need not fear him either. Qin Mu and the rest were surrounded by brightness, reappearing again in front of him. "Can we talk now?" A faint smile materialized on Qin Mu's expressionless face. His smile grew as he spoke pleasantly.
God Emperor Langshuan was bewildered.
"What do you want to talk about?" Qin Mu was getting more and more cheerful. "After the Jade Pool meeting, Celestial Venerable Qin and I have been cultivating in seclusion, comprehending divine arts. Now that the human celestial heavens has been established, I'm able to come out and move around. In the past, the human race didn't have their celestial heavens and had to trouble the half-gods under God Emperor Lang Xian to take care of them. Now that they have the Heaven Han celestial heavens, they don't have to trouble God Emperor anymore." God Emperor Lang Xian composed himself and smiled. "I see. Why didn't Celestial Venerable Mu say so earlier? You brought along such a big battle, making me think that you wanted to annihilate my race." Qin Mu laughed heartily and said, "My way of doing things is to try peaceful means before resorting to force." "Try peaceful means before resorting to force?" God Emperor Lang Xian looked at his ruined divine palace. Thousands of corpses hung upon the walls of the palaces and throne halls. Even the now dried-up jade pool was filled with the corpses of half-gods. The corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably as he smiled ambiguously. "This is how Celestial Venerable Mu tries peaceful means before resorting to force?" "Yes." Qin Mu placed his hands behind his back and said leisurely, "If things had turned bad, then this scene would be 100 times worse. So this is me trying peaceful means before resorting to force. God Emperor must know that I have established my path through divine arts, and was appointed a Celestial Venerable by Celestial Emperor. The half-gods under you that cultivated celestial palaces were all taught by me. If I display the full extent of my divine arts..." He circled his surroundings, looking at those half-gods that narrowly escaped death. He smiled faintly. They will all die, and your race will become extinct, and there's nothing you can do to me. However, I won't kill you. Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force and talk about the future matters of the two families. God Emperor Langxian controlled his anger and smiled. What does Celestial Venerable Mu want to talk about? Please feel free to speak frankly. The human race will be taken care of by humans, while the god race will be taken care of by the gods. Qin Mu said. Starting from today, the human race taken care of by the half-gods under you will migrate to the territories of the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens. The half-gods under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens will return to the territories of half-gods. What does Dao Brother think of this?
Gu Emperor Longxuan smiled ambiguously.
My race has been cultivating these bits of food for so many years. Since the ancient primordial era until now, we have always been eating and drinking like this. This is a rule that was passed down. Now isn't the time to harvest for this season. However, Celestial Venerable Mu has come over and helped us reap our harvest. If I agree to you, I'm afraid that I will be unable to answer to the god race under me. Qin Mu said plainly. If the god race is extinct, then there's nothing for God Emperor to answer to. The rules that were passed down from the ancient primordial era aren't practical for the present day. It should be changed. God Emperor Langxian raised his eyebrows and laughed heartily. I have yet to congratulate you for setting up the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens. In that case, I will give Celestial Venerable Mu some face. This food belongs to you now. Celestial Venerable Mu, back then we were both at the Jade Pool meeting but didn't have the chance to meet. Today we finally met. Celestial Venerable Mu, through your divine arts, you are deserving of being a Celestial Venerable appointed by His Majesty. Why don't we retreat to my throne hall so that we can talk more in detail? Qin Mu said respectfully. No, I have troubled God Emperor for so long. I feel bad about it and wouldn't want to intrude further. I'll take my leave. God Emperor Langxian said respectfully. In that case, I shan't keep Celestial Venerable. Qin Mu said. Farewell. He turned around and wanted to leave. God Emperor Langxian stared at his back, his four faces full of killing intent. Suddenly, countless broken pieces of wall flew up around the Langxian Divine Palace. It was as though time was flowing in reverse as the entire Celestial Palace recovered rapidly. Soon, the Langxian Divine Palace was restored to its original state, looking exactly like before. However, those powerful half-gods that were killed by Qin Mu weren't brought back to life, remaining on the ground as corpses. God Emperor Langxian's 8 arms were trembling non-stop, as he forcefully suppressed his desire to kill. This divine art. He watched as Qin Mu left the Divine Palace. The collapsed southern heavenly gate was standing upright, its broken pieces restored. I'm really unable to comprehend it. He gritted his teeth forcefully until he was bleeding, feeling a sense of weakness permeating through his entire body. Qin Mu and the rest walked towards the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens. He said, when we get back, go to the territories of God Emperor Langxian and bring the humans over. Try your best to find a place that's fertile, ideal for growing crops. Educate them to improve their lives. I have thought it over carefully. You were right. If this generation is unable to be awakened, there's always the next one. If 2 generations are unable to be awakened, there's the 3rd generation. Every generation there are bound to be a few who will be awakened. They are our hope for the human race. Celestial Venerable Yu was listening quietly behind him. Suddenly she said, Mu Qing. Qin Mu turned around and revealed a radiant smile. Why did you change to calling me Mu Qing? Nothing much. Celestial Venerable Yu laughed and said, I suddenly feel that Mu Qing is a meaningful name. When I mention this name, I can't help but imagine a painting. A young man herding cows and sheep in a boundless lush field. Tell me, is that how your name came to be?
Qin Mu laughed.
You think too much. Celestial Venerable Yu was unconvinced. I believe it must be because of this. You aren't the real Celestial Venerable Mu. How do you know I'm thinking too much? Qin Mu shook his head but didn't offer any further explanation. The name Mu Qing was taken from Qin Mu and Qin Fengqing. At that time he really thought that he was Qin Fengqing, but not anymore. Celestial Venerable Yu's gaze flickered as she looked at him. She thought, he shouldn't be Celestial Venerable Yun. After returning to the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens, Celestial Venerable Yu immediately instructed the gods of the human race to head towards the territories of God Emperor Langxian and migrate the humans there. Celestial Venerable Yu found Celestial Venerable Ling by the side of the Celestial River, completely engrossed in researching the so-called unchanging divine art. Sister Ling, Celestial Venerable Mu, has already reached an agreement with God Emperor Lang Xian. We can migrate the humans from his territories and will need your help for that. You found your hairpin. Celestial Venerable Yu was shocked when she saw the hairpin on Celestial Venerable Ling's head. Celestial Venerable Ling regained her senses and raised her hand to touch her head. She felt her hairpin and said puzzledly, "It was clearly lost. How did it appear again?" She took it off and examined it over and over again, becoming even more puzzled. The peachwood hairpin had clearly disappeared. No matter how hard she searched, she was unable to find it. Now it had inexplicably appeared, making her a little confused. She bit the peachwood hairpin in her mouth, freeing her hands to curl her hair, and inserted the hairpin again. She said, "You, what did you just say? I didn't catch that clearly." Celestial Venerable Yu had no choice but to repeat herself. Celestial Venerable Ling was a little unwilling, but this was an important matter. She could only put down her research and go with her. As the two girls walked past Qinmu, Celestial Venerable Ling asked, "Strange, when did my hairpin appear?" "How would I know?" Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. "You don't even know it yourself, so naturally I wouldn't have a clue. Maybe someone had stolen it, and then secretly returned it to you." Qinmu watched as they left. He was also feeling a little bewildered. Two identical substances couldn't exist in the same space-time. Celestial Venerable Ling's peachwood hairpin had indeed disappeared. In that case, why did this hairpin appear again? He took out the peachwood hairpin hidden in the Qin word land that was in the heart of his brows. Celestial Venerable Ling, who was far away, cried out in shock as her hair became disheveled. She said angrily, "My hairpin was taken away by someone again." Qinmu's heart jumped. He quickly placed the peachwood hairpin back into the Qin word land. Suddenly, a hairpin appeared in Celestial Venerable Ling's disheveled hair. Celestial Venerable Yu's voice traveled over. "Isn't it still in your hair?" As Celestial Venerable Ling felt her hairpin, she held it in her mouth like before while her hands curled her hair. She said unclearly, "It suddenly disappeared a moment ago. I feel that the substance of this hairpin is highly unstable. There's something strange." Upon seeing this scene, Qinmu took out the hairpin again. The hairpin in Celestial Venerable Ling's mouth suddenly disappeared. Celestial Venerable Ling was furious. "God d***, who is behind this? Come out and receive your punishment." When Celestial Venerable Yu saw what happened, she also got a fright and hurriedly scanned her surroundings. Qinmu quickly placed the hairpin back into the Qin word land. Celestial Venerable Ling couldn't help but fall into a daze when she realized she was still biting the hairpin. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something as she muttered, unchanging substance, could it be that there's another identical substance that materialized to replace my hairpin? I could try to hypothesize the theory behind this." She crouched down and used her hairpin to draw on the ground. Celestial Venerable Yu got a fright again and looked around frantically. Qinmu hurriedly hid behind the body of the dragon Qilin. Celestial Venerable Yu didn't discover the person who stole and returned the hairpin, while Celestial Venerable Ling had descended into a crazed state again, ignoring her. She could only look for the others. Qinmu had a strange expression. He thought, when two identical substances exist in the same world, there appears to be a substitution effect. That is to say, if I return back to my era, the other me would then disappear. When I leave that world, the other me would then reappear. He fell into a daze. The heart of his brows was like another independent space-time. Contained within it was a world formed by the Qin word land, the Grand Primordium Origin Stone, and Celestial Emperor's eggshell. When he placed the hairpin inside, it would be separated from the Dragon Han era, so Celestial Venerable Ling's hairpin would appear. When Qinmu took out the hairpin, Celestial Venerable Ling's hairpin would then disappear. My eye also contains the corpses of Celestial Venerable Yun and Yuanmu. If I take out Celestial Venerable Yun's corporeal body, will this era's Celestial Venerable Yun disappear? Qinmu blinked his eyes and thought, it should be okay if I just take it out for a while? Should I try it? He couldn't help but get excited when he thought of that. He swiftly went to the numinous sky hall of the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens and instructed Yenner and the Dragon Qilin to guard the door, not allowing anyone to enter. Qinmu took out Celestial Venerable Yun's corpse. That ancient Celestial Venerable corporeal body appeared in the interior of the numinous sky hall. In the Celestial Heavens, Celestial Venerable Yun was talking to Celestial Venerable Hua. Suddenly, his body became transparent, disappearing into thin air under the horrified gaze of Celestial Venerable Hua. Within the numinous sky hall, Celestial Venerable Yun's corpse slowly opened its eyes. He looked around in a daze, muttering, "Is this
Celestial Venerable Mu?"
When he saw Qin Mu, he was extremely astonished. Qin Mu circled him excitedly and got very emotional. It seems that such a thing can happen. When the other Yun disappeared, his consciousness came to the body of this Yun. If this Yun disappears, then the other Yun will appear. This is an unchanging substance. Celestial Venerable Yun, we finally met. Celestial Venerable Yun stood up and was about to speak. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed from the heart of Qin Mu's brows, sucking him back in with a whoosh. In the celestial heavens, Celestial Venerable Hua watched in horror as Celestial Venerable Yun suddenly reappeared. He pointed at him, speechless, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Celestial Venerable Yun's eyes were wide open as he revealed a look of disbelief. He muttered, "I seem to have entered into a different space-time just now, growing much older. I even ran into an old friend. It felt as though it was a dream." Celestial Venerable Hua suppressed the trembling in his heart. "Brother Yun, just now you disappeared for quite a while. Where did you go?" Celestial Venerable Yun composed himself, casting aside his incredulous experience and continuing the subject they were discussing. Celestial Venerable How is Celestial Venerable Yu's murderer? And Celestial Emperor is behind this. To Celestial Emperor, Lan Yutian's reputation was too great, so he had to die. Celestial Venerable How is his son? When Hao succeeds Lan Yutian, he will gain the support of the post-celestial races and half-gods. This is very important to Celestial Emperor's rule. You are a smart person and should be able to see this. Now the human race is weak and needs you to blaze a new trail through all their difficulties. Yet you choose to follow Hao. This I'm unable to understand. Celestial Venerable Hua fell silent. Celestial Venerable Yun extended his palm as he said with great sincerity, "There are no experts in the human race. We don't have the innate abilities of half-gods or the protection and support of the ancient gods. We are born weak, and we don't have the power of a bloodline flowing through our veins. However, we are smart and can use our intelligence and ingenuity to obtain the right to survive. Come help me in the primordial realm." Celestial Venerable Hua shook his head. "Brother Yun, aren't you able to tell?" Celestial Venerable Yun raised his eyebrows while Celestial Venerable Hao continued talking, saying, "After Celestial Venerable Yu's death, I suddenly came to a realization. If the human race wants to survive, it needs to submit to a stronger power. Celestial Emperor is that stronger power. Celestial Venerable Hao is one part of that strong power as well, and the one who holds the most promise. Your hard work in the lower bound is merely an illusion. No matter how hard you work, all it takes is one command from Celestial Emperor. The power built by your human race will then be turned into ashes. However, Celestial Venerable Hao is different." Celestial Venerable Yun was furious. He said coldly, "Hao murdered Celestial Venerable Yu. He is the son of Celestial Emperor and not of the same race as us. He is also half human." Celestial Venerable Hua said, "He has ambitions and ideals. Not long ago he walked out of the shadows. He may be a respected half-god, but he's also human. Only when he gains power will the human race have the chance to survive. This is the best solution for the fate and future of the human race that I have thought of over the past 1,000 years. The so-called human celestial heavens you are meddling with in the lower bound will only result in you becoming another Celestial Venerable Yu. Sooner or later, you will suffer the same fate as him." Celestial Venerable Yun stood up, and Celestial Venerable Hua followed suit. Both of them stared at each other. Celestial Venerable Hua said solemnly, "I'm also aware that Celestial Emperor allowed you to establish the human celestial heavens, but what you don't know is that he also allowed Celestial Venerable Hao to set up a half-god celestial heavens, which is also situated in the primordial realm. Don't you understand what this means?" Celestial Venerable Yun's body shook slightly, and his voice became a little hoarse. "This is why you submitted to Celestial Venerable Hao and are so loyal to him?" Celestial Venerable Hua said, "Two options, one with a chance of success, the other without. I chose the former." Celestial Venerable Yun took a deep breath. "There will be conflict when the half-god celestial heavens and the human celestial heavens exist in the primordial realm together. Which one will you choose?" "Like I said before, I will choose the option that has a chance of success." Celestial Venerable Hua said insipidly, I submit to a stronger power. When the stronger power succeeds, the human race will then have a chance of surviving. I understand. Celestial Venerable Yun nodded, turning around to leave. Farewell. Celestial Venerable Hu didn't send him off. When Celestial Venerable Yun was at the door, he turned and looked at his former Dao friend. He then said with a choked voice, Hua, you aren't what you used to be. Celestial Venerable Hu trembled slightly and looked into his eyes. Since Celestial Venerable Yu's death, I'm not that simple and pure Celestial Venerable Hua anymore. I have changed, but haven't you? Yu Ling, haven't they as well? After the change at the Jade Pool, we have all changed. Celestial Venerable Yun was silent for a while before walking out of Celestial Venerable Hua's room. His voice traveled from outside, full of melancholy. Indeed, we have all changed. Celestial Venerable Hua watched as he left. From behind the screen, Celestial Venerable Hua walked out slowly and smiled. Celestial Venerable Hua, you did well. Celestial Venerable Hua's body stiffened. He turned around and said plainly, a wise man is able to understand the times and suit his actions to it. Yun, however, isn't able to do so and will definitely suffer a loss in the future. Celestial Venerable Hua placed his hands behind his back and looked at the resplendent celestial heavens outside the window. Although over 1,000 years have passed, the change at the Jade Pool is still fresh in my mind. I have been lying sick in my bed for over 1,000 years, behaving crazy and muddle-headed. When I think of the time that I've lost, I'm filled with 1,000 regrets. He tilted his head to look at Celestial Venerable Hua. That's right, Celestial Venerable, you did die under my hands. However, even if I didn't do it, he would still have died. It wasn't me who wanted him dead but Celestial Emperor. Do you understand? Celestial Venerable Hua said. I naturally understand. Celestial Venerable Hua said. I may be a half-god, but I'm also human. You and I are people who have received the blessings of the ancient gods. These blessings behind our heads are also meant to monitor us. However, in this Jade Court, we can speak freely without fear of being eavesdropped on by Celestial Emperor or other ancient gods. You are my confidant now, and I will introduce you to someone. Just as his voice landed, a girl in palace clothing walked out from behind the screen. This is my mother, Mistress Yuanmu. Celestial Venerable Hua smiled. This Jade Court has been engulfed by my mother's divine art. The blessings of the ancient gods are unable to monitor us here. Celestial Venerable Hua bowed and greeted her, saying, Your humble servant pays his respects to Empress Mother. Mistress Yuanmu chuckled. Such a well-behaved child. In the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens, Qin Mu stored Celestial Venerable Yun's corpse, pinching his beard as he thought, if I take out Mistress Yuanmu's corpse, the current Mistress Yuanmu will then disappear. He shook his head, dispersing the curiosity in his heart. Earlier, when he took out Celestial Venerable Yun's corpse, his consciousness actually woke up within the corpse. He could even speak and move. He didn't know what kind of frightening consequences the disappearance of Celestial Venerable Yun's current body might bring. So he stored away Celestial Venerable Yun's corpse. If he took out Yuanmu's corpse, the Yuanmu in the celestial heavens would then come live in this corpse. That would be too terrifying. It's a pity that I'm unable to give it a try. He was filled with a great amount of regret. Cult Master. The Dragon Qilin's voice traveled from outside the hall. That man Luo Xiao is back again. He's asking if you're still going to the celestial heavens. Qin Mu walked towards the outside, smiling. Of course. As he walked past Yenner, he saw that she was carrying a lantern with a forlorn look. It seemed that she hadn't recovered from the pain of losing her mother.
Vin Mugenti consoleter.
When we are back in the celestial heavens, we will go to the Vermilion Bird Celestial Palace to take one of your mother's treasures. She can then be revived.
Yenner was greatly roused.
In the Langxian Divine Palace, the half-gods under God Emperor Langxian's territories came forth to report, one after another. They talked about how the celestial venerables of the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens had come, wanting to take away the humans. As this was an order from God Emperor Langxian, they would have to comply with that. God Emperor, are we going to cast this matter aside? An elder among the half-gods spoke with grief and indignation. Those humans were reared by us, and we have been rearing them for thousands of years. During Celestial Venerable Yun's previous visit, God Emperor allowed them to impart the path to the humans. That was already a huge favor granted to them. Now they actually want to take away our livestock. God Emperor, can you tolerate this? God Emperor Langxian's expression darkened. Of course I'm unable to tolerate it. However, there was the sudden appearance of Celestial Venerable Mu. He is a Celestial Venerable appointed by Celestial Emperor for his divine arts. His divine arts have transcended rationality, and there's nothing I can do to him. While I may not be able to handle him, there's someone who can. I'll write to the Celestial Heavens and report this to Celestial Emperor, requesting that he capture this scoundrel. Many half-god leaders were delighted. They asked, "In that case, God Emperor, when the Celestial Venerables of the human race come to ask us for their humans, should we hand them over?" "Yes, of course."
Gu Emperor Long Xuan smiled.
"Now we hand them over. After Crookmu is dead, they will be paying us back twice as much." Many humans had already moved to the protective range of the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens. Yet some human gods didn't bring many humans with them. They don't trust us. They claim that we are fooling around and ignoring the gods' arrangements, which we will be punished for. Those gods felt hopeless. Celestial Venerable Yu was perplexed. Don't they know that they will become sacrifices eventually if they stay in God Emperor Lang Xian's territory? They do, but they are used to it. They claim that was how their ancestors lived. Oh! Celestial Venerable Yu went to find Qin Mu but found the dragon Qilin adjusting the carriage. Qin Mu and the young man called Luo Xiao had boarded it already. The girl called Yenner put the lantern on the carriage before running towards her to kowtow to her several times. Celestial Venerable Yu was frightened and tried to get her to stand. She couldn't, so she looked at Qin Mu as if she was begging for help.
Qin Mu smiled.
"You will understand in the future." Celestial Venerable Yu came to the carriage's side and asked, "You're planning to leave?"
Qin Mu nodded.
God Emperor Lang Xian won't strike out against humans temporarily. My last visit to the Lang Xian Divine Palace shocked him for at least 1,000 years. Although he can't do anything to me, he can use the Celestial Heaven's power against me. Thus, I shall leave as to not implicate you all." Celestial Venerable Yu asked, "When will you return?" Qin Mu was stunned and he smiled. "As Celestial Venerable Mu, I probably won't return soon. However, as Celestial Venerable Yun will always stay here." Celestial Venerable Yu was visibly perplexed. After a long while, she said, "But Celestial Venerable Yun isn't you." Qin Mu waved goodbye from the window. "Don't alert others. We will meet again." The carriage drove towards the Celestial River. It became smaller and smaller in Celestial Venerable Yu's gaze as it went further and further away. Eventually it was gone. Suddenly, Celestial Venerable Ling's cheerful voice was heard. Yu, come over. I've calculated it. The reason that my hairpin went missing wasn't that someone stole it. It was because there was a hairpin from the future." She was so excited that she almost went crazy. After hearing her, Celestial Venerable Yu became more and more melancholic. At that moment, a ship drifted down from the Celestial River. Celestial Venerable Yun jumped down with some of his followers. He saw the cheerful Celestial Venerable Ling and asked, "Why are you so happy, Sister Ling?" Celestial Venerable Yu looked at Celestial Venerable Yun multiple times. She examined the entirety of him multiple times as she walked around him. Celestial Venerable Yun was intrigued by her actions as he stood there awkwardly. Celestial Venerable Yu blinked and asked, "Brother Yun, did you encounter a treasure carriage pulled by 6 heavenly dragons heading towards the celestial heavens?" Celestial Venerable Yun nodded and said, "Yes, I did. Pass by my ship. I was wondering whose luxurious carriage it was. Using 6 heavenly dragons as leg speed is terrifying. If it had 9 heavenly dragons pulling it, it would probably be a being on the level of the 4 deities going on patrol." "You really saw the carriage?" Celestial Venerable Yu was pleasantly surprised. Celestial Venerable Yu nodded again and said, "Let's not talk about it. I went to see Celestial Venerable Hua, and he has his own idea. He probably won't go along with ours. I also got some news from him. Celestial Venerable Hua is about to re-emerge. Celestial Emperor plans to let him build a celestial heavens of the half-gods in the primordial realm to rule over the half-gods beneath the heavens. We have to prepare for this. Have you guys set up the celestial heavens?" Celestial Venerable Ling suppressed her excitement, walked over, glanced at Celestial Venerable Yun and coldly said, "You're finally willing to return to your real form?" Celestial Venerable Yun was perplexed. Celestial Venerable Ling said, "Don't always work using the face of Celestial Venerable Mu. You might fall as a result." Celestial Venerable Yun became more confused. He didn't care much about it though due to Celestial Venerable Ling's weirdness. He immediately went to see Tao Ancestor and asked, Tao Ancestor, I have a not-so-mature idea. Can your algebra analyze great Das? At the same time, the Celestial Heavens ambassador arrived at the Langxian Divine Palace with Celestial Emperor's decree. It read, The Emperor says that Celestial Venerable Mu bullied and humiliated the descendants of the ancient gods. He is extremely ferocious and evil in his violation of the heavenly laws. If you hold the grand sacrifice, the ancient gods of the 5 elements will naturally head down to capture him. God Emperor Langxian's expression changed. We have to use a blood sacrifice to get the ancient gods of the 5 elements to head down? The ambassador said. That's what the emperor meant. Celestial Venerable Mu is a human celestial venerable with great divine arts. Nobody beneath the heavens can surpass him in that. His divine art skills can only be defeated by great Das. If you want justice, you have to get the ancient gods of the 5 elements to head down.
God Emperor Langxuan was visibly perturbed.
There were many ancient gods, but they were often not in the primordial realm. Instead, they lived far away in outer space. One had to perform a blood sacrifice for them to come. That meant sacrifices. The ancient gods of the 5 elements were born from great Das. They were extremely strong, and they occupied a higher status than the 28 old ancient gods. Although God Emperor Langxian was better in combat, his comprehension in Tao paled in comparison to theirs. It was the correct move to get them to subdue Celestial Venerable Mu. When the Dragon Han Celestial Heavens was formed, Celestial Emperor invited the 4 deities of the ancient gods into the Celestial Heavens to secure his rule. Thus he built the 4 celestial palaces of the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise for them to live in. The 4 poles of the 4 deities were given to the 28 old ancient gods to rule after. They were all ferocious and evil beings. They were split into 4. 7 of them stayed in the west pole of White Tiger. 7 stayed in the south pole of Vermilion Bird. 7 stayed in the north pole of Black Tortoise. The last 7 stayed in the east pole of Green Dragon. These 28 ancient gods stayed in the 4 poles to secure them. They were powerful local officials that held the 4 poles. The ancient gods of the 5 elements were Saturn Sovereign, Mars Sovereign, Mercury Sovereign, Jupiter Sovereign, and Venus Sovereign. They controlled even stronger great Das. Saturn Sovereign controlled the path of death, and was the ancient god of death. Mars Sovereign controlled the path of plague and was the ancient god of plague. Mercury Sovereign controlled the path of killing and punishment, and was the ancient god of war. Venus Sovereign controlled the path of fortune and disasters, while Jupiter Sovereign controlled the path to life and sacrifice. Saturn Sovereign and Mars Sovereign resided in Yudu, and were the local officials Celestial Emperor used to restrain Earth Count. Mars Sovereign and Venus Sovereign resided in Xuandu, and were local officials used to restrain Heaven Duke. Jupiter Sovereign was closest to the primordial realm, as he resided out of it. They had countless disaster gods beneath them. One had to host a grand sacrifice for their descent. The half-gods fed on humans and other races post-celestial lifeforms, while the ancient gods fed on half-gods and post-celestial races. One had to have enough sacrifices to get the ancient gods of the 5 elements to come to the primordial realm. Some of the chiefs of the half-gods said, God Emperor, we have a lot of humans unwilling to move in our territories. Besides them, we have various slaves of other races that can be used as sacrifices too. God Emperor Langxian said, use them for the blood sacrifice to get the ancient gods of the 5 elements to descend. If it isn't enough, attack the other races of the primordial realm and capture some slaves. Finally, the sacrificial altar was complete, and the sacrifices were placed on it. God Emperor Langxian held the blood sacrifice, and instantly, blood light rose into the clouds to taint the sky blood red. The 5 stars in the light grew larger and closer. However, there was a layer between them, suggesting that they were in another world. Those 5 stars had thousands of palaces and throne halls accompanied by countless gods and devils. On Mars, there were gods and devils with the heads of cows that stepped on twin dragons. On Saturn, there were gods and devils with the bodies of snakes. On Jupiter, there were gods and devils with the bodies and feet of birds that stepped on green dragons. On Venus, there were gods and devils with the heads of tigers that wielded bronze axes. On Mercury, there were gods and devils that had crimson hair and the bodies of a snake. They wielded tridents. The gods and devils on the stars of the 5 elements absorbed the power from the blood sacrifice in a wild fashion. Nephew, you didn't offer many sacrifices. The 5 stars grew closer, appearing in the skies of the primordial realm, but they didn't enter it. The sacrifice was clearly not enough to get them to descend. Saturn's sovereign laughed. You offered too little in terms of souls, blood, and essence. They are second-rate too. Why be stingy? Why not sacrifice your descendants? I have been drooling over them. God Emperor Langxian clenched his teeth, bowed, and said, Uncles, Celestial Venerable Mu is causing trouble in the world. He violated the heavenly laws and insulted the gods, which is basically an insult to every uncle here. Please descend. Space warped as the 5 elements star sovereigns left Yudu, Xuandu, and outer space and descended on the sacrificial altar. They ate the sacrifices, causing chaos around the sacrificial altar. The sacrificed people and life forms of the other races ran, but to what avail? After they finished, Mercury's sovereign said, The Emperor's decree sent us here too. It's expected of us to capture him. However, is the guy called Nyo Ben with him? During the Jade Pool meeting then, Nyo Sanduo called himself Nyo Ben. His divine arts were vast and strong, and he caused chaos in the celestial heavens. He injured countless ancient gods, causing some fear in the 5 elements star sovereigns. God Emperor Langxian bowed and said, No, that's good. Jupiter sovereign touched his lips and said, Nephew, your descendants are tasty and plentiful. You won't mind if I eat some, right? After he finished speaking, he extended his hand into Langxian Divine Palace and took some boys and girls out to feast on them. God Emperor Langxian was furious and surprised. He shouted angrily and suddenly Saturn Sovereign's tail slapped his face, causing him to roll on the ground. Nephew, you are only the leader of the half-gods. Your power is ours. Your status and position are also ours. Mars Sovereign's cow hooves stepped on his back while his great Tao of Plague restrained him. He smiled and said, What's wrong with eating a couple of your descendants? Don't forget who ruled the prehistoric universe. God Emperor Langxian had some power, but he couldn't resist nor face the ancient gods. He experienced the battle of the Blood Rust Zone, and could even kill the head of the Masters of Creation by himself. However, even if he had infinite power, he couldn't resist the ancient gods. He realized that a long time ago. God Emperor Langxian bowed down and said, I was wrong. Please forgive me on behalf of my father. Mars Sovereign retracted his cow hooves and said, I heard that you are East Deity's son, so I have to give him face. I won't be too harsh on you. Haha, to you Celestial Venerable Mu's divine arts cannot be broken, but to us, his divine arts are barely touching the edge of Tao. We will capture him. Prepare a meat banquet. We shall return soon. Whoosh! Countless weirdly shaped gods and devils flew out of the 5 stars. The 5 elements star sovereigns each led an army that roared on while stepping on colorful dragons. God Emperor Langxian quietly crawled up and grimly watched the 5 elements star sovereigns leave. How does it feel to be humiliated, God Emperor? Celestial Venerable Hao walked out of God Emperor Langxian's numinous sky hall while smiling. God Emperor Langxian's 4 faces showed embarrassment and anger as he asked, Why do you humiliate me again? Celestial Venerable Hao. Celestial Venerable Hao watched the 5 elements star sovereigns far away and said, Half-gods may be the ancient gods' descendants and may possess incredible power, but half-gods' power originates from the ancient gods. We know that to be true, but we don't know why or how. Do you know why your power is useless against them? God Emperor Langxian shook his head. Divine arts. Celestial Venerable Hao smiled. Just because you control the attributes doesn't mean you have divine arts. You have power and strength, but you don't know where real divine arts originate. Real divine arts originate from Tao. I was hurt by Celestial Venerable Mu, and I laid in bed for 1,000 years. I finally understood the source of his power. His divine arts had already entered the path. God Emperor Langxian's eyes expanded as he muttered, entering the path with divine arts. You're right. Celestial Venerable Hao walked in front of him and said, It is that. You learned the Celestial Palace cultivation technique from me, but it's still not enough. You have to understand the nature of divine arts too. Understanding it means understanding the nature of Tao, which will allow you to fully master your power. Why could Nyo Ben beat up the ancient gods? He entered the path with divine arts. The power he held was unrivaled and enough to break the suppression of the ancient gods. We can have the same power. He revealed powerful confidence, leisurely saying, During this 1,000 years I slowly comprehended things while I laid in my sickbed. Now I feel that I am close to entering the path. He turned around and said, My father ordered me to head down to build the half-god celestial heavens. I need your help. If you help me, I'll teach you how to enter the path. If us half-gods can master it, the era of ancient gods will be gone. God Emperor Lang Xian was moved as he asked, is entering the path so powerful? Then, wouldn't the 5 elements ancient gods hunting down Celestial Venerable Mu be? Celestial Venerable Hao revealed a playful smile and said, Celestial Venerable Mu may be strong, but he's not strong enough to fight against the ancient gods. He may be a pioneer of divine arts, which I admire, but we can only send him to his doom. In the year 1401 of the Dragon Han era, there was great death in the primordial realm as the disaster stars appeared in the skies. There were 10,000 races in the primordial realm that lived in the worlds around the primordial tree, or between the mountains and rivers of the primordial realm. On that day they saw light of 5 colors scrape the sky as 5 ancient gods of disaster flew over the primordial realm, leading thousands of soldiers and horses. Wherever the light went, bodies of water dried up, plants withered, crops failed, meteors rained, wars occurred, and thieves ruled. There were corpses everywhere. By midnight, someone saw the light coming from the darkness. Behind the light, there was a youth riding a paper boat gathering the souls drifting in the world. At the same time, many people saw this strange youth in the primordial realm, as if he had thousands of clones. Some said he was someone from Yudu that was there to collect souls. The 5-colored light flew towards the celestial river, and left the primordial realm landmass behind. However, the disasters from the disaster stars took a long time to subside. For some places, it wasn't until 100 years later that the disasters left. On the celestial river, a treasure carriage was traveling quickly as 6 heavenly dragons pulled it. The celestial heavens was still above the primordial realm. On days where the weather was good, a normal person could observe the celestial heavens with their naked eye, though it was blurry and seemed like it was hanging from high above. If one cultivated god eyes, they could see the streets on it and the gods guarding the southern heavenly gate. Of course, it became hard to see in later generations. However, despite its seemingly close proximity, it was far away. Originally, the celestial heavens was above the primordial tree, and if one had enough stamina, they could climb the primordial tree and sneak into the celestial heavens. Later on, it was rumored that Mother Earth hated the pressure the celestial heavens put on the primordial tree, which caused her decision to split. Later on, the only route leading to the celestial heavens became the celestial river. The celestial river flowed in the heavens. There were many boats on it, but the only beings able to go on it were often half-gods. Qin Mu's carriage sped on the river while avoiding the boats, else they would smash the ships. Most of the time, the boats dodged when they saw the carriage in the distance. After all, people who could own it were often powerful beings. In this era, no one would care if one were crashed into by such beings. In the carriage, Luo Xiao looked at the celestial river outside with a faint gaze. Yenner was more cheerful as she took out some fruits to eat. Luo Xiao originally turned it down, but he got used to it, so he ate it without realizing it. However, there were times when Masters of Creation felt full too. So Yenner gave the fruits to the dragon Qilin outside. Qin Mu saw her spirits and felt happy too. Yenner was a naive girl. It was hard to live in this cruel world. When she was sad, Qin Mu was sad too. Luo Xiao, why are you heading to the celestial heavens? Qin Mu asked this young master of creation while looking at him. Luo Xiao recovered and said, I was ordered here by my chief to see if our people are still here. Our chief also told me to find the ancestral court and inquire about some things of our ancestors. He didn't reveal that he was a master of creation, being careful with his words. If one didn't know who he was, they wouldn't know what the ancestral court he was referring to was. Ancestral court? Qin Mu's heart shuddered. He suddenly realized that Xiuzhong once said that Luo Xiao left the Great Void 1,000,000 years ago to head to the ancestral court and that he traveled for quite a long time. He also said that Luo Xiao got 3 predictions regarding the fate of the Masters of Creation from the ancestors of the ancestral court. If that was so, the reason that the Master of Creation spirit ancestor Luo Xiao traveled was the same as Divine King Lang was reason. They were out to find the ancestral court. He likely came to the primordial realm from the Great Void and found out that it wasn't the ancestral court, so he went to the celestial heavens to see if it was. However, according to Qin Mu, the primordial realm, celestial heavens, Yudu, Xuandu, and the 4 poles weren't the ancestral court. The real ancestral court was sealed by the reverse sides of the various worlds. It was impossible for Luo Xiao to find the ancestral court during this journey. Luo Xiao's gaze was faint as he looked out. This was a brave young master of creation. He knew that he was likely going to die, but he still left the Great Void. Have you found your people? Qin Mu asked. Luo Xiao shook his head. I thought you were one of us for a moment. For another moment I felt that God Emperor Lang Xian was one of us. I discovered that neither of you is one of my people. He forced a smile and explained, we have unique eyes in our brows. You too, but I carefully observed you, and you're not one of us. I observed that God Emperor Lang Xian has our bloodline, but he's not one of us. Maybe the celestial heavens will have our people. If so, I might be able to use them to find our ancestral court. Qin Mu thought about it and said, if there are your people in the celestial heavens, they are your enemies too. Luo Xiao shuddered. He was about to ask him what he meant when the trail of light with 5 colors entered into their view. The celestial river vibrated violently, and almost all ships were swatted out by the hurricane that was stirred. There were only a few ships that weren't swatted, but the half-gods released bitter cries. They were aging at a visible pace, and they soon became old people with white hair and wrinkled skin. Saturn Sovereign, you dissipated your Tao power in such an unrestrained fashion that the taste is affected. A voice came from above, and it fell to the front of the carriage following the light. They were around a dozen miles away from the carriage. Powerful ancient gods descended one after another with a large army behind them. The ancient god with crimson hair and a body of a snake extended his palm to catch the remaining boats, saying, Jupiter Sovereign, you're powerful, so make them tastier. Light shot out of the eyes of the ancient god with the bird head. The old-aged gods on the boats became young at a swift pace. It was as if time had been reversed. Soon the old ladies became young girls, while the old men became handsome boys. This will make them tasty. The ancient god with the crimson hair and snake's body laughed as he sucked the half-gods on the boat up with one breath. He swallowed them and looked at the carriage that had stopped, laughing again. Celestial Venerable Mu, you are doomed. Are you not going to come down to accept your doom? Luo Zhao's expression greatly changed. He was very nervous. Qin Mu glanced at him and said, it's just a few weak gods, so you don't have to be so nervous, brother Luo. Luo Xiao hoarsely said, they are my race's nemesis. I can't see them or else I'll be recognized. At the front, the heavenly dragons trembled as they looked at the ancient gods of the 5 elements in a terrified manner. They whispered, it's done, the ancient gods are here. We are all going to die. It looks like the 5 elements star sovereigns. I said we should have stayed in eternal peace to follow that devil king with the black face, Dutian, to attack the heavenly feather world. You all refused. We are going to die, while Big Brother and the others are with Dutian Devil King. A heavenly dragon that looked dim-witted said, they don't look to be that strong. They are different from the ancient gods I imagined. The ancient gods I imagined should be strong men like Earth Count. Maha, Maha. The other heavenly dragon scolded him, saying, shut up. An ancient god from the past will certainly be more powerful. The dragon Qilin was furious as he stood up and hollered, Maha. They didn't dare to talk anymore, only apologizing. You're right, Brother Pai. We shouldn't be too talkative. We have the Celestial Venerable to protect us if the sky collapses. The dragon Qilin nodded with satisfaction before turning around and talking to the carriage, saying, Cult Master, there's an ancient god that doesn't know his place ahead. Please make a decision. Yenner opened the curtains and Qin Mu slowly walked out. He looked forward and said, so it's the 5 element star sovereigns. Why are you all blocking my way? He looked at them with his gaze setting on Saturn Sovereign. He was stunned. Yudu's Saturn Sovereign was an alluring lady with the body of a snake and the voice of a man. She had dense hair that covered her breasts and was alluring and weird. Yet the Saturn Sovereign in front of him was a man with messy long hair and an exposed chest. He held a white banner and a mirror in his hands and hissed with a long forked tongue. Could the post-celestial Saturn Sovereign be a god or devil that a post-celestial lifeform cultivated into?
Qin Mu groaned.
In other words, the real Saturn Sovereign is like the great Sun Sovereign dead. Post-celestial gods and devils replace them. Seems that they will die in some future battle. Who killed them? Saturn Sovereign was the head of the star sovereigns and the most powerful one. His tail went forward while he extended his tongue. With one swoop, the boats downstream were caught by his tongue, and he swallowed both the boats and the people on board. He said, Celestial Venerable Mu, you offended God Emperor Lang Xian and assaulted Lang Xian Divine Palace. You killed innocent people. Lang Xian reported you. Do you stand by to await your fate, or do you want us to kill you? Qin Mu laughed and said, 5 elements, You are famous ancient gods and the embodiment of great Das. How could you all listen to Lang Xian only and kill me without any investigation? I'm a celestial venerable conferred by celestial emperor. After all, where's Lang Xian? Bring him out, and I will contest him. Jupiter's sovereign flapped his wings and laughed. Celestial Venerable Mu, do you think you're a big shot now? You attack Celestial Venerable Hao, the son of Celestial Emperor. He has wanted you gone for a long time, and this has merely facilitated that. In the carriage, Luo Xiao gave a cold humph. He was frightened and wanted to escape. When Celestial Venerable Mu said that he had a lot of enemies, I thought they were merely small enemies that I could help him deal with if he couldn't. I didn't know that even Celestial Emperor was his enemy. If I follow him any further, I'll be dead. He might not even beat the 5 elements ancient gods. Even if he does, he'll die at the celestial heavens, and I'll be buried with him. However, he didn't dare show himself to the 5 elements ancient gods, as he would die if he did. So he hid in the carriage. His regret was incessant as he regretted how he got in Qin Mu's carriage to save some energy. Who knew that his carriage, which was supposed to bring convenience, was a ship of thieves?
Qin Mu smiled.
5 elements. Ever since the way to become a god was spread, the era of the ancient gods has been considered over. Ducks are the first to know when the water becomes warm. Are you lot worse than ducks? Do you remember Golden Commander Niu Ben? He beat you all up quite badly. They were furious, and Saturn's sovereign immediately took his mirror to shine at Qin Mu. Qin Mu didn't move as he said, "You control death, but I have creation techniques that allow me to avoid death. Your great Daos are useless against me." Mars' sovereign retrieved the large bottle he was carrying, and the plague aura within howled towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu still didn't move as he said, "My medicine is exceptional. I can even heal people back to life. How can such a small Dao defeat me?" Mars' sovereign's expression changed greatly. Venus' sovereign hammered his drum, and the sounds were as loud as thunder. Disaster descended to remove Qin Mu's blessings. Qin Mu still didn't move as he smiled and said, "You guys are ancient gods after all. If you leave now, I can still help you save some face. If you don't blame me for being ruthless." Mercury's sovereign shook his trident, and the celestial river shook. He shouted, "Don't waste time talking to him. Children, attack him and arrest this traitor." Whoosh! Behind them, countless of their descendants rose and rushed towards them like crazy. Qin Mu frowned, and with a swirl of his palm, a sword pellet appeared. He flicked it up and it split into 2. This continued until there were rotating sword pellets everywhere in the sky. They rotated while shooting out sword lights everywhere, and it was as if it was raining swords. They were as impressive as dragons as they rained down on the army of the 5 elements star sovereigns. They rose up with a lot of hollering as they marched on towards the sword light. In the next moment their hollering stopped. Countless corpses stained the celestial river. At the front of the carriage, the dim-witted heavenly dragon's voice broke the silence. "I told you guys that they are weak. Believe me, these 5 elements ancient gods are fake. They aren't strong in my opinion. If we work together we can beat 1 or 2 of them." "Maha!" The 5 dragons shouted to get him to shut up. Beside Qin Mu, Yenner became a small green sparrow that hopped around excitedly. Sometimes she was on the carriage while other times she was on Qin Mu's shoulder or head. She turned around and flapped her wings to land on the dragon Qilin's head and excitedly pecked the top of it. "What are you excited about, Yenner?" Qin Mu shook his head as he opened his palm. Thousands of sword pellets on the celestial river collided in an orderly manner. Soon they merged and formed one sword pellet that landed in his palm. He just relied on the thousands of sword lights shot out by the sword pellet to defeat the gods and devils under the 5 elements star sovereigns. It seemed like a simple sword formation, but if it was wielded by a sword expert of eternal peace, it would take an entire army that cultivated sword skills to deploy it. Said army of eternal peace had troops that were equipped with either a sword pellet or sword case. Once activated, thousands of them would shoot towards the enemy and cleave at them. They could gather to form formations and disperse to deploy different sword moves. Qin Mu used his sword pellet to deploy his sword skills, and every skill of every sword energy was different. He was essentially an entire army that cultivated the sword. Discounting this era, where the sword path didn't exist yet, even in eternal peace, his attainment in sword Dao could keep up with or even exceed that of village chief and the previous imperial preceptor, Zhang Baigui. He was only second to founding emperor. The gods and devils had never seen or even heard of his sword skills, so they could only meet such a miserable end. Worms! Yennefer excitedly pecked the dragon Cheelant's head, while staring at the 5 elements star sovereigns. The dragon Cheelant's head bled due to her pecking, yet he still didn't move despite fresh blood shockingly flowing down his face. He thought, I'm used to it already, but these ancient gods aren't worms. I'm used to that too.
Yennefer's personality was elusive.
She was too inexperienced and naive, and she was fond of servitude and eating strange things. At the ruins of End, she thought that all of the ancient gods created by stamens were flowers and thus ate them all. As a result, she became a fat girl for a long time that Qinmu felt embarrassed about bringing out. It took a long time for her to digest them and for her figure to recover. Now her liking of the 5 elements star sovereigns as food unnerved the dragon Cheelant. Saturn's sovereign and Mercury's sovereign had the bodies of a snake, while the female ancient gods of the ruins of End were snake bells with human heads. Thus, to Yennefer a dragon sparrow, they were worms. Jupiter's sovereign had the head of a bird, Mars' sovereign had the head of a cow, and Venus' sovereign had the head of a tiger, so they weren't worms to Yennefer. However, crucially, they were stepping on dragons. The dragons beneath them were worms to this dragon sparrow, which got her excited. She ate ancient gods at the ruins of End and missed their taste. I wonder how fat she'll become this time? The dragon Cheelant's head was pecked on so much that it started ringing. He thought, I'll never despise her no matter how fat she gets. The 5 elements star sovereigns frowned as they looked at the corpses flowing down the celestial river. They were their descendants. Although they couldn't compete with them, they were the elites of their descendants that cultivated the divine treasures in celestial palace system, and were immortal. They were the gods of the new generation. Although most ancient gods didn't care about their descendants since they were their forces, Qinmu wiped out nearly half of them, which was intolerable to them. Qinmu seemed to have gotten more powerful after causing havoc at the Jade Pool 1,000 years ago, which caused the 5 star sovereigns to be fearful. 5 elements, you guys aren't my opponents. It's better if you all withdraw. Qinmu said nicely, I learned fortune-telling from North deity Xianwu, and I'm quite accurate at it. You will all face a disaster that you will die to in the future, so you should all go back to your ancestral grounds and peacefully cultivate. As for Celestial Emperor, we just have a misunderstanding. I will personally explain everything to him, so there's no need for all of you to act up. Saturn's sovereign looked at the others silently. Mars' sovereign whispered, He is indeed powerful and fearless of our power. We are unprepared to burn bridges with him now. Jupiter's sovereign nodded and said, I don't know what he used to dodge our power. The 6 heavenly dragons with him are powerful too. If we fight on, we will get injured as well. We should head back first and write to Celestial Emperor, charging him with the crime of killing our descendants. He will preside over this. Mercury's sovereign licked his lips and laughed. When he reaches the celestial heavens, he will be executed on the god execution stage, and we shall watch it from the side. There's no need to fight to the death with him now. The other star sovereigns nodded in agreement. Saturn's sovereign was the head of the 5 elements, and he was about to speak when suddenly Venus' sovereign smelled something. He hesitantly said, There's a strange smell here that seems to belong to the masters of creation. His tiger smell was sensitive and he smelled again. His ears stood up, and the bronze axe in his hand rang out. Suddenly he looked at the carriage and shouted, There! A master of creation is hiding in it. The other 4 ancient gods became stern and murderous as they looked at the carriage behind Qinmu. In the carriage, Luo Xiao was visibly pale as he stood up, curled his lips and whispered, I walked out of the great void with the idea that I would die. I didn't think that I would die before finding our ancestral grounds. I wonder if I can reunite with my spirit ancestors if I die here. Qinmu sighed as the sword pellet in his hand floated up again. He was hopeless despite believing the situation to be preposterous. Could it be that they died to me? The 5 element star sovereigns hollered in unison. Summon the ancestral star. Saturn's sovereign rotated around as his snake body expanded to form a large snake that was thousands of miles long. He coiled up on the celestial river as death spread around him through the void. The space around the skies rumbled as a dead star smashed through the primordial realm's world barrier. Its surface had already appeared in the primordial realm's sky. The star was gloomy as it squeezed into the primordial realm from another world. The part that squeezed into the primordial realm became larger and larger, and it was Saturn of the 5 elements. Saturn had dirt yellow halos around it with several smaller stars, around 70 to 80 of them, orbiting the dead star. Those stars were also large, but they were minuscule compared to Saturn. Rays of light emanated from the stars that had palaces on them. Countless half-gods with the bodies of snakes were dispersed as drums were played and cheers were repeated. The drums came from the skies, and they were ear-shattering despite coming from a faraway place. It caused the celestial river's water to start shaking too. Saturn, as one of the oldest stars, was a god star and the birthplace of Saturn's sovereign. Mesmerizing rays of light that emanated from the great Tao of death covered it. Following Saturn's sovereign's summon, the parts of Saturn that squeezed into the primordial realm increased. Qinmu instantly felt that something was up. When Saturn appeared, the aura of Saturn's sovereign grew. Clearly, the ancestral grounds could elevate these ancient gods' great Tao cultivation. He looked up and vaguely saw an incredibly large sacrificial altar in the center of Saturn. It was there that the rays of light of the great Tao of death were the densest. It was the connection between this giant sacrificial altar and Saturn's sovereign that allowed Saturn's sovereign to pull Saturn into the primordial realm without a blood sacrifice. This sacrificial altar resembles that of the masters of creation. Qinmu's heart shuddered. In the carriage behind him, Luo Xiao was pale as he sent his voice into Qinmu's ear. Influential families created terrifying life that ultimately destroyed them. Before Qinmu could think more on it, the sky cracked open again as a blue star squeezed through the primordial realm's barrier and towards its sky. A terrifying murderous aura filled the skies. There were jails everywhere on this star that were filled with gods and devils that had the bodies of snakes and crimson hair. They had all sorts of bone-chilling torture devices in their hands as they screamed in excitement. On this star, Qinmu saw another giant sacrificial altar. At the same time, the flame like Mars descended on the primordial realm. The star wasn't on fire. Instead, the foul atmosphere created by the plague completely drowned the star. In that foul atmosphere, countless large gods and devils appeared. They had cow horns and wielded hammers. They smashed their chests with the hammers to create drum sounds. Another loud sound came, and the green Jupiter appeared. It had halos too, and in the halos, countless half-gods with the heads of birds extended their wings to fly. They covered the heavens and the earth as they made ear-piercing sounds. Suddenly, the sky was as white as snow as Venus squeezed into the primordial realm. On Venus, countless gods and devils with tiger heads leaped towards the celestial river. They wielded bronze axes and had a roar as loud as thunder. The ancestral grounds of the five elements star sovereigns were being summoned one by one. Strangely enough, in the center of these five old stars, there were incredibly large sacrificial altars. Qinmu's heart sank as the five elements star sovereigns' auras increased in strength rapidly. The descent of these five stars caused their power to grow exponentially. If these five stars completely entered the primordial realm, what would their power be like? Luo Xiao walked out of the carriage and behind Qinmu, then looked up at the stars and laughed. My ancestors should have paid for the sins of their greed a long time ago. Today I'm the one repaying it. Celestial Venerable Mu, this is my ancestors' sin, which is unrelated to you. Let me pay back their sins. Before he finished, Qinmu's figure grew as the sword light in his hand exploded. It became even more terrifying than when he killed thousands of gods and devils with one sword. With one sword, the sea of blood surged and rose into the air. Then we shall kill them before the five elements stars complete their descent. Yanea! Qinmu hollered as he rushed towards Saturn's sovereign with sword light in his hand. He shouted, "Eat whatever you want. Fatty dragon. Let go of the dragons and use the dragon-rearing scripture." Yenner cheered, and the little green sparrow rushed towards Mercury's sovereign. It spread its wings and became a dragon sparrow thousands of miles long. On its head, the dragon sparrow primordial spirit flew out. In front of Luo Xiao, the dragon Qilin let go of the leash. The 6 dragons instantly gave up. Even the dim-witted dragon that claimed they could beat the 5 elements star sovereigns lost the will to fight and said, "We can't beat them, they are ancient gods. Let's just run." The dragon Qilin shook his body and became a human with the head of a Qilin and the tail of a dragon. He utilized the dragon-rearing scripture and whipped them, calling out, "You lot have a higher realm than me, yet you're so timid. On me!" The dragons flew. One wrapped on his left arm and another on his right. 2 of them coiled themselves on his leg, while 2 more coiled around his body with their heads on the dragon Qilin's shoulders. With the utilization of the scripture, the magic power of the 6 heavenly dragons was borrowed, and the dragon Qilin's primordial spirit cultivation grew exponentially. It went past the southern heavenly gate, jade pool, and god execution stage. descending into the numinous sky hall of the Jade Capital. It entered the hall directly. He praised, "Dragon-rearing sovereign is truly amazing." At the same time, Yenner faced Mercury Sovereign head-on. Mercury Sovereign controlled killing and punishment. At that moment, his cultivation exploded as he went to grab onto the dragon sparrow's claws to rip her apart. Yet, her primordial spirit rose into the air and trapped him. Mercury Sovereign was instantly restrained until he couldn't move. Yenner's claws clamped down as she pecked on his brain. Mercury Sovereign's head soon had a hole in it, and he became groggy. His Earth Soul, Heaven Soul, and God Soul were all shattered. Yenner cheered and picked up Mercury Sovereign to swing him around so as to straighten his body. She looked up to straighten her throat as she swallowed him. Mercury Sovereign was large and long. When his body was at her mouth, Yenner had to adjust it with her claws to straighten it. It took a while for her to swallow his tail. Yet, Mercury Sovereign was too long, and part of his tail was still outside. Yenner lifted her claws and stuffed it into her mouth. Finally, she swallowed it whole. However, she burped and the tail emerged again. "I can only eat one." Yenner appeared disappointed as she looked at the other star sovereigns. She said, "Dig a hole and bury them. They can last for a long time." On the other side, Qin-Mu's sword light met Saturn Sovereign. Saturn Sovereign's reaction was swift, and he faced Qin-Mu's sword light with his mirror. On the other hand, he raised his white banner and stuck it onto the celestial river. Boom! The water suddenly burst open as that white banner became a large flag that covered half the sky. With a whoosh, Qin-Mu's sword light went through the mirror and disappeared. In the next moment, it flew out of the banner. At the same time, countless monstrous masters of creation appeared with their third eyes. Their third eyes were the grand primordium divine stone. Their corporeal bodies were sturdy and strong as they caught Qin-Mu's sword light and sent it back at him. Saturn Sovereign was the head of the 5 elements and was naturally strong. Qin-Mu's sword contained a later generation sword skills and sword Dao. The 19 basic sword forms constituted his sword skills, while the 20th sword form unified them so that his energy would fuse into his blade to form the sword Dao. Yet, Saturn Sovereign's white banner was linked to the summoning mirror. There were many corpses of masters of creation hidden in it. Their corporeal bodies were forged to be extremely strong, and under his control, they caught Qin-Mu's sword light and sent it back at him. It was expected of the strongest being amongst the star sovereigns of the 5 elements, to use Qin-Mu's own sword skills against him. Now his birthplace Saturn had descended. His magic power grew along with his great Dao cultivation, causing his strength to rise exponentially. This, plus his trick with the banner and the mirror, allowed him to turn the tables. In the next moment, Qin-Mu's third eye opened, and his consciousness exploded. His terrifying consciousness instantly swept all of the incoming Masters of Creation corpses. Thousands of Masters of Creation corpses were controlled by Saturn Sovereign because of his soul-controlling trick. He was the ancient god that controlled the great Tao of death. When he killed the Masters of Creation back then, he controlled their souls and borrowed them to control their corporeal bodies. These Masters of Creations were the influential families. Almost all of them died at his hands. Saturn Sovereign relied on the great Tao of death to exterminate them, which was something that shook the prehistoric era. Now, with the flooding forth of Qin-Mu's consciousness, he was able to control the Masters of Creation's corporeal bodies almost instantly. He deployed the Grand Emperor's body-borrowing technique to eradicate Saturn Sovereign's soul-controlling trick. The combination of the divine treasures and celestial palace system, and the Grand Emperor's great overarching supreme consciousness, allowed him to greatly surpass any tricks that Saturn Sovereign possessed. It was easy to overwhelm his soul-controlling trick. Saturn Sovereign was shocked as he realized things were wrong. At that moment, his white banner and soul-summoning mirror were shattered by thousands of Masters of Creation using sword light. The Masters of Creation rushed towards him in rows. There were 33 rows as they deployed themselves in a picturesque manner to form the sword formation. Saturn Sovereign hollered violently and slithered towards the Masters of Creation instead of backing off. They were souls of the dead that belonged to him, so he was fearless. Yet the sword light rose. Although it was the Masters of Creation who were wielding the sword and setting the sword formation, it was Qin-Mu who was deploying them. In reality, Qin-Mu was using the Masters of Creation to fight against him. The sword formation became complete almost instantly. It was the 33 heavens. Saturn Sovereign's body was in severe pain. Founding Emperor's 33 heavens of the sword path cut his body into 34 pieces. Its power was unleashed, and the sword formed the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, flora, and life forms of the 33 heavens. His primordial spirit and corporeal body collapsed as the power of such a refined sword Tao of the later generations entered his body. He controlled death, yet at that moment he felt death arriving. Qin Mu used Founding Emperor's sword skill to kill the strongest Saturn sovereign. He then turned around violently, but it was too late. The moment he killed Saturn's sovereign, Venus' sovereign attacked him. Venus' sovereign rushed towards him while stepping on 2 dragons. One of the giant dragon claws locked Qin Mu's body down, suppressing him violently. Qin Mu's body skidded back after being suppressed onto the celestial river's surface. Venus' sovereign rushed to lock him down again while stepping on his golden dragons. He raised his bronze axe and brought it down on Qin Mu, chopping him to a pile of mud. A golden dragon raised its claws and threw Qin Mu's tattered body. Then, the 2 golden dragons spat out 2 golden pellets that shot out thousands of streams of gold energy that penetrated Qin Mu's body. Venus' sovereign held his axe with both hands and opened his eyes. White light shot out of them and rushed towards Qin Mu. At that moment, a large hand held onto his tiger head and pulled him back. Venus' sovereign was shocked as his head was lifted up, and he saw the face of a Qilin. The dragon Qilin held his tiger mouth with both hands. He ripped it towards the side and spat out Qilin and dragon pearls that bombarded Venus' sovereign's mouth. The dragon Qilin forced Venus' sovereign's mouth shut after that. The 2 god pearls had gone through many refinements by the dragon Qilin. When he followed Qin Mu showed him all sorts of Emperor's Throne techniques. He was the first to learn all of the paths, skills, and divine arts that Qin Mu opened. He learned the Anusrava creation mysterious scripture, the 3 primordial spirit undying god consciousness, the ancestral dragon supreme mystery technique, the martial arts heavenly technique, the dark Emojia Sutra, and others from him. The 2 pearls were refined to become divine weapons. At that moment, by borrowing the power of the 6 jade capital realm heavenly dragons, his cultivation was so grand that it reached numinous sky. The power in the pearls exploded in Venus' sovereign's mouth, and his body trembled greatly. His eyes flew out of their sockets, while his throat and vital organs were almost completely destroyed by the pearls. He didn't die yet, and the 2 golden dragons beneath him flew to land on his hand. They tried to twist the dragon Qilin's neck. They were made from gold energy, and they were sharp and determined to decapitate the dragon Qilin. The 2 heavenly dragons on the dragon Qilin's shoulders immediately opened their mouths to bite the golden dragons. They had blood flowing out of them as a result. Venus' sovereign tried to get rid of the dragon Qilin's restraint at that moment to kill him. However, it was difficult to do so without his eyes. The dragon Qilin feared nothing as the heavenly dragons circled his body to block Venus' sovereign's attack. They were like 6 arms as they deployed paths, skills, and divine arts that they had never learned before under his control. Their suppression of Venus' sovereign made defeat inevitable for him. On the other side, Mars' sovereign and Jupiter's sovereign rushed forward. Mars' sovereign held hammers in both his hands. With the head of a cow, he was frighteningly powerful. Meanwhile, Jupiter's sovereign had the head of a bird, and his claws clamped onto 2 green dragons. They suddenly changed to form a bow and arrow. Jupiter's sovereign rose and caught the arrow that a green dragon morphed into. He shot it and hit the center of Venus' sovereign. The dragon Qilin was surprised, yet he saw Venus' sovereign's injuries recovering rapidly. In his empty eye sockets, 2 eyes were growing rapidly. Jupiter's sovereign is the ancient god that controls the great Tao of life and sacrifice. He's not shooting Venus' sovereign to kill him but to heal him. Venus' sovereign's power recovered fully, and it even grew. Add to that Mars' sovereign and Jupiter's sovereign, who were both rushing towards him, and the dragon Qilin was outmatched. At that moment a fat dragon sparrow came. Its claws caught Jupiter's sovereign and caused him to flip. The 2 birds fought in the air, creating a lot of crisp bird cries. Jupiter's sovereign saw how Yennefer killed Mercury's sovereign, so he was fearful of her. When Yennefer swallowed Jupiter's sovereign, she became round like a sphere with 2 sparrow wings. She had a hard time flying, which gave him the courage needed to fight back. As long as I can last until my ancestral star arrives, it will be easy to kill this stupid bird. Jupiter's sovereign was determined. Mars' sovereign rushed over to the dragon Qilin and attacked his sides with his hammers. At the same time, the obviously dead Qin Mu rushed towards them as if he was reborn. Mars' sovereign's heart jumped when he saw Qin Mu's palm in an ever-changing form. It was as if there were countless figures of him deploying different battle techniques at the same time. Suddenly, they combined to form a punch that slammed into his chest past his hammers. Mars Sovereign heard his bones cracking as he flew back. Qin Mu chased on as his hands began to divide into two until they were 8. Runes were activated, and all sorts of divine arts bombarded Mars Sovereign. Mars Sovereign instantly felt that his body was incredibly heavy. It was as if the heavens were pressuring him from above. Soon, the divine arts sent towards him exploded on his body, ripping and tearing every part of him. The good thing was that his corporeal body was strong enough to resist the power of torn space. Qin Mu's 8 arms flew as his third eye released light to form a sky above Mars Sovereign. Although Mars Sovereign felt the crazy pressure of magnetism, his body didn't crash into the celestial river. Instead, it flew up towards that sky. His limbs were spread open as his body grew. He heard the voice of the heavenly Tao. It was the Tao voice from Heaven Duke's great Tao and was mysterious and deep. He wanted to look up, but he couldn't turn his head. He could only try to rotate his eyeballs and see the hammers he forged with Mars' great Tao of plague become thin sheets of paper. Not only was his Tao weapon a thin sheet of paper, so was his body, and it grew thinner and thinner. His body was still rising. At that speed, he should have been outside of the primordial realm at that point, yet when he looked down he was still on the celestial river where Qin Mu stood. His vision grew blurrier and blurrier. It was as if layers of void covered his eyes. He felt himself rising to no end. At that point he was a sheet of paper with no thickness. Even his thoughts were extended and stretched to become infinitely thin and delicate. Finally he settled down at the top of the sky, and he stayed there like an eternal imprint. Qin Mu extended his hand to catch it, and the sky broke. He immediately turned around. This was the 4th heaven of his entering the path with divine arts, grand overarching heavenly completion. At that moment, Qin Mu turned around, and the 3rd heaven of entering the path with divine arts was formed. With the deployment of this trick, the celestial river shook violently as the current was stopped. It even drifted away from the celestial river to form a mini celestial river of its own. The mini celestial river flowed through the 4 poles, which green dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird appeared on respectively. The celestial river formed a large circle. His body stood in the circle formed by the celestial river, while his own great Tao runes were on the 4 poles that the 4 deities of the ancient gods stood on. He used the power of the celestial river and Tao of the 4 deities to allow him to control the rules of the great Tao of heaven and earth like the ancient celestial emperor. The celestial river's viewing of the 4 poles. Qin Mu deployed it and pulled the Dragon Qilin and Venus Sovereign, who were fighting to the death, into the divine art. The entire fight only took a few moments to unfold. In those moments, the ones attacking and the ones defending switched sides multiple times, making the fight difficult to observe. This was especially true for Luo Xiao, who was prepared to fight to the death. He couldn't find an opportunity to help by observing the fight normally. It wasn't until Qin Mu used his celestial river's viewing of the 4 poles that he found a chance to intervene. But by then, Qin Mu and the Dragon Qilin had already worked together to kill Venus Sovereign in the divine art. Qin Mu calmed himself down and groaned. At that moment, Jupiter Sovereign threw the fat dragon sparrow away and flew up towards Jupiter, which had already mostly entered the primordial realm. He shouted, "Celestial Venerable Mu, you're dead. You colluded with the masters of creation to kill the ancient gods. Celestial Emperor will kill off your family. Your human race will perish too." Yennefer chased after him, but her speed decreased because she was out of breath. The Dragon Qilin chased after him too. He caught up to Yennefer quickly, but he couldn't catch up to Jupiter Sovereign. Jupiter Sovereign became faster and faster. If he reached Jupiter, he wouldn't have to fear Qin Mu and the others attacking him at once with the help of his ancestral ground birthplace. Suddenly, a large body flew by Yennefer and caught up to the Dragon Qilin before dumping him behind. The Dragon Qilin was stunned beyond words. The body flying up didn't belong to a person but to the youth that Qin Mu picked up, Luo Xiao. He saw the youth racing up toward the sky with an expanding body. He soon became way larger than Jupiter Sovereign. Even the 5 element stars didn't appear large in front of him. Qin Mu looked up. The giants of the primordial era, the prehistoric masters of creation, had once again appeared in the skies of the primordial realm after so many years. Luo Xiao extended his palm and caught the Jupiter Sovereign, who was rushing towards Jupiter. He really is a master of creation. Jupiter Sovereign was held by Luo Xiao. He was shocked. This master of creation was strong, stronger than any he had faced before. He must have been a talented master of creation. However, to deal with the masters of creation, the ancient gods had their tricks. Masters of creation didn't cultivate Tao or divine arts. They only cultivated consciousness and used it to forge their corporeal bodies. They visualized things but had no primordial spirit, so their souls were weak. The masters of creation were strong but weak at the same time. Jupiter Sovereign held the Tao to life and sacrifice. The moment Luo Xiao held on to him, his palm began to expand. In a short while, it expanded to 4 to 5 times its normal size, way above what his corporeal body could tolerate. His palm started to collapse as the weight of the muscles crushed his bones. Not only that, but his arm began to expand too, and this expansion went up his arm like a torrent, causing his corporeal body to grow. Luo Xiao's complete corporeal body was already large, and Jupiter Sovereign used the Tao of life to incite his corporeal body to grow infinitely and crush itself. In the ancient primordial era, this trick was always successful. At the Battle of the Blood Rust Zone, countless masters of creation rushed towards him, but they expanded before they could even reach him, crushing themselves and becoming puddles of flesh floating in the universe. After countless years, that battle was still the grandest and most shocking battle in history. During that battle, the ancient gods were marvelous, which allowed them to rule the universe ever since. During the million years between the Dragon Han era and Eternal Peace era, the ancient gods ruled the world. That was the result of the Battle of the Blood Rust Zone. Luo Xiao knew he had a trick up his sleeves, so the moment he grabbed Jupiter Sovereign, he threw him back. Jupiter Sovereign fell out of his hand. Meanwhile, his arm lost all of its muscles and was only left with bones. The collapse of the muscle was spreading towards his shoulder too. Luo Xiao decisively lifted another arm and visualized a divine knife to cut off his own arm to prevent the spread of the collapse. Jupiter Sovereign tried to flap his wings and stabilize himself after being thrown towards the primordial realm, but Luo Xiao's consciousness rushed to visualize meteors that collided with his body, causing him to continue falling towards the primordial realm. Luo Xiao's body shrunk as he rushed towards him while visualizing more and more meteors, bombarding Jupiter Sovereign. Jupiter Sovereign was furiously shocked when suddenly 2 god pearls attacked the back of his head. It was the dragon Qilin behind him. Jupiter Sovereign was dazed as his souls were dispersed. Yenner flew towards him and extended her claws to rip him apart at the same time as Qin Mu's sword light flew to him. They killed all 3 souls of his with one blade. Luo Xiao stopped visualizing and descended. He tore off his clothes to wrap his broken arm and prevent further bleeding. He bowed to Qin Mu. Celestial Venerable Mu, now that my identity has been exposed, the ancient gods will come and kill me to find out where we went. My time will be up soon. I feel guilty for involving you, and I doubt I'll have a chance to repay you in this lifetime. Farewell.
Qin Mu smiled.
Master of Creation Luo Xiao, we are of the same kind. Why do you leave so hurriedly? Don't you want to find your ancestral court? Without my help, you'll never find it. Luo Xiao's heart fluttered as he stopped. Qin Mu said, the only person who can help you is me. Your enemies are the ancient gods and so are mine. Let's collude poo-poo. Let's face the same enemy together. Maybe we will be of help to one another. Luo Xiao looked at him, stunned. Qin Mu went to the carriage to open the curtains. Luo Xiao hesitated before clenching his teeth and entering. The dragon Qilin dispersed the dragon-rearing scripture and fastened the heavenly dragons to the carriage while Yenner ran around to collect the 5 element star sovereigns' bodies, thinking, they can last for a long time. Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the sky. The dragon Qilin and Yenner looked up and saw Venus, Mercury, Saturn, and the other god stars being cut in half by the primordial realms barrier without the summon of the 5 element star sovereigns. The 5 elements gods on them evacuated, though many were cut in half by the world barrier, while the 5 cut open stars were stuck in the sky. The dragon Qilin calculated their trajectory and said to Yenner, who was carrying rations into the carriage, in 50 years, they will fall from the sky one by one and smash into the primordial realm. Their current trajectory is dangerous. Yenner didn't care about it at all. She became a fat green sparrow that struggled to the dragon Qilin's side as she said, by then we will have left. Let's quickly go and find my mother. The dragon Qilin hesitated and whispered, we made a big mess this time. We can't hide the fact that we killed the 5 element star sovereigns here from Heaven Duke, Mother Earth and Earth Count. The celestial heavens and the other ancient gods will know about this soon. I feel that we can't go to the celestial heavens anymore. Yenner was stunned as she looked at Qin Mu. Qin Mu's voice traveled over then, saying, Yenner, we will find the ancestral court first. We will have plenty of chances to see your mother. Yenner could only nod. The dragon Qilin asked, Cultmaster, where is the ancestral court? That depends on how high up the celestial heavens is. Qinmu said. To know where the ancestral court is, one has to know how high the Dragon Han celestial heavens is. I already know the location of Xuandu Yudu, the four poles, the primordial realm, and the ruins of End in the great star atlas of the universe. The only thing I don't know is the original height of the Dragon Han celestial heavens. However, since we are here, it isn't hard for us to measure its exact location. He pushed open the carriage window and looked up at the celestial heavens along the celestial river. His gaze was faint as he said, now that the celestial heavens knows about their deaths, they will probably deploy the 10 guards or many ancient gods to capture and kill us. Let's get closer. We'll leave after measuring the celestial heavens' height. The dragon Qilin trembled with fear as he drove the carriage towards the celestial heavens, thinking, what if we can't get away in time? Killing an ancient god is probably something earth-shattering in this era. As expected, the battle in the skies above the primordial realm's celestial river stirred a huge commotion. This battle was watched by Mother Earth on the primordial tree, and Heaven Duke high up in Xuandu. Earth Count and Yudu was also watching it. However, they all had a tacit understanding to not interfere in unison. Instead, they chose to watch it silently. The 5 element star sovereigns were ancient gods sent to the primordial realm, Xuandu, and Yudu to monitor them. Thus, they chose to watch them get killed, for it was a good thing. The battle ended quickly too, so the celestial heavens could barely react in time. Their successive deaths prevented timely intervention from Heaven Duke and Earth Count. However, this battle had a deep meaning that caused Heaven Duke, Mother Earth, and Earth Count to think deeply. Celestial Venerable Mu, who had caused a ruckus at the Jade Pool, had appeared again after 1,000 years. Now he had the power to kill ancient gods too. Civilization began when normal people began to hold the power of the gods. In Xuandu, Heaven Duke's snow-like eyebrows fluttered like pure white light as he strummed bright suns. His voice boomed and echoed in Xuandu. In the beginning, man learned the gods' language and was able to communicate. Then they learned how to use and create tools. Later on, they mastered runes and divine arts. And now, they are beginning to master great Das. Heaven Duke's inexpressive face began to move as he said, Ancestral God King, this is civilization. A revolution to replace the ancient gods has begun. I see the fall of the ancient gods and the fall of the era of the ancient gods. Ancestral God King floated in front of the vast face of Heaven Duke. He bowed and said, Father, if humans created civilization and intend to overthrow the rule of the ancient gods, why don't we annihilate them? I can head down now to do it. Heaven Duke replied, You are wrong, Ancestral God King. My son, as the master of Xuandu and a god born from the heavenly Tao, I can't be angry or surprised at how things go. I can't make decisions based on my preferences. The Heaven Duke can't assist or interfere. Instead, he must silently observe the change, for it is the way of the heavenly Tao. Ancestral God King protested and said, Will you only strike when they have changed the circulation of the great Taos and weakened the heavenly Tao, Father? Heaven Duke said, Even if they do change it, I can't interfere as the god born from the heavenly Tao. We master the orbits of the heavens and billions of stars. We should watch the changes in the world without any emotion and give civilization their years to grow. This is the joy and tranquility. Aren't you too inflexible, Father? Ancestral God King turned around, and his cape fluttered to cover half of Heaven Duke's face. He continued, Ancient gods have disregarded the glory of gods and let mortals step over them. You can tolerate them, but I can't. I'll head down now. After he finished his hollering, countless gods rose from Heaven Duke's enormous body to head down with Ancestral God King. Heaven Duke didn't intervene in their actions. Yudu, devil aura filled this vast frontier. Earth Count peacefully ruled the dark side of the 1,000 worlds. Countless worlds living things were under his watch. A young celestial venerable you floated in front of him as he watched the battle on the celestial river from his third eye. His third eye blinked and the sight disappeared. Your time has come. In his eye, Earth Count's primordial spirit walked out and said to Celestial Venerable You should be happy. Microscopic life like you are about to become the masters of the universe. I can already see our fortunes going away. Celestial Venerable You bowed. Are you going to exterminate us, Earth Count? Earth Count shook his head. I came from Tao, and I control everything about the netherworld. I'm not concerned with anything else. However, this revolution fills my peaceful heart with some expectations. I think that I'm seeing too far. My thoughts seem to be extended, as I see the end of our era in around 10,000 or a million years. I see post-celestial lifeforms controlling the great power of the great Tao.
I'm delighted.
I want to change like you guys, you. He revealed a smile surprisingly as he said, maybe one day, I'll walk around the world of the living like a normal person and find a breakthrough. Grow quickly. When I reincarnate into a human, I'll need you to help me take care of Yudu. The primordial realm. Mother Earth stood in front of the palace in the primordial tree. Surrounding her were shocked ancient gods of the primordial realm. They consisted of ancient gods that were Chilans, phoenixes, heavenly dragons of the dragon bloodline, Pixius and Tautais. They saw the battle too, and they felt the fear of death deeply. Mother Earth swept her gaze over them and said, the great change has already begun, yet you lot are terrified and impotent, which disappoints me. They replied, when humans mastered divine arts, they began to change the geography of the lands, altering the courses of rivers and mountains. They mined, logged, and altered the growth of plants. They even domesticated animals after capturing them. Now Celestial Venerable Mu has killed the 5 element star sovereigns. We are saddened. Mother Earth smiled and said, they may have begun to master the power of Tao, but the ones they master are merely ours. Can they create great Taoists out of nothing? We are richly endowed with talent. All we need to do is grind our own Taoists, find the end of our own great Taoists, and push them to the limit. Humans and post-celestial lifeforms will never be better than us. The 5 element star sovereigns were dumb thinking they were born from Tao, causing them to be stuck trying to seek the source of their power. It wasn't a coincidence that they were killed. An ancient Chilan said, however, the post-celestial lifeforms reproduce more than us. Their reproductive capabilities are too strong. Give birth to more then. The more the better. Mother Earth smiled. Population is the source of power. The more kids one has, the more stable their reign is. In the Heaven Han Celestial Heavens, Celestial Venerable Yun watched the 5 stars hanging in the sky. Only half of them were left. They were incomplete god stars. Old Tao, old Tao. He called Tao ancestor and said, the 5 disaster stars are dead, and they left their ancestral stars behind. There must be attainments there. Can we go up there? We can research the 5 elements disaster gods' great Tao in detail since their great Tao light hasn't dispersed yet. Tao ancestor said, their great Tao is too deep. It will take a lot of effort to study it. This is where your algebra can shine. Celestial Venerable Yun brought some human gods who were good at algebra with him to the 5 element stars and said, have you heard the tale? It was Celestial Venerable Mu who killed them. I want to meet him and talk to him, but I don't know where he ran off to, unfortunately. He seemed excited. I want to meet him. The carriage stopped at a place far from the celestial heavens. Qin Mu used triangulation to confirm the celestial heavens' height and position in space to calculate the exact location of the ancestral court. He relaxed and said, I have found the ancestral court's exact location. Luo Xiao looked at him and suddenly asked, Celestial Venerable Mu, who are you? Qin Mu smiled and said, you will know in the future. Cult Master, the celestial heavens army is rushing here. It appears to be the Celestial River Navy, said the dragon Chilan. Qin Mu said hastily, leave now. At the same time a figure ran across the river. He closed in on the carriage as he called out, saying, the Celestial River Navy is coming after me. Please save me. Qin Mu looked out of the window and saw a young man with wide robes, who was visibly anxious. You are? Qin Mu's heart fluttered as he inquired. I am Hong, Da Hong. Goosebumps rose on the back of Qin Mu's neck as his hair stood on end. Hong Da Hong. Could it be Celestial Venerable Hong of the later generations? Could he be the Grand Emperor then? Qin Mu stared at that young man with wide robes and instantly felt like he was being suffocated. He suspected Celestial Venerable Hong to be the identity that the Grand Emperor used to hide in the celestial heavens. Now, the young man called Hong appeared suddenly, which gave him the feeling that he was being watched. If he didn't come from the later generations and know that there was a Celestial Venerable Hong there, he would likely be fooled by this young man called Da Hong. If Hong really was the Grand Emperor, it would be terrifying. The Grand Emperor's strength was on the level of beings like Celestial Emperor. His corporeal body was made to be the strongest by the Masters of Creation, though Qin Mu believed that Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was even stronger. One thing was certain, though, which was that the Grand Emperor's consciousness was number 1. No one before or after him had as strong a consciousness. Even Crimson Emperor, who was known for his undying god consciousness, paled greatly in comparison to him. It would be easy if the Grand Emperor wanted to kill him. Qin Mu sat in the carriage and felt that he was sitting in front of the ancient celestial emperor. He felt a chill down his spine. However, he overcame his fear and only allowed goosebumps on the back of his neck. The sails of the boats on the celestial river fluttered in the wind. Each boat had thousands of men and horses, and most were half-gods that cultivated to the level of gods and devils. Qin Mu looked at the navy, smiled and said, "Dao friend Hong, there are too many people chasing you. It would be better if you don't pull us down." Hong suddenly boarded the carriage, saying, "You are dying too, Celestial Venerable Mu. There won't be any difference in bringing me with you, right?" He entered the carriage and Qin Mu tried to suppress his fear. The Grand Emperor of this era still hadn't been killed by Celestial Venerable Yun and the Masters of Creation of the Great Void. Celestial Venerable Yun and the Masters of Creation of the Great Void only killed his corporeal body and half of his consciousness. The Hong now was likely the Grand Emperor in his complete form. Qin Mu felt cold sweat coming out of the back of his neck again, and he tried to suppress it. He smiled and said, "Hong, you know me?" Hong sat opposite Luo Xiao, looking at him and looking out. He was visibly nervous as he replied, "Celestial Venerable Mu made a ruckus at the Jade Pool 1,000 years ago. You received an attack from Mistress Yuanmu's projection, and even critically injured Celestial Venerable Hao under her projection suppression. You shook heaven and earth. Who wouldn't know you after you did such shocking things?" At the same time, another cry for help came from outside the carriage. "Is that Celestial Venerable Mu? Save me!" Qin Mu, Luo Xiao, and Hong looked out and saw an army coming out of the southern heavenly gate. It was the Southern Sect army, and they were chasing a handsome youth. That youth ran across the celestial river towards the carriage. He was fast and caught up to the carriage quickly. He hollered, "Leave now, leave now!" The armies of the four sects of the celestial heavens were controlled by the four great heavenly teachers. Although Qin Mu didn't know who they were during the Dragon Han era, the person that got the Southern Sect to mobilize to kill him must be a big deal. The carriage sped away and left the Celestial River Navy and Southern Sect behind. Qin Mu used his consciousness wave to transmit his voice to the Dragon Qilan, telling him the ancestral court's location so he would head there. At the same time, he felt that his consciousness was being investigated. The one doing it was Luo Xiao. His consciousness was the most obvious. He was curious about Qin Mu since his consciousness was strong and mysterious. He knew a lot about Masters of Creation too. Thus, when he felt Qin Mu's consciousness wave, he attempted to use his own consciousness to investigate it. Yet, Qin Mu felt a second consciousness. It was so discreet that it was almost undetectable. This consciousness came from the void, which made it hard to detect. If Qin Mu didn't acquire the Grand Emperor's great overarching supreme consciousness, it would have been hard for him to detect that consciousness investigating him. It was hard for him to judge which one of the two youths aboard the carriage was using consciousness to investigate him. However, one can be certain that the Grand Emperor is in here. Qin Mu suppressed his fear and said, "Could Dao friend Hong have been at the celestial heavens at that time as well? If you weren't at the Jade Pool, you would have surely been at the celestial heavens meeting. If you could receive Celestial Emperor's invitation to go there, your power must be stunning. You must be a leader of the half-gods. If so, why would you be hunted down by the Celestial River Navy?" Hong folded his arms and sighed. "You are smart, Celestial Venerable Mu. I'm the #1 demon in the world. I'm different from you humans. Us demons awaken at a very early time. While you humans still can't cultivate, we have already begun doing it. I was the first demon to awaken. I traveled everywhere and ate the essence of the sun and moon. Soon I developed wisdom. Celestial Emperor ordered me to rule over the demons. I was invited to the Celestial Heavens meeting too. I was just at the numinous Sky Treasure Hall, which prevented me from meeting you, Celestial Venerable Mu." "I see." Qin Mu looked at the handsome youth that boarded the carriage. He silently praised his looks. He was on par with Son of Heavenine. He smiled and asked, "May I ask for your name, Dao friend?" "I'm Xiao." That handsome youth smiled. "I'm Xiao of the human race. The Xiao in Dawn. Celestial Venerable Mu has probably never heard of my name, while I have heard of yours plenty of times." Qin Mu's heart violently cramped. His blood almost coagulated as he thought, "It can't be Celestial Venerable Xiao, can it? If it's, then my little carriage will soon see a lot of drama and action." The Grand Emperor of the Masters of Creation and the ancient Celestial Emperor both came. He suppressed the impulse to get Yenner to extinguish the lantern and run. He put on a smile and asked, "Shao is your name, but what is your surname?" The handsome youth said, "Celestial Venerable Mu doesn't know about this, but I only had my surname in my youth. Besides, only prestigious figures have the right to a surname. My family's poor, so I don't have a surname, only a name. Later on I made one up randomly, Gu. So I'm Gu Shao, but people who know me still call me Shao." Qin Mu looked at Dahong and Gu Shao of the human race in the carriage, and his heart violently cramped again. Dahong looked young. He smiled a lot as he hugged himself with his hands in his sleeves. One could see his faint resemblance to Celestial Venerable Hong of the later generations. Gu Shao was exceptionally handsome and completely different from Celestial Venerable Shao of the later generations, though. The Celestial Venerable Shao of the later generations was haughty, arrogant, and the Celestial Venerable of humans. Yet, he wasn't handsome and bore little resemblance to this youth called Gu Shao. Besides, calculating based on Celestial Venerable Zhao's age, Celestial Venerable Shao shouldn't have been born yet. He only became the fervent disciple of Celestial Venerable Yun midway through the Dragon Han era. Could this Shao be Celestial Venerable Shao?
Qin Mu wondered.
The carriage sunk into silence. The four of them had their own things to think about. The carriage had left the Celestial River already, speeding into outer space. The coordinates Qin Mu gave to the Dragon Qilin were in outer space. Behind them, countless gods hollered on the ships of the Celestial River Navy as they waved and displayed their flags. They saw the Celestial River creating a tributary for those ships to continue chasing them. Hong looked outside and was in shock. His gaze flashed as he asked, "Celestial Venerable, are you escaping into outer space? The Primordial Realm's world barrier is solid. It won't be easy to escape the Primordial Realm." Qin Mu's gaze flashed in return as he asked, "Do you have a way to leave the Primordial Realm, Dao friend Hong?" Hong shook his head. "I want to, but I'm stuck here and I can't do much to escape. However, I heard that one can follow the Celestial River and escape the Primordial Realm with it. One can head into the universe and even visit the four poles, Xuandu and Yudu. Many thanks for your guidance, Dao friend Hong."
Qin Mu laughed.
"You claim that you can't do much, yet you know the method to escape the Primordial Realm so well. How odd."
Hong looked.
Gu Shao took out a small file to file his armor and looked up at Hong curiously. "Why would you be hunted by the Celestial River Navy? As far as I know, you are its chief admiral. It's difficult to understand why they would hunt you down." Qin Mu's heart shuddered as he looked at Dahong.
Hong sighed.
"I made the error of speaking wrongly. Truth be told, when Celestial Venerable Mu was killing the 5 element star sovereigns on the Celestial River, I was drilling the navy on it. When I saw it, I couldn't help but praise it. I was won over by Celestial Venerable Mu's divine arts, though I had no intention to rebel. Yet, someone snitched on me all the way to Celestial Emperor. He was furious and ordered my capture so that I could be executed on the god execution stage. I had no choice but to become a fugitive." Qin Mu heaved a long sigh and said with tears, "I never thought that I would pull you down, Dao friend Hong. It's my fault." Hong's gaze flashed as it fell on Gu Shao, and he said, "I heard that the Heavenly Master of the Southern Sect is extremely mysterious and elusive. I have some friends in the sect who told me that the Heavenly Master of the sect is a human god. I was shocked and impressed. Could that human Heavenly Master be you, Dao friend Shao? Why are you being hunted by your own army?" Qin Mu's gaze fell on Gu Shao. He was visibly curious. Gu Shao put down his file and sighed. "I was guilty because of the battle too. However, I wasn't guilty because I praised Celestial Venerable Mu's divine arts. Instead, I was guilty because of this Dao friend." He looked at Luo Shao and said, "I saw how his corporeal body was vast, even beyond that of the ancient gods, so I praised him out of instinct. I only learned that he was a master of creation, and that there were conflicts between them and the ancient gods afterward. Thus, I'm wanted for careless words of mine." Qin Mu couldn't help but be filled with sorrow as he said, "Both of you are guilty over your words. You two were so high up, yet you ended up becoming fugitives like me because of one wrong word." He couldn't help sighing and shedding tears. Gu Shao and Dahong tried to calm him down. "Everyone claims you to be very righteous, warm-hearted, and one that gives timely assistance. It seems the claims were right. You don't have to be troubled over our experiences. Maybe we deserved it." Qin Mu stopped crying, choked, and said, I thought of myself when I heard your experiences, which made me sorrowful. My experiences are so similar to the two of yours, so I can't help myself. We share the same fate despite being different people. Today, everything was set up for us to be on the same carriage, running for our lives. Why don't we? He clutched his fists and excitedly said, why don't we become sworn brothers of different surnames? We might not have been born on the same day, month, and year, but we can beg to die on the same day, month, and year. Gu Xiao and Dahong didn't know what to say as they looked at each other. Qin Mu became more excited as he stood up to walk around the carriage. He slammed his fist suddenly and said, Luo Xiao, you are a master of creation and hence are a traveler far from home. You are hunted by the celestial heavens and not tolerated by ancient gods. We are the same. The four of us should become sworn brothers. Gu Xiao and Dahong became visibly more weirded out and soon frowned. Qin Mu excitedly shouted, let's swear to earth count to die on the same day, month, and year. Cold sweat broke out on Dahong's forehead as he laughed and said, Celestial Venerable Mu, you're a celestial venerable. How can we afford to associate with you? Gu Xiao laughed too. Masters of creation are the enemies of the ancient gods. If we swear to earth count, won't we be sending brother Luo Xiao to him? This thing has to be planned. Qin Mu's excitement seemed like it couldn't be contained as he pulled them to kneel down. He smiled and said, since fate brought us together today, let's kowtow together and become sworn brothers today. Brother Luo Xiao, come and join us too. Luo Xiao hesitated before making up his mind to join them in kneeling down. Qin Mu glanced at Gu Xiao and Dahong. He smiled and said, are you two looking down on me and brother Luo Xiao? I'm Celestial Venerable Mu after all, and I've already kneeled down. Are you two not following? Gu Xiao and Dahong looked at each other. They had to kneel down too. Gu Xiao whispered, brother Luo Xiao is a master of creation. We can't swear to earth count or to heaven duke. Qin Mu pressed on Gu Xiao's head with one hand and Dahong's head with another. They kowtowed together as he said, then we swear to neither earth count nor heaven duke. Gu Xiao and Dahong relaxed slightly. This idea of Celestial Venerable Mu is elusive. He was a determined bully when he caused a huge ruckus at the Jade Pool, yet now he's quirky and bizarre. Qin Mu excitedly lifted his hands, his right hand pressing against the back of his left hand, and said with a voice like thunder, today as Mu Qing. Luo Xiao solemnly said, today as Luo Xiao. Gu Xiao had to follow up and say, today as Gu Xiao. Dahong forced himself to say, today as Dahong. They said in unison, I swear to become sworn brothers with 3 other brothers. I swear to be loyal and fearless. I swear that we will face difficulties together, die together and never be separated. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but we beg to die on the same day, month, and year. As they finished, they saw their words become 4 incenses under the effects of their vital essences. They burned, releasing aroma everywhere. Their vital essences were powerful. As soon as they finished, their words materialized despite them not swearing to earth count or heaven duke. Qin Mu thought, Mu Qing is my fake name. This swearing doesn't have a bit of restraint on me. Gu Xiao's gaze flashed as he thought, haha, this is merely for show. My name isn't Gu Xiao anyway. This means little. Dahong's face was red as he thought, since nobody knows my roots, swearing is just like drinking water for me. Only Luo Xiao was genuine and happy about it. Qin Mu shouted outside the carriage, Pai, get your little buddy from your ear to witness this. Outside the carriage, the dragon Qilin heard it. Although he was unwilling, he followed Qin Mu's words and took out a tiny earth count from his ear. This tiny earth count was a small life that Qin Mu visualized and created using the creation divine stone he obtained from the blood rust zone. After he visualized him, he ignored him. Meanwhile, the dragon Qilin brought him along, cared for him, and even shared spirit pills with him. Yenner would occasionally feed him too. The tiny earth count was now round and lacked any of the awe that the real earth count carried. You have to be careful. The dragon Qilin retrieved the tiny earth count and ordered quietly, the people inside aren't good people. They are ruthless. The tiny earth count landed and solemnly said, Moo! When you're there, don't say anything, for if you do, you will fall for their tricks, the dragon Qilin ordered. Xia! The tiny earth count blinked, slightly scared. Inside, Qin Mu hastened him again, so the dragon Qilin had to let him go. The tiny earth count had short legs and arms, so he walked by swinging his tail. The steps beneath the curtains were a little high, so he struggled to climb up with his arms. Afterward, He jumped down the steps to enter the carriage. Everyone except for Qin Mu watched on in shock as this tiny Earth Count walked between them. The brother coming in to witness their swearing was a little monster that ate so much he became round. Yet, the little monster bore some resemblances to Yudu's Earth Count. Earth Count with a large body is terrifying. I didn't expect him to be so cute when shrunk down to this magnitude. Donghua couldn't help but laugh. The tiny Earth Count moved to their side and opened his mouth. Qin Mu stuck the incense that his words became into his mouth. The tiny Earth Count swallowed the incense and walked in front of Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao examined it and said with shock, "This is consciousness visualization and creation?" After he finished, he put the incense that his words became into the tiny Earth Count's mouth. He swallowed it and went to Donghua. Donghua was hesitant as he examined him several times to ensure that he was unrelated to Yudu's Earth Count. He wanted to be sure that he wasn't Earth Count's clone or reincarnation. After that, he was relieved enough to put the incense his words made into his mouth. Tiny Earth Count swallowed it and went to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao also examined him several times before passing him the incense. The tiny Earth Count swallowed the 4 incenses and walked to the front seat, then jumped up. They stared at him and saw how he could only jump up to a height of 5 to 6 inches as he failed to reach the White Tiger treasure seat. He was about a foot off. The tiny Earth Count landed, squatted, and jumped up again. That time he reached a higher height, but he was still about 6 to 7 inches off. He tried to jump several times, but he failed to reach the seat, so he climbed up the legs of the seat. They watched as he struggled to reach the top of the seat's leg. He extended a leg and used his tail to hook onto the seat before he reached it, huffing and puffing. They watched him panting on the White Tiger treasure seat. He sat down and spat. The aroma dispersed while their incenses burnt fully in his stomach. The aroma coalesced in front of them to form a written oath. The tiny Earth Count flipped it open solemnly as Yudu's devil language came from his mouth. He wasn't loud, but he was solemn. Luo Xiao, Gu Xiao, and Donghua were shocked. Gu Xiao smiled and asked, "This little thing understands Yudu's devil language and can produce written oaths. That's strange. Celestial Venerable Mu, where did you get him?" Qin Mu was shocked too. He visualized him and ignored him after. He didn't know that the Dragon Qilin would teach him. The tiny Earth Count read the oath and swallowed it. He then stood up and kicked, but he couldn't reach the ground with his leg. Cold sweat burst from his forehead as he put down another leg. It didn't reach the ground either. He looked down and felt dizzy. Cold sweat covered his body as he shouted, "Xia xia!" The seat was too high for him, so he would probably be severely injured if he fell. Qin Mu extended his palm beneath him, and the tiny Earth Count landed on him. He hurriedly hugged one of his fingers and didn't dare to let go. Qin Mu put his hand down before the tiny Earth Count felt daring enough to step out. He still didn't dare to let go of Qin Mu's finger though. Only when both of his feet were on the ground, and he had tested the ground, did he dare to let go of Qin Mu's fingers and walk out of his palm. No one spoke inside the carriage as they looked at him. The tiny Earth Count moved to the steps with his round cow butt, then climbed on the steps, went through the curtains and jumped off. Only then did they retract their gazes. Outside the carriage, the tiny Earth Count went to the Dragon Qilin's side, who whispered, "The bad guys in the carriage didn't do anything to you, right?" He shook his head and replied, "Xia." The Dragon Qilin relaxed, placed him in his ear and said, "Nobody among the 4 of them is a good person. They are all very cunning. Don't come into contact with them." In the carriage, they returned to their seats. Qin Mu smiled and thought, "The tiny Earth Count's written oath is very useful. Although it doesn't limit us, I can use it in the future to determine the true identities of Celestial Venerable Xiao and Celestial Venerable Hong. No matter how much they try to hide their identities, they can't hide from me." The tiny Earth Count he visualized was weak, but his written oath was useful. Their fake names and identities are useless in the face of the written oath. Qin Mu's gaze shifted away from Gu Xiao and Donghua and landed on Luo Xiao. He was confused. The only one who used his real name was probably this brother from the Great Void. He couldn't help but be frustrated at Luo Xiao's naivete. Gu Xiao and Donghong's time of appearance was very odd. Qin Mu killed the 5 elements ancient gods. Luo Xiao exposed his identity as a master of creation, and then the 2 of them appeared. It was clear that they came for those 2 things. Qin Mu squinted and thought, "One could see that Donghua cared more about my killing of the 5 elements ancient gods from his words. Thus, his goal isn't the master of creation Luo Xiao. Instead, his goal is to find out how I killed the ancient gods." One could see that Gu Shao cared more about the masters of creation from his words, which means that his goal is to find out where Luo Shao came from. His ultimate goal is to find out where the rest of the masters of creation are hiding. He thought about that, and suddenly Luo Shao solemnly said, "Brothers, truth be told, I'm a master of creation. I'm wandering outside to find out if there are still any masters of creation left here, and to find the location of the ancestral court." Qin Mu frowned and coughed heavily twice. Luo Shao sent him a perplexed look as he continued, "I can't go to the celestial heavens, and I don't know whether there are still masters of creation. However, Celestial Venerable Mu has already calculated the location of the ancestral court. Our motive is to find it. Since we are sworn brothers, I can't hide that anymore."
Qin Mu quietly sighed.
Why did the Great Void's masters of creation send him out? One's sworn brother isn't one's real brother.
No wonder Luo Xiao will die.
I can't save him. Gu Shao and Dahong's gazes flashed as they looked at Qin Mu.
Dahong smiled.
I didn't know that Celestial Venerable Mu knew the location of the Masters of Creation's ancestral court. Could you be a Master of Creation instead of a human, Celestial Venerable Mu? I'm not. It's just a coincidence that I managed to calculate its coordinates. Qin Mu suppressed his impulse to beat up Luo Shao as he smiled and said, Dahong, you seem to care a lot about it as well. Dahong smiled and said, I'm well informed and have heard that many great figures of the ancient gods got many important treasures from the Masters of Creation's ancestral court, which made me envious. I was once a guest of North Deity. Deity Wu and Deity Xian invited me to their treasury, and I was stunned by it despite being an experienced figure. He couldn't stop praising it, saying, The treasury of North Deity was stuffed with treasure. My eyes turned blurry from it. I just knew that it came from the Masters of Creation's ancestral court, so I want to go there myself. Gu Shao solemnly said, I didn't know you had such responsibilities. I admire the Masters of Creation, but I heard that you guys were exterminated by the ancient gods. They even erased that ugly part of their history. How despicable. It's a relief to hear that you guys still exist. After he finds the ancestral court and you finish your mission, can we go and visit your people? Luo Shao was extremely delighted as he said, With your help, I can finally finish the task the chiefs gave to me. Qin Mu coughed again, but the fact that Luo Shao already agreed to it made him frantic. Pai, to Yudu.
Qin Mu hollered.
The people in the carriage were shocked. They didn't understand why. By that time, the dragon Qilin had already driven the carriage through Yudu, and the primordial realm's world barrier, and into the dark Yudu. The heavenly dragon treasure carriage was a strange treasure from 1,000,000 years in the future. It could go between Yudu and the world of the living. He used it once to escape the consciousness that the Grand Emperor projected from the ultimate void. At that time, people like Shu Jun and Langhua were inside. Qin Mu looked at the pitch-black darkness outside and was visibly unsettled. He chose to escape the primordial realm via Yudu instead of the Celestial River to shake off the Celestial River Navy and the Southern Sect army chasing them. Luo Shao thought that the two armies were there to kill Dahong and Gu Shao, but Qin Mu knew that they commanded the armies. They weren't there to chase the two of them. They were there to chase and kill the Master of Creation from the Great Void. Gu Shao coughed and reminded Qin Mu. Brother Mu Qing, according to my knowledge, Earth Count has a grudge with the Masters of Creation. Luo Shao became very nervous as he looked at Qin Mu. Dahong sighed and said, Brother Mu Qing, it isn't easy to shake the two armies off. The Celestial River passes through all of the worlds and becomes the Ghost River in Yudu. The Ghost River circles Earth Count and falls into the ruins of End. The Celestial River Navy and Southern Sect Army will chase us through the Ghost River. Qin Mu opened the windows and looked out. He saw how the Celestial River was never cut off. The Celestial River flowed into Yudu from the primordial realm's void, and became the Ghost River. It flowed down while circling Earth Count's giant body. This Ghost River was held by Earth Count like a long winding whip. It eventually flowed downward and reached Earth Count's feet. Far away, paper boats with lamps on them sailed towards them. Celestial Venerable, you probably felt someone barging into Yudu, so he sent his clones to check. It was just that his cultivation was currently too weak to catch up to the carriage. This was something that wouldn't happen 1,000,000 years later. Qin Mu was worried about Celestial Venerable Yu's safety, so he ordered the Dragon Qilin to leave quickly. After all, two terrifying giants of extraordinary origins were in the carriage. The carriage sped on. Qin Mu looked outside and saw battleships coming from the source of the Ghost River. The Celestial River Navy and Southern Sect Army had entered Yudu. Qin Mu swiped his hand, and a gate of heaven influence appeared in front of the carriage. The carriage rushed into the gate, and they appeared outside of the primordial realm again. Earth Count really is resourceful. Qin Mu praised, then humbly asked for teachings. Brothers, do you three know where the ancient gods come from? I've seen many ancient gods. Some are strong while some are weak, so I'm curious about them. Gu Shao smiled and said, I'm a human. How could I know the origins of these ancient beings? Da Hong smiled. I heard that the ancient gods were weapons created by the masters of creation. They rebelled and killed the masters of creation before proclaiming that they were born from the great Tao of heaven and earth to cover up their dirty past. Luo Shao shook his head. That isn't always the case. According to knowledge passed down, there are 4 types of origins for ancient gods: egg, Tao, sacrifice, and heaven and earth. Qin Mu's interest was instantly piqued and he asked, there are these origins too? Why don't you explain, brother? The so-called ancient god from an egg is the ancient celestial emperor. Luo Shao continued, we have a lot of clans, the strongest of which is the Juyu clan. They held the best territory in the ancestral court that was filled with plenty of heavenly treasures. They even had the oldest Grand Primordium Divine Stone mine. Our most sacred treasure, the Grand Primordium Origin Stone, came from that mine too. Aside from it, they also extracted a large egg that hatched into the ancient celestial emperor. Qin Mu was stunned. Although he heard Shu Jun and Langhua talk about it before, they weren't as detailed as Luo Shao. The egg of the ancient celestial emperor came from the same place as the Grand Primordium Origin Stone, the Grand Primordium Divine Stone mine. So what was the link between the ancient celestial emperor and the Grand Primordium Origin Stone? Luo Shao continued. The second type of ancient god was born from Tao. When the first master of creation died, Yudu was created. Death appeared, and a place for souls to stay appeared in heaven and earth. Thus, Earth Count was born from Yudu. When masters of creation use consciousness to mobilize the natural power of heaven and earth, the orbits of the stars changed under their power, creating Xuandu. Heaven Duke was thus born to control the thousands of worlds and countless stars' orbits. When a soul died, Heavenly Een was born to gather broken souls. When masters of creation created things like stars in the void, in Yuandu the ruins of End appeared. The ruins of End symbolized creation and destruction, as it engulfed everything created in the void while spewing out destroyed substances. The ruins of End has 2 flowers on the same stem. One symbolizes creation, while the other symbolizes destruction. When Qin Mu heard that, he looked at De Hong and Gu Shao. They tried their best to look shocked, which made him laugh inside. The person who knew the least in the carriage was Qin Mu, followed by Luo Shao. The people who knew the most about the ancient gods' history were De Hong and Gu Shao, who were trying their best to appear stunned. Luo Shao said, the ancient gods were born from flowers but aren't flowers. Due to how creation and destruction were one, the 2 sisters of the ruins of End were recognized as one ancient god. Earth Count, Heaven Duke, Heavenly Een, and the sisters of the ruins of End were called the 4 primordial gods. They are ancient gods born from Tao. The third type of ancient gods are those born from sacrifice. He continued, they came slightly later as they required the collective sacrifice of all clans of the masters of creation. The sacrifice required the spirits, also known as holy objects, which each clan created via consciousness to protect their own clans, to be gathered together to work. The 5 elements ancient gods, star gods, and even Great Sun Sovereign and Great Moon Sovereign came from sacrifice. They were originally guardians of each clan. We call them spirit gods. Qin Mu's heart fluttered as he asked, what about the 4 deities of the ancient gods? The 4 deities were spirit gods created by the 4 strongest clans via visualization and sacrifice. Luo Shao continued, in the primordial, the clans never stopped trying to kill each other. A master of creation may not be strong, but a united clan is shockingly powerful. They visualized and worshipped together to create abnormally strong life forms. The 4 strongest clans visualized and created the 4 deities as a result. Nu Xian created the white tiger, Fangbo created the green dragon, Juyu created the black tortoise, and Yonglu created the vermilion bird. That's the 4 deities' origins. Other smaller clans created the star gods. Due to the difference in visualization and the expected power, the attributes of the spirit gods were different. Luo Shao said, the clans treated them as weapons to defend themselves. During combat, the masters of creation fought with the spirit gods. When Ju Yushir became strong, It resulted in a situation where there were 3 kings and 1 emperor. The emperor was Grand Emperor Ju Yushi, while the 3 kings were Fangbo Shujun, Nu Xian Gong Yun, and Yonglu Bo Yang. Qin Mu was enlightened. I see. Gu Xiao and De Hong were visibly enlightened too, and they said in unison, I see. Brother Luo, you really are knowledgeable and wise to know so many things. We use consciousness to pass down history and wisdom, which is why I know about the origins of the ancient gods. Luo Xiao humbly said. However, we still lost much of our history due to war. The 4th type of ancient gods are those born from heaven and earth. Qin Mu's heart fluttered and he exclaimed, Mother Earth! Mother Earth is the strongest among them. Luo Xiao said. They were born from heaven and earth like Mother Earth who was born from the primordial tree, or the real dragon born from the dragon vein. This also includes phoenixes born from the essence of wind and fire and Shilants born from the essence of mountains. There are many more such examples too. Amongst these ancient gods, some are weak, and some are strong. There's a lot of variety. Qin Mu sunk into silence while he thought. The 4 types of ancient gods had their own strengths and weaknesses. There were powerful beings even among the ancient gods born from sacrifice, such as the 4 deities. On the other hand, there were terrifying strong practitioners like Mother Earth among the ancient gods born from heaven and earth. In those born from Tao, there were weak beings like Goddess of Heavenly Yin too. Though she was only weak in comparison to Heaven Duke and Earth Count. In reality, she was also strong, especially after she was resurrected by Qin Mu and got rid of her great Tao restraints. Gu Xiao suddenly said. The births of the ancient gods were all related to the masters of creation, so why did the ancient gods desire the eradication of the masters of creation? Brother Luo, since you are a master of creation, do you know why? Luo Xiao shook his head. We experienced the Battle of Annihilation and the Battle of the Blood Rest Zone, which resulted in us losing quite a bit of our history. We lost our ancestral court too. I came out now to find the lost history regarding these 2 battles, and to see whether we have a chance to return to our ancestral court. Gu Zhao's gaze flashed and he said, If you learn the lost history and find out that your race deserved it, what would you do? Luo Xiao blushed and explained, I don't know about the rest, but those who taught me were good people. We opened the void to escape warfare. We are definitely not evil people. I don't believe our ancestors deserved it. Gu Xiao smiled. Well, I'm afraid that's not up to your judgment, Brother Luo. After all, you know little about the dark ages of the primordial era. De Hong smiled and said, In that case, Brother Xiao, do you know a lot about it? Gu Xiao hastily replied, I'm only raising a possibility. Don't scare me, Brother Hong. Both of them laughed loudly. Qin Mu laughed too. Luo Xiao saw them laughing, so he joined in despite not knowing why they were laughing. Qin Mu's laughter slowly disappeared as he looked out. Qin Mu knew little about the unforeseen event of the primordial era and the ancient gods. The masters of creation in the Permitha world experienced wave after wave of extermination, which was probably why the spirit ancestors there knew little about the past. In Luo Zhao's era, the masters of creation of the Great Void still knew some ancient history, though they knew nothing about why the masters of creation were annihilated by the ancient gods. In the future, when the masters of creation in the Great Void were eliminated by the Grand Emperor, another part of their history would be lost, as those who escaped into the Permitha world were often the later generations of masters of creation. By then Luo Xiao would have died. He would become a crazy spirit ancestor that was in a daze constantly. As such, another part of their history would be lost. The carriage sped on. The scenery outside became the starry sky, and Yenna ran to the back to look at the primordial realm. She saw how it appeared tiny by then. They drove by the side of a large red sun. It was old and huge, and ancient continents floated around it. Tattered and empty cities were on said continents. Yenna looked at those cities and her heart fluttered. She got the dragon Qilin to fly closer. The carriage flew towards a continent and went through some large buildings. It was a dead god city. The walls were smooth and bright, something that couldn't be forged with the current path of forging. Qin Mu saw it, and his heart fluttered as well. This is a city of the masters of creation. Luo Xiao crawled to the side to look at it. His gaze was faint. One knew little about his thoughts. The carriage flew away from the continent, and the heavenly dragons became big as they revealed their true forms. They raced through the starry sky at an ever-increasing speed. The carriage became as large as a palace of gods too. It was very luxurious. If one looked up from within the carriage, they would see how the stars were like a canopy as they formed the heavenly Tao of Xuandu. It was mesmerizing. Gu Xiao, De Hong and Luo Xiao all wowed by the sight. Although they boarded the carriage, they had little chance to examine it. It was only after careful examination that they realized that the carriage was so luxurious that it was beyond the standards of craftsmen then. Even Celestial Emperor's carriage paled in comparison to it. Where did Mu Qing get such a luxurious carriage? The two of them were perplexed. Celestial Venerable Mu was labeled a Celestial Venerable because he established the path through divine arts, but could he have researched divine arts to such a level alone? De Hong moved to Qin Mu's side. Qin Mu was utilizing techniques, vital qi, consciousness, and his primordial spirit, consolidating them as one. It was just that even he couldn't see what was going on inside Qin Mu's divine treasure, in Celestial Palace. If that Gu Xiao wasn't here, I would be able to see through this fellow completely and see why he's so strong. De Hong said with a smile, "Brother, your divine arts are superb. I've observed the saints beneath the heavens and found none as good as you. What's your technique?" "It has nothing to do with technique." Qin Mu opened his eyes, which were pure and clear as he said with utmost seriousness, "It's related to my bodily constitution." De Hong acknowledged it and humbly asked for teaching. "May I ask, what's your bodily constitution, brother?" "The overlord body." Qin Mu was instinctively proud. "My bodily constitution is called the overlord body. I can establish the path of divine arts better than any saint beneath the heavens because of how my bodily constitution is the best and is unrivaled. People take thousands of years to comprehend divine arts and still might fail at learning them, while I only spend a bit of time and can use them. After that, I just have to comprehend it to enter the path."
De Hong was shocked.
Thinking about it, they had heard some rumors about the overlord body at the Jade Pool meeting then. It seemed to be spread by that tough guy Niu Ben. Qin Mu said with a sincere gaze, "Brother Hong, I'm actually not strong at all. I just have a good bodily constitution. If you had it too, you would definitely be way stronger than me. Unfortunately, there can only be one per era." De Hong asked with skepticism, "So, can you impart some powerful divine arts for me to enter the path with, brother?" Qin Mu said, "Why not? Truth be told, I attained a lot by researching consciousness divine arts all these years. I'll teach you how to deploy divine arts with consciousness. First, I'll teach you visualization." De Hong heard him talk about visualization and said, "I've learned."
Qin Mu smiled.
"You don't have to be so formal with me since we're brothers. You can go and comprehend it first. This consciousness visualization thing takes hundreds of years to finish learning." De Hong turned around to leave, but not before glancing at Qin Mu and thinking, "This little fellow seems to know my identity. He's trying to fool me with consciousness visualization. Overlord body, there really is such a bodily constitution." On the other side, Gu Xiao spoke with Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao was talking about his experiences in his clan and embarrassing things in his youth to this sworn brother of his. Gu Xiao laughed heartily. Qin Mu glanced at them and was immediately troubled. He revealed almost nothing, while Luo Xiao revealed almost everything of the Great Void's masters of creation. Thank God he hasn't told him where the Great Void is. However, in the future they will still be nearly exterminated. The one who finds them won't be the ancient celestial emperor but the Grand Emperor. Qin Mu retracted his gaze as he utilized the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. He stored the universe with his body, so he didn't need to use external Daos or absorb the spirit energy and force of heaven and earth to elevate himself. The Overlord Body 3 elixir technique had been running by itself the whole time. However, this time, he tried to get himself through the southern heavenly gate of the matured celestial palaces. The most important one was the main celestial palace. He had to try and enter the true God realm, even if he only entered half of it. That was because De Hong and Gu Xiao were too dangerous. Among his 15 celestial palaces, the first was his main celestial palace. It was created from the great Tao contained in his spirit embryo divine treasure. The second was the great overarching consciousness celestial palace. There were also the celestial palaces of the sword, dragon, devil, creation, the martial path and the painting path. Those 8 celestial palaces were complete. However, the rest of the 7 celestial palaces, such as the knife, medicine, divine arts, forging, the Buddhist path, the thief path and the formation path weren't complete. This time Qin Mu tried to use his primordial spirit to break through the southern heavenly gates of his 8 completed celestial palaces. In this way, he would be considered as having stepped into the true God realm, except that it wasn't fully complete. When Butcher and Old Maz had reached a certain level of success with their cultivation and comprehended techniques that would bring them directly to the Emperor's throne, Qin Mu could then learn those techniques and perfect his remaining 7 celestial palaces. His current Overlord Body 3 elixir technique could be considered a small celestial heavens technique. However, there was still quite some distance between that and the great celestial heavens technique of the 18 celestial palaces. Qin Mu mobilized his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique, as his primordial spirit stood in front of the southern heavenly gate of his main celestial palace. Suddenly, his primordial spirit divided into 15 parts, turning into 15 primordial spirits that appeared in the center of his 15 celestial palaces. That was the art of primordial spirit division of the 3 primordial spirit undying God consciousness. Crimson Emperor's 3 primordial spirit undying God consciousness had been improved and integrated by him into his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique, and it was different from other people's celestial heavens realm cultivation techniques. For instance, Mistress Yuanmu and Celestial Empress Great Celestial Heavens technique utilized projections of primordial spirits. Their primordial spirits were projected into their celestial palaces and weren't real primordial spirits. Qin Mu used the division of primordial spirit, which created real primordial spirits. The 15 primordial spirits of Qin Mu advanced side by side, entering the southern heavenly gates together. A formless pressure surged forth. The pressure of southern heavenly gates was strange, attacking from all directions. Every inch of the primordial spirit's skin was under tremendous pressure. Not only that, but every corner of the inside of their bodies was under pressure from every direction. Before, Qin Mu didn't understand where this pressure came from. Now he knew that it was Tao pressure. The realm of celestial palaces imitated the structure of the celestial heavens. The southern heavenly gate was the celestial heavens' southern heavenly gate, which was created by the great Tao of the ancient gods. It could be said that for every god that entered the god realm, their southern heavenly gate was the projection of the celestial heavens' southern heavenly gate. By entering the gate, withstanding the Tao pressure, and walking into the celestial palace, they were considered true gods. However, among Qin Mu's celestial palaces were southern heavenly gates created by post-celestial great Tao. The 4 celestial palaces of the sword, creation, the martial path, and the painting path all had different forms of pressure, which was different from the pressure of the traditional southern heavenly gate. The southern heavenly gate of the celestial palace of the sword seemed to have countless flying swords piercing his primordial spirit from all directions, damaging his primordial spirit's sword Tao. He was left with no choice but to mobilize his sword Tao to resist. He felt that he was facing founding emperor, the great emperor of the sword Tao. His primordial spirit involuntarily performed various sword moves to contend against the formless founding emperor. In the southern heavenly gate of the celestial palace of the painting path, he seemed to have entered into countless incredible painting worlds. Every step forward seemed to pass through thousands of worlds, causing him to experience all kinds of hardships. His primordial spirit used Tao as a brush and vital qi and consciousness as ink, drawing a lustrous and dazzling world in the southern heavenly gate. It was as if he was fighting against the art saint Deaf, using painting path to resist painting path. In the southern heavenly gate of the celestial palace of creation, it was as though he had encountered Crimson Emperor and Light Emperor, competing with those 2 magnificent great emperors of creation on the path of creation. In the southern heavenly gate of the celestial palace of the martial path, he seemed to be battling the powerful great emperor of the martial path. It felt as though he was fighting martial arts' heavenly teacher. Qin Mu's 8 primordial spirits walked forward at the same time. The pressure of the southern heavenly gates was growing, causing his primordial spirits to gradually shrink. He acted decisively and mobilized his corporeal body's functions, combining his spirit and body into one as he resisted the pressure, and continuing to move forward with great difficulty. It was very easy to resist the traditional southern heavenly gates. However, resisting a celestial palace that was created by post-celestial great Tao was extremely difficult. It was because the great Tao of ancient gods had already been researched thoroughly, while research on the post-celestial great Tao was still in its infancy. His main primordial spirit, together with the primordial spirits of great, overarching consciousness, dragon, and devil, had individually managed to pass through the southern heavenly gates. However, his primordial spirits of the sword, the martial path, the painting path, and creation were still trapped in their southern heavenly gates. The treasure carriage traveled through the depths of the starry sky, unknowingly arriving at the celestial river again. The dragon Qilin was steering the carriage while Yennefer was trying her best to digest the ancient god that she had consumed. At this speed, it'll take at least half a year before we arrive at the position given by Cult Master. The dragon Qilin looked in front and saw that the flow of the present celestial river was different from the celestial river of the later generations. In the distance he saw a galaxy descending from the heights of the universe, flowing towards the four poles. Countless stars revolved around this galaxy. The water of the celestial river flowed from Xuandu. Hence, the top of that galaxy should have been situated in Xuandu. At that moment, the heavenly dragon treasure carriage was heading towards the bottom of the galaxy. Inside the spacious carriage, Qin Mu was cultivating and paid no attention to the others. Dahong and Gu Xiao were trying to pry information from Luo Xiao. No matter the kind of flowery language they used, they were unable to get Luo Xiao to reveal the location of the Great Void. Time passed leisurely. Eventually, the heavenly dragon treasure carriage arrived below the galaxy. They stopped moving forward and advanced into the depths of where the galaxy had descended instead. At that moment, Qin Mu had finally broken through the southern heavenly gate of the celestial palace of the sword. Soon after, he broke through the southern heavenly gates of the celestial palaces of the martial path and creation, leaving only the celestial palace of the painting path. Cult Master, we are going to arrive at our destination soon. The voice of the dragon Qilin traveled over. Qin Mu opened his eyes and let out a shaky breath. The primordial spirit of the painting path retreated from the southern heavenly gate of its celestial palace and didn't continue on. His painting path was far inferior to that of Def. Even if he continued on, he wasn't confident in breaking through the southern heavenly gate and becoming a true god of the painting path. My three big brothers, we will arrive at the ancestral court soon. Let's go out, Qin Mu said to Dahong and the rest. Dahong, Gu Xiao, and Luo Xiao stepped forward and looked at Qin Mu, each revealing a shocked expression. The Qin Mu of then was very different from several months back. The aura he gave off had a strange Dao charm. He stood there as though he was cut off from the rest of the world. It felt as though Qin Mu's body contained a universe that was isolated from the outside universe. It had its own great Dao of heaven and earth and its own state of primordial chaos. His cultivation path is definitely different from other divine arts practitioners and gods. Gu Xiao and Dahong secretly thought to themselves. Qin Mu's cultivation path was indeed different from the rest. Before the Dragon Han era, there were no such things as realms. During the long period of time between the annihilation of the Masters of Creation and the first year of the Dragon Han era, where the celestial heavens were established, the half-god race grew and became stronger. During this period, people didn't cultivate, relying on bloodline to separate the strong from the weak instead. The stronger and better the bloodline, the more powerful their abilities. During this period, the children of ancient gods ruled each and every race in the world. God Emperor Lang Xian and Ancestral God King were the leaders among them. Around the first year of the Dragon Han era, the seven celestial venerables created the seven realms of divine treasures. After Celestial Venerable used death, Qin Mu improvised on his own and comprehended the longevity method of becoming a god. He and Celestial Venerable Hao then imparted that to the people, together with the seven realms of the Celestial Palace and the Celestial Heavens realm. The term realms was hence created. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the realms were created by Qin Mu and other Celestial Venerables. Many people of the later generations hadn't thought about this and rashly used realms to measure Qin Mu, hence drawing incorrect conclusions about his cultivation strength. As a result, plenty of gods and devils died by his hands. In the first year of the Dragon Han era, the cultivation system of divine treasures and celestial palaces established by Qin Mu and the seven celestial venerables hadn't yet taken firm root among the masses. During this period, the half-gods and other races cultivated these systems so that they could be immortal like the ancient gods. The half-gods cultivated divine treasures and celestial palaces for immortality, but bloodlines still determined the extent of their abilities. However, in the long years that followed, more and more people realized the strength of the system of divine treasures and celestial palaces. As a result, the views about bloodlines were gradually marginalized. One's bloodline no longer represented their abilities. This was a subversion against the ancient gods. Hence, the revolution of the Dragon Han era was called the Dragon Han Revolution. What was revolutionized were the lives of the half-gods and ancient gods. In the long years that followed, the system of divine treasures and celestial palaces took firm root among the masses. Its roots were so deep that people didn't raise any doubts about it, and had stopped thinking about why the system of divine treasures in celestial palaces made people so powerful. However, Qin Mu and the rest who were born a million years later, Zhang Baigui, Emperor Yanfeng, Su Shanghua, Wang Muran, Lin Xian, and other pioneers of eternal peace's reform, had already started doubting this truth. Hence, the celestial river divine treasure was created to overturn the divine bridge divine treasure. Qin Mu was the greatest revolutionary of the reform of the system of divine treasures and celestial palaces. After the calamity of eternal peace, he was left without a soul and had to rely on his consciousness to maintain his life, temporarily surviving. He then created the Facing Calamity Sword, destroying his own celestial palace and 7 great divine treasures. Following that, he reopened his spirit embryo divine treasure and regained his soul. He used his spirit embryo divine treasure to evolve into the primordial state of the universe and the ancient gods, completely surpassing the cultivation system of divine treasures. He had already created a totally different path from his predecessors and the wise men of the past. It was very difficult to solely use realms to measure his attainments. The well-known realms of divine treasures and celestial palaces were created by him, and the 7 celestial venerables, but they were also broken by him. After he reopened his spirit embryo divine treasure, its cultivation was on the same level as a true god, or even someone at the Jade Pool realm. He could have even abandoned the system of celestial palaces and celestial heavens completely and sought his own path, ceaselessly moving forward until he reached a brilliant and extraordinary realm. However, in order to grow rapidly, he forsook this path, returning to the system of celestial palaces and celestial heavens. However, after experiencing that transformation, he was very different from the gods and divine arts practitioners who cultivated the system of celestial palaces. To him, all along, he only had one realm, which was the spirit embryo realm. It was because his celestial palaces or celestial heavens weren't above the spirit embryo divine treasure, but within it. The celestial palace realm and celestial heavens realm were just 2 small realms in his spirit embryo realm. The 7 realms of the celestial palace realm were tiny realms within the small realm. This was the difference between him and the gods and divine arts practitioners. For him, the realms of celestial palaces and even the realm of celestial heavens were one. They all resided in the spirit embryo realm. Others were like students who followed blindly. For him, after the calamity of eternal peace, he had already broken free and surpassed the realm he created. Realms were used as the framework for the founders to teach ordinary folks about cultivation. As a founder, he tried to break out of the restraints of realms. Naturally, Qin Mu would need to rely on the wisdom of the people of the past million years. To go further, he even needed the wisdom of the reformers. This was the reason he didn't abandon the system of celestial palaces and celestial heavens. He needed the wisdom of those people to grow. Only by doing that would he be able to, within the shortest possible time, cultivate to a level where he could contend with the 10 celestial venerables. In that regard, he wasn't completely a revolutionary. A revolution was to overturn totally. Without that, with only some tinkering, it would merely be considered a reform. The Dragon Han era was considered a revolution. It overturned the determinism viewpoint of bloodlines, allowing cultivation to become mainstream. The Crimson Light era was considered a revolution. It overturned the advantages of half-gods over humans, allowing humans to become as strong as them. The High Emperor era was considered a revolution. It overturned the respect humans had for gods, putting forward the belief that human lives were greater than the heavens, even putting that belief into practice. The Founding Emperor era was a reform, continuing the fruits of the labor of the High Emperor era. If the Founding Emperor era was able to imprint the void with the post-celestial Great Tao, then Founding Emperor Martial Arts Heavenly Teacher, and the rest would become a new generation of ancient gods. In that case, it would be considered a revolution rather than a reform. Eternal peace didn't overturn the prior generations, but improved and perfected the system of divine treasures and celestial palaces. This was why the reform of eternal peace couldn't be called a revolution. The efforts of people and gods in the 5 eras, where generation after generation had used their lives and blood to perfect the system of divine treasures and celestial palaces, allowed the continuous advancement of ideas. Qin Mu represented a completely different trend to this million-year-long revolution and reform. Qin Mu stepped out of the treasure carriage and looked in front. There was only a sea of void with no stars, nebula, or light. It was as though that was the dark area of the starry sky. The ancestral court is here. His spirit was roused. Gu Xiao looked at him and whispered, "Is Brother Mu a master of creation?" Qin Mu shook his head. In that case, don't release the devil. Gu Xiao looked at the void and whispered softly. Qin Mu was stunned. Luo Xiao moved excitedly to the front of the carriage. As he visualized, the void behind him opened up, and a sacrificial altar flew up from it. Whether this is the ancestral court, just one check and we'll know, he exclaimed. How do we test and verify? Qin Mu asked. Luo Xiao found it hard to contain his excitement. Summon a void beast. Void beast. Qin Mu frowned, and so did Gu Xiao and Dahong. Qin Mu had received the entirety of the Masters of Creation's wisdom and knowledge from the ancestor spirits of the ancestor spirit world. Within it, there were records of the void beasts. A void beast was a type of ancient primordial beast in the ancestral court. These void beasts could traverse through the void, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. They were one of the strongest predators of the ancient primordial era. Only the Masters of Creation's powerful consciousness could control these void beasts. Other races in the ancient primordial era were unable to fight against these beasts. They could traverse through the void, even swallowing the stars and heavens. If one was to summon a void beast, what catastrophe would it bring? Dahong's gaze flickered as he revealed a faint smile. Gu Xiao sighed and had a stupefied expression. Qin Mu shuddered as he felt killing intent coming from Gu Xiao's body. He knew that if Luo Xiao insisted on his way, Gu Xiao would definitely kill him. Gu Xiao's objective was to find the remaining survivors of the Masters of Creation. However, if Luo Xiao managed to find the ancestral court and summon the void beast from it, it would mean that Luo Xiao had already lost control. At that point, killing Luo Xiao would be the best option. Suddenly, Qin Mu said with a calm expression, "Brother Luo, is there a way to check if this is the ancestral court of the Masters of Creation without summoning a void beast? I heard that void beasts are difficult to control and subdue, and that they consume everything. If you are unable to control it, wouldn't we bring a disaster upon the world?" All along, he wanted to protect Luo Xiao and see if he was able to change history. This was another attempt at saving him. If Luo Xiao had walked out of the Great Void without meeting Qin Mu, he would long be dead and wouldn't be able to return to the Great Void with the 3 prophecies. Qin Mu had gone to great lengths to protect the life of this Master of Creation. He had to fulfill this piece of history. Luo Xiao hesitated and thought it over carefully. He then blushed. My consciousness is indeed not strong enough to restrain a void beast. However, for this trip, my chief only taught me how to summon a void beast. They didn't teach me how to summon the other ancient primordial beasts. Qin Mu suggested, since it's a summoning technique, it must be two-way, meaning that our consciousness can establish a connection with these void beasts. While we can summon them, we can also rely on this connection to determine their location. Luo Xiao appeared to be confused. Dahong and Gu Xiao, however, were able to understand. Dahong asked, "Reverse summoning?"
Qin Mu nodded.
Consciousness will be established with the void beast's senses. Hence we can sense each other. In that case, consciousness can execute the consciousness divine arts in the heads of these beasts. Therefore, setting up a reverse summoning isn't entirely impossible. Luo Xiao finally understood after hearing his explanation, but he hesitated. There's no such consciousness divine art among our race. Hence, we need to create it. Qin Mu could feel that the killing intent from Gu Xiao's body was gradually dissipating, and he was secretly relieved. He smiled and said, "You should know that my consciousness isn't inferior to yours, and modifying divine arts is my forte. Why don't you impart the technique of summoning the void beast to me, and I'll set up the reverse summoning." At that moment, he suddenly felt killing intent faintly emitting from Dahong's body. Qin Mu was alarmed. The killing intent from Dahong's body wasn't targeted at Luo Xiao but at him. Clearly, his words had triggered Dahong to develop killing intent against him. He had managed to dismiss Gu Xiao's killing intent against Luo Xiao, but had stirred up Dahong's killing intent against himself. Maybe I have performed too well. Qin Mu blinked his eyes and thought, I said I could modify the Masters of Creation's consciousness summoning, establishing a reverse summoning. I believe that he never thought of it before. I have come across as smarter than him, causing him to be fearful. Hence he wants to kill me. I should act a little stupid. Luo Xiao's consciousness trembled, transferring the void beast summoning technique into Qin Mu's head. He said, "Brother Mu, give it a try." Qin Mu glanced at Dahong, who gave a faint smile and encouraged him, saying, "Brother Mu, feel free to give it a try." Qin Mu looked at Gu Xiao and said, "When I'm trying this reverse summoning, there could be unpredictable dangers. Big Brother Gu, you must ensure my safety." Gu Xiao glanced at Donghua and smiled ambiguously. Celestial Venerable Mu is renowned for establishing the path through divine arts, and I would also like to witness Celestial Venerable Mu's attainments in the art of divine arts. Don't worry, we are both of the human race and are brothers. I won't let you get into any danger. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. Donghua chuckled and hugged himself with his hands in his sleeves. Gu Xiao also laughed as he took a small file out of nowhere and started filing his fingernails. Luo Xiao felt that the atmosphere was a little off. However, he was unable to pinpoint the cause. Qin Mu studied the Void Beast summoning technique several times and soon understood its principle. After all, he had received the knowledge and wisdom of the Masters of Creation, so comprehending their consciousness techniques wasn't a difficult task for him. He deconstructed the Void Beast summoning technique and blended in the later generation's runes of Great Tao. After some time, he created a new summoning technique from this. He then used algebra to deconstruct the summoning technique that was evolved with the runes of Great Tao, establishing a new summoning technique in reverse. Finally, he completed it all. He stretched his back and went to the sacrificial altar that Luo Xiao took out. He then carefully examined the structure of the altar. Qin Mu released a long sigh and immediately began to alter the sacrificial altar. Gu Xiao, Donghua, and Luo Xiao walked over to watch him bustle around, engraving rune formations on the altar. They looked at it in detail and realized that they were unable to understand the rune formations used by Qin Mu. Some of the rune formations contained era-crossing runes created by Qin Mu using the Tao of the later generations to deconstruct consciousness, while some were created by him using consciousness to deconstruct the Tao of the later generations. Also, there were many runes of post-celestial Great Tao inside the formations. They were totally clueless upon seeing all of it. Qin Mu set up a smelting table and started producing pieces of divine weapon components. He then asked the Dragon Qilin to modify the sacrificial altar with those components. The Dragon Qilin didn't need any guidance from him, and mounted the divine weapon components onto the sacrificial altar. Celestial Venerable Mu, who established the path through divine arts, is indeed of great renown. Donghua and Gu Xiao couldn't help but quietly sing praises in their hearts. Even his mount is proficient in paths, skills, and divine arts, and his talents are by no means insignificant. Qin Mu forged even more divine weapon components and combined them together into a smaller sacrificial altar, placing it beside the existing sacrificial altar. The structure of the big and small sacrificial altars were reverse images of each other. Qin Mu moved to the bigger sacrificial altar, sweeping his gaze across everybody's faces. Everyone, when on this sacrificial altar, I'll mobilize my formation, and we can then try to enter the ancestral court. I have placed another type of rune on the other sacrificial altar. The ancestral court has been sealed, and I'm unable to break that seal by my power alone. Hence, I have a second sacrificial altar. We can use the reverse summoning technique to summon us back from the ancestral court. This second set of runes requires me to mobilize them. Does everyone understand me? Donghua chuckled and said, Brother Mu has thought of everything. I understand. Gu Xiao nodded and said, I understand as well. Qin Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the words of those two, his life could be considered safe. At least they wouldn't kill him before leaving the ancestral court. The heavenly dragon treasure carriage also arrived on the sacrificial altar. The 6 heavenly dragons, the Dragon Qilin, and Yin'er were all present. Yin'er was guarding the lantern that was given to them by Wei Suifeng. Qin Mu released a soft shout and executed the Void Beast summoning technique. The countless runes on the sacrificial altar instantly exploded, transforming into infinite light rays. The light rays slowly rose and gathered at the heart of his brows. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the heart of Qin Mu's brows, piercing into the void. The void trembled slightly. Immediately, Qin Mu sensed giant life forms in the void, one after another. They felt extremely savage and full of bloodlust. He chose a powerful life form and attacked it with his consciousness. Wang. He sensed a gentle tremor rippling over. He felt that he had established a faint connection with that powerful life form. On the sacrificial altar, Qin Mu's eyes were blank, but his hands were dancing around. The divine weapon components that were mounted around the sacrificial altar suddenly become extremely bright. The imprints that Qin Mu had placed on these runes looked as though they were alive, swimming above the divine weapon components like snakes. Pillars of light shot up into the sky, and above their heads, they formed an image of a sacrificial altar that appeared to be made of runes. It then crashed into the void. Boom! Everyone on the sacrificial altar heard the violent tremor. Suddenly, the entire sacrificial altar felt like it was being hauled up by a powerful force as it flew towards the void. At that moment, Qinmu suddenly saw a giant eye opening in the darkness of the void, exposing a weird-looking eyeball that rolled around. This type of eye, I seem to have seen it somewhere, in the Permitha world. He was shocked. When he was in the Permitha world, as the masters of creation were summoning the ancestor spirit world, he had seen an eye that looked like that. It was the apparition formed when the ancestor spirit world appeared. However, what Qinmu didn't know was that, in the supreme consciousness realm in the land of Great Void, the earth, mountains, rivers, and sky all had similar eyes. Only at that point in time he didn't notice it. However, the divine dragon created through visualization had seen that eye. Could it be the eye of a void beast? In that case, the ancestor spirit world was built by the void beasts. Just as he thought until there, the sacrificial altar had already charged towards the center of the giant eyeball. The sky suddenly brightened. The giant eyeball looked as though it got a shock and hurriedly retreated, and the sacrificial altar gave chase at full speed. In the next moment, violent tremors came rippling over. The sacrificial altar came to an abrupt stop, and piercing light rays shone into everyone's eyes. The eyeball of an ancient primordial beast appeared beside the sacrificial altar. Its pupil narrowed as it focused on the sacrificial altar that had suddenly shown up. Even when its pupil was narrowed, it was still much bigger than the altar. Everyone on the sacrificial altar wanted to get a full view of the owner of the eyeball. However, they were unable to see its actual body, as the eyeball blocked out half the sky. It's a void beast. Cold sweat appeared on Luo Zhao's forehead. He hurriedly opened the eye at the heart of his brows, and his consciousness surged forth into that eye. He shouted, "The void beast consumes everything. Be careful, everyone. I'll try to subdue it." His consciousness charged into the eyeball, and the giant eyeball gave off a miserable shriek. It was extremely piercing, causing the 6 heavenly dragons, the dragon Qilin, and Yinner to roll about on the ground in pain. The consciousness cultivation of Qinmu, and the rest was extremely high and wasn't injured by the shrill scream of the eyeball. However, the consciousnesses of the dragon Qilin and Yinner weren't as powerful. The giant eyeball retreated, its eyelid flipping upwards as though it was trying to cover up the eye. The terrifying thing was that beneath the eyelid was a giant mouth that looked like an abyss, one without any lips. It looked like a giant eyeball, but when its eyelid flipped upwards, the eyeball became a mouth. Qinmu had never met such a strange creature before. The giant mouth looked like a bottomless black hole. A terrifying force of attraction surged forth as a long tongue coiled and picked up the sacrificial altar. The force of attraction held onto the people on the sacrificial altar, pulling everyone into the abysmal mouth. "Don't panic," Luo Zhao shouted. "Trust me. My consciousness will definitely subdue this void beast." He mobilized his consciousness, trying to control the void beast with all his might. Qinmu hurriedly turned his head to look back and saw that the abysmal mouth was closing. Qinmu executed his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique and mobilized the great overarching supreme consciousness, attacking the void beast with it. Just as his consciousness began to stir, the void beast suddenly stopped swallowing them. The abysmal mouth also stopped closing up as the giant tongue sent the sacrificial altar out of the mouth. Everyone on the sacrificial altar was bewildered. Qinmu retracted his consciousness and heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Zhao wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said delightedly, "Initially, I thought that my cultivation was insufficient and was unable to subdue the void beast. Fortunately, at the last moment, my full power exploded and managed to overcome the void beast." The tongue, which measured countless miles, unfolded and put down the sacrificial altar. Qinmu looked back and saw that the void beast had a strange appearance. On its head were rows of spurs that resembled mountain ridges. They were so huge that they looked like rows of bone mountains. The void beast looked as though it had experienced countless battles. Many of the bone mountains on its body were broken, revealing sharp bone stubbles. He flew up and created some distance between him and the void beast so that he could take a better look. It had a total of 6 legs. 2 of its hind legs were crouched among the giant mountains behind, while its 4 front legs supported itself off the ground. Its head exceeded the towering mountains of the ancestral court by a huge margin. The head was round with a giant eye sitting in the center. It only had an eye, which covered the entire face. Under the eye, there was a crack that looked like a curved canyon, and a piece of rough skin with many wrinkles. The crack should be its mouth, and the wrinkled skin its eyelid. When the eyelid was lifted upwards, the mouth would become larger and larger, finally, only leaving an abyss mouthful of sharp, jagged teeth on its round head, and a long tongue in the mouth. How could such a scary creature exist? Qin Mu couldn't help but shudder. At that moment, he noticed that there were actually flesh films between the 4 front legs of the void beast, meaning it could fly. When it spread its flesh films, it could travel through the air like a bat, an ancient ferocious beast that could fly, traverse through the void and consume everything. It was an oddity that the masters of creation weren't wiped out by these beasts. Could it be that the masters of creation from prehistory could control these powerful life forms with consciousness? Qin Mu was a little puzzled. Luo Xiao was ineffably excited. He flew to the front and stroked the extremely rugged skin of the void beast, finding it hard to suppress his emotions as he spoke incoherently. This is the void beast that our ancestors spoke of. According to legend, only the strongest warriors of the tribes are able to subdue this beast. I didn't expect that I would be able to do it. Qin Mu carefully examined the void beast and saw that there were many spiral markings on its skin. Those should be void patterns. His heart trembled slightly. If we could do thorough research on these void patterns, perhaps we could sort out a set of void runes and establish a set of void divine arts. We could even establish a type of completely new great Tao. With glowing eyes, he took out a mirror and flew up into the air, illuminating around the void beast as he circled it. Suddenly, Yinners exclaimed, "Young master, quickly look at your surroundings." Qin Mu looked around and was shocked. Cracks were appearing on the ground of the ancestral court as many giant eyeballs appeared on the surface. They were of different sizes. Some of the eyeballs looked like they were grown within the mountains. Even the circumference of the smallest eyeball was over 100 feet long. More giant eyeballs emerged from the ground, like bamboo shoots sprouting after a rain. They blinked and looked at them excitedly. Not only that, he saw giant eyeballs popping out in the sky, their numbers growing rapidly. As he looked around, he realized that the sky of the ancestral court would soon be covered by the giant eyeballs. Qin Mu felt a chill down his spine, but he couldn't help but copy down the void patterns of the void beast that Luo Xiao had captured. He then quickly flew back to the sacrificial altar and said hastily, "It's likely that there are no other beasts in the ancestral court as they were all eaten by the void beasts. It's dangerous to remain here. We should leave immediately." Luo Xiao hurriedly said, "I still have to make contact with the ancestors of the ancestral court. Let's wait a while." Dahong smiled faintly and said, "Old brother Mu, aren't you curious about the Grand Primordium Divine Stone Mine in the ancestral court? I would like to go there and take a look. I heard Celestial Emperor was born out of an egg that was harvested from that mine. Old brother Gu Xiao, aren't you curious as well?" Qin Mu took a glance at him. Gu Xiao said plainly, "I heard that the Grand Emperor's Grand Primordium Origin Stone also came from that mine. Naturally, I'm curious too. Our trip will be wasted if we don't get to visit the mine." The two stood on opposite ends of the sacrificial altar, staring at each other. Cold sweat appeared on Qin Mu's head. He stepped back as his consciousness rippled. Yinner, prepare to extinguish the lantern at any moment. Yinner hurriedly took down the lantern that was hanging on the treasure carriage. She flew and landed on Qin Mu's shoulder, saying into his ear, "Young master, it's still daylight, so if we put out the lantern, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the ghost ship."
Qin Mu's consciousness trembled.
"I used to be son of Yudu and Little Earth Count, so I'm able to darken the sky again. If they make a move, you will immediately put out the lantern. If Dahong and Gu Xiao fought, it would be more dangerous than the void beasts." He had some worries. The ancestral court was clearly sealed up jointly by the ancient gods, and they had used the reverse sides of Yudu, Xuandu, Yuandu, the celestial heavens, the ruins of End, and the four poles to seal it. That kind of seal was simply too strong. Whether they would be able to return to the ghost ship when they put out the lantern in the ancestral court, he was actually uncertain. As Dahong and Gu Xiao faced each other, one was folding his arms, while the other was filing his fingernails and giving off a smile that would put people at ease. Ra! Heaven and earth shook violently. Gigantic void beasts slowly floated out from the ground, emerged out of the mountains and materialized in the sky. The incomparably huge creatures looked as though they didn't have a fixed shape and could traverse through anything. The cold sweat on Qin Mu's forehead grew. He whispered, "Luo Xiao, did you manage to establish contact with your ancestors' consciousness? If you're done, we should leave immediately." Luo Xiao's consciousness penetrated the layers of the void of the ancestral court, searching for the consciousness of his ancestors. His expression was blank as he muttered, "There are no signs of consciousness here." He suddenly became incredibly dispirited and chuckled. "Brother Mu, I'm unable to find my ancestors' consciousness in the ancestral court. It's likely that their consciousness has already been swallowed up by the void beasts. How do I go back and explain this to the chiefs?" He sat on the ground in a daze, trying to support his collapsing beliefs. There was no Tao heart during the Masters of Creation's era. The Tao heart was only created after the system of divine treasures and celestial palaces was established. Hence, the cultivation of his frame of mind was substandard, far below Qin Mu and the rest. More void beasts materialized. The void beasts in the sky had already begun to spread open their huge flesh films, which wavered as they flew over. Qin Mu suddenly shouted, "No one will be able to leave the ancestral court if I'm dead." On the sacrificial altar, Gu Xiao and De Hong separated their gazes. Gu Xiao stretched his body and smiled. "Since we plan to head over to the mine, why don't we go together? What does Brother Hong think?" De Hong chuckled and said, "I'm thinking the same thing." Qin Mu pulled Luo Xiao up and yelled, "Most likely, the ancestor spirits of your ancestors are hidden in the higher voids. These void beasts are unable to reach there. Don't blame yourself. Take control of your void beast and take us out of here." On the ground, countless void beasts pounced over like a huge torrent, surrounding them completely. Luo Xiao roused his spirits. "Right. The cultivations of the ancestor spirits of my ancestors were much stronger than mine. They must have deposited their consciousness in the higher voids. This must be the case." Qin Mu's magic power exploded, picking up the sacrificial altar as it rose through the air with a whoosh. It landed on the head of the void beast that Luo Xiao had subdued, anchoring itself among the bone mountains. Luo Xiao immediately focused on driving the void beast. As its 6 legs strode forward, its speed grew faster and faster. Suddenly, it leaped out of the void just before the rest of the void beasts pounced onto them. The surrounding space suddenly became strange, and the bodies of Qin Mu and the others on the sacrificial altar slowly became transparent. Qin Mu raised his palm and could see the veins and muscle fibers across the skin. Among them, only Gu Xiao and De Hong's corporeal bodies didn't experience any changes. The void beast leaped into the first void, avoiding the attacks of the other void beasts. At that moment, a sharp claw suddenly emerged from the void, swiping at the void beast and the people on the sacrificial altar. The claws of that void beast glowed with the cold gleam that only divine weapons possessed, tearing the first void as it swiped over. Luo Xiao hurriedly took control of the void beast to evade the attack. Its huge claw swept over their heads, leaving rows of cuts in the void. More claws of the void beasts appeared in the void, wildly swinging around. As Luo Xiao was controlling the ancient beast for the first time, he couldn't dodge those attacks in time. The void beast released an ear-piercing cry, and there were many wounds on its body. Whoosh! Many void beasts broke into the first void, one after another. There was excitement in their eyes as they pounced at them. They raised their eyelids and opened their gigantic mouths. Their mouths occupied half of their heads, squeezing their eye pupils into a faint line. Luo Xiao quickly controlled the void beast. Suddenly, it shrunk its body and managed to escape through the perimeter of void beasts. It leaped again, entering the second void. In the second void, everyone was able to see their bones. They were like transparent shrimps in the ocean, their internal organs clearly visible. However, the rest of the void beasts had entered the second void, lunging over. The void beasts could change their sizes, becoming bigger or smaller, being extremely elastic. Qin Mu emitted his consciousness, pouring it into the void beast nearest them as he tried to control it. Even though that void beast had shrunk its size, it was still extremely humongous. It immediately gave off an ear-piercing shriek when it was attacked by Qin Mu's consciousness. Suddenly, Qin Mu felt dizzy. The beast's shriek was able to penetrate his consciousness and disrupt his thoughts, catching him by surprise. The shriek wasn't exactly a real shriek. When the void beast detected danger, it would use its consciousness to create an ear-piercing shriek, penetrating into the enemy's consciousness and disrupting their movements. Clearly, the void beasts had learned something from their battles with the Masters of Creation. Great overarching supreme consciousness. Qin Mu's consciousness underwent a transformation, turning into layers and layers of heavens that blocked the shriek of the void beast. Afterward, he imprinted his great overarching supreme consciousness into its mind. The void beast was so powerful that it could use its shrieks to forcefully resist his great overarching supreme consciousness, even attacking and defending with it. Its defense was on point, and Qin Mu was unable to overcome its consciousness within a short span of time. My consciousness attainments are about the same as Luo Xiao. Even if he's stronger than me, he couldn't be much stronger. I have the Grand Emperor's great overarching supreme consciousness. My consciousness divine arts also surpass his by several times over. How was he able to subdue that void beast so quickly? Qin Mu felt a chill down his spine. Luo Xiao had subdued the void beast too quickly. Could it be that it wasn't Luo Xiao who subdued the void beast, but someone else? Luo Xiao drove the beast and traversed through the void continuously, leaping through the third, fourth, and fifth voids. When they reached the sixth void, everyone could basically only see their primordial spirits. They were unable to see their corporeal bodies anymore. The only difference was that the eye at the heart of Qin Mu's brows wasn't assimilated by the void. It remained floating in front of his primordial spirit. Of course, Gu Xiao and De Hong's corporeal bodies didn't experience any changes. Gu Xiao and De Hong are indeed Celestial Emperor and the Grand Emperor. Qin Mu was astonished. Behind, there were still countless void beasts chasing after them. Some of the younger void beasts were unable to penetrate deep into the void, and were blocked at the fifth void. Qin Mu was still trying to control the void beast. However, the beast continued to use its ear-piercing shrieks to resist his great overarching consciousness. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. The one controlling the void beast isn't Luo Xiao, but the Grand Emperor. Luo Xiao was feeling a little uneasy. He shouted, "If we continue to go deeper into the void, our corporeal bodies and primordial spirits will get assimilated." The void beast leaped into the sixth void. On the sacrificial altar, Qin Mu, Yenner, and the rest immediately felt that their primordial spirits and corporeal bodies were getting assimilated by the void. The only thing that could resist the void's assimilation was consciousness. Qin Mu continued to battle with that void beast with his consciousness, trying to see if he could control it. He could also feel his corporeal body and primordial spirit getting assimilated by the void. Fortunately, he was able to endure the assimilation coming from the sixth void since it wasn't that intense. The void beast was already having trouble with his great overarching supreme consciousness. Soon he would be able to control it. Luo Xiao controlled the void beast and leaped into the seventh void, with plenty of void beasts pursuing behind. All of their corporeal bodies started to have trouble coping. At that moment, Qin Mu finally took control of the void beast. He quickly retracted his consciousness, using it to engulf the dragon Qilin, Yenner, and the 6 heavenly dragons. The pressure on them was greatly reduced. Luo Xiao controlled the void beast to continue penetrating into the void, traversing through it ceaselessly. Qin Mu didn't have the void beast that he had tamed follow him, allowing it to escape back into the void instead. He made use of the eye of that void beast to observe the world of the ancestral court. Under his control, the void beast galloped non-stop as it flew through the air, burrowed into the ground, and dove into the ocean. He was observing the geography of the ancestral court. However, the more he saw, the more frightened he became. There were no other life forms in the ancestral court. They were all exterminated, leaving only countless void beasts. That place was extremely desolate, with no other life forms. One couldn't even see a tiny bit of greenery. There were only large-scale battlefield remnants, abandoned cities of the masters of creation, and run-down tribal areas with bones scattered everywhere. Their group was possibly the only life forms that had entered the world of the ancestral court for countless years. At that moment, Qin Mu, through the eye of the void beast, saw a touch of green. It was a mine that stretched for thousands of miles. Within it, there were plants and flowers engulfed in a strange colorful glow. Qin Mu controlled the void beast, arriving in front of the mine. Suddenly it stopped moving. No matter how he urged it, the giant beast was unwilling to enter the mine. At that moment, Qin Mu noticed that there were piles of bones of countless void beasts around the mine. He looked in front and saw an even more frightening scene. Below the plants in the mine, there were countless white skeletons whose skulls were embedded with the grand primordium divine stone. Qin Mu was shocked. As his gaze penetrated deeper, many skeletal giants appeared in his eyes. There were 8 of them, giants that were only left with bones and covered in light. They stood in the forest, their postures looking as though they were walking forward. On their shoulders was a huge golden coffin. They looked like they had died on their way to the depths of the mine. Those are 8 ancient gods. Qin Mu's heart shuddered. I wonder who's inside the golden coffin? Suddenly, he felt that his body was being pulled up sharply, which was an optical illusion caused by his entry into a deeper void. Luo Xiao controlled the void beast and led them into the 19th void. There, Qin Mu had difficulty controlling his own void beast. The void beast was freed from his consciousness, and it shook its huge head. As it looked into the mine, terror appeared in its eye. It hurriedly ran away and quickly disappeared without a trace in the 19th void. The void beasts that were chasing them stopped their pursuit. Instead, they looked in from the 18th void, roaring faintly. Luo Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. These void beasts are unable to enter here. It seems that we have managed to escape. How is everybody? Is everyone fine? Qin Mu mobilized his consciousness to resist the assimilation coming from the 19th void, while at the same time still providing protection to Yenner, the dragon Qilin, and the rest. Without his protection, they would be unable to resist the assimilation of the void. Even so, their corporeal bodies could no longer be seen, and their primordial spirits had gradually become blurred. As for Dahong and Gushao, naturally they were safe and sound. Brother Luo, the void beast you control can enter this place, so why can't the other void beasts enter the 19th void? Qin Mu asked. Luo Xiao was stunned. Is it that the void beast I control is too strong? The most powerful existence among these void beasts? I'm afraid so. Qin Mu's face changed greatly as he looked at the 19th void. There were white glows everywhere which were shaped like spheres. They looked like eggs that were 100 feet tall, sitting neatly in the void. The 19th void of the ancestral court turned out to have millions of those white eggs, possibly even more. The eggs were emitting white light, and they could vaguely see a huge eye in each egg, as well as a thin and delicate body curled inside. The dragon Qilin hurriedly said, Cult Master, these eggs. Qin Mu lowered his voice. These should be the eggs of the void beasts. This place should be a nest for its offspring. That's why those adult void beasts didn't dare to give chase after we broke into this place. It seems that they're afraid we might destroy their offspring. Cult Master, what I wanted to ask was who produces these neatly placed eggs? The dragon Qilin said. Qin Mu felt a chill in his heart. The dragon Qilin had asked the crucial question. The other void beasts didn't dare step into the 19th void. So who came to the 19th void to lay so many void eggs? Just as he thought until there, suddenly, towards the back of the 19th void, it felt as though a great canyon was slowly splitting open as an unimaginably large eye appeared and covered the entire 19th void. When the eye opened, everyone instantly felt that the void was being turned upside down. The owner of the eye was too big. Just by opening the eye, it had overturned the 19th void of the ancestral court. Void Beast Mother. Dahong raised his head, muttering as he stared at the incomparably enormous eye. Run! Luo Xiao roared as all of his consciousness exploded and surged into the mind of the void beast he had subdued. The void beast was shaken by the void beast mother. It lay down and was afraid to move. Luo Xiao was furious and was about to mobilize his consciousness again. Suddenly, the void beast stood up and leaped, jumping from the 19th void into the 18th void. It flew through the air as though it was flying, charging towards the outside of the void. In the 19th void, the gigantic void beast mother finally woke up. Its extremely shrill voice stabbed out from the depths of the void. Luo Xiao's consciousness was suddenly disrupted. His void beast seemed as though it was drunk, stumbling left and right. Even Qin Mu's consciousness collapsed, unable to protect Yenner and the rest. Fortunately, the cry of the void beast mother shook the other void beasts into a dazed state, saving their lives. The cry of the void beast mother subsided. Luo Xiao immediately drove the void beast and charged towards the outside. It was difficult to enter the void, but it was easier to escape. The void beast galloped non-stop, fleeing towards the outside. All of a sudden, Qin Mu looked back and saw a huge claw that covered half the sky sweeping at them. I can't die. Qin Mu suddenly shouted. If I die, no one will be able to leave this place. Luo Xiao didn't understand what he meant. Just as Qin Mu's voice fell, the huge void beast mother claw seemed to have knocked into an invisible barrier, and it was beaten away from its original trajectory, swinging into the empty air above them. Layers of void were torn apart fiercely, looking incomparably terrifying. If one was to look up in the ancestral court, they would look through the 19 voids at a glance and see the void beast mother clearly. Luo Xiao seized the opportunity and drove the void beast outside with all his might before the void closed. Suddenly, the roar of void beasts traveled over, and the countless void beasts that were pursuing them suddenly fell from the depths of the void like rain. The roar of the void beast mother reached the ears of Qinmu and the others on the sacrificial altar. Almost everyone's internal organs trembled so badly that they were bleeding from their orifices. Their consciousnesses shook until they felt like pots of paste, and it was extremely hard for them to coagulate. The void beast under the sacrificial altar was shaken until its giant body began to collapse. It would soon die amongst the roar of the void beast mother. "I can't die." Qinmu was in a daze. He forcibly tried to hold out as he shouted, "If I die." Before he could finish speaking, the roar of the void beast mother stopped suddenly, as if something had blocked her mouth. The void beast was knocked out and fell from the sky, together with the sacrificial altar and the people on it. Everyone grabbed the altar with everything they had, but they were thrown off. They frantically grabbed onto the bone mountains behind the head of the void beast instead. Qinmu's vital chi picked up the dragon Qilin, while Yenner protected the 6 dragons. She spread her wings and covered the lantern so that it wouldn't go out. Luo Xiao wasn't far from Qinmu. He asked, "Brother Mu, what spell is this?" Qinmu couldn't answer in time, as the void beast had already hit the ground. It tumbled several times and knocked down a few towering mountains. The peaks of those mountains snapped and broke off, and the dazzling light of the divine metal unique to those mountains shot up into the sky. It was a gorgeous sight as the light was reflected over the entire sky. Qinmu's heart trembled when he saw this scene in the midst of the commotion. The bodies of those mountains turned out to be divine metal. The void beast skid all the way, creating deep cracks in the ground. The gleaming light of divine metal burst out from the cracks, being extremely dazzling. Qinmu narrowed his eyes but was still blinded by the piercing brilliance of the divine metal. He couldn't help but tear up. The soil that was kicked up by the void beast in the air suddenly expanded, transforming into pieces of floating land. Growth soil. Qinmu forcibly opened his teary eyes and stared at the scene blankly. The extravagance of the ancestral court was beyond his imagination. The void beast knocked into several mountains and tumbled for a while before falling into a huge deep pit. Its 6 legs sprawled on the bottom of the pit and stayed motionless for a while. Everyone got up in succession. Qinmu mobilized his overlord body 3 elixir technique, recovering his corporeal body and primordial spirit rapidly to peak condition, full of vigor. He looked at the dragon Qilin, who had executed his Anasrava creation mysterious technique, and healed his injured corporeal body. He was now helping Yenner with her injuries. Qinmu helped Luo Xiao up, who raised his only arm and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. He said hurriedly, "What about Dahong and Gu Xiao? Are they all right?" Gu Xiao's voice came from the top of the sacrificial altar. "We're fine and are guarding the sacrificial altar. We can't lose this altar." Luo Xiao put his heart at ease and looked around. He saw that it was like a huge basin there, stretching for thousands of miles left and right. They were surrounded by towering mountains, which stood around the basin. He suddenly revealed a delighted expression. "This place is the primordial tree basin. In that case, the jade pool isn't far from here." Primordial tree basin? Qinmu blinked and asked, "What's the relationship between this primordial tree basin and Mother Earth?" Luo Xiao mobilized his consciousness to wake up the void beast. "I heard that Mother Earth was originally a primordial tree in the ancestral court. It was often watered by the masters of creation who used the water from the jade pool. The jade pool's water is remarkable. It can heal all kinds of injuries, even being capable of regenerating my arm. The primordial tree basin is here. That means the ancient divine stone mine isn't far from here." Qinmu's heart trembled violently, and he felt a little dizzy. Mother Earth used to be a primordial tree here. Could the water from the jade pool be primordial liquid? Right after the void beast woke up, it dashed outwards under the control of Luo Xiao, galloping out of the primordial tree basin. Not long after, they saw a dry ocean ahead. It was the jade pool of the ancestral court. The primordial liquid in the jade pool had already dried up. The void beast flew over the jade pool as Luo Xiao looked around, trying to find any remaining primordial liquid. He explained to Qinmu, "There used to be plenty of water in the jade pool. However, after the masters of creation used it to water all sorts of sacred objects, coupled with the consecutive years of war, the water decreased. When the masters of creation fled from here, they took away the remaining water. I'm not sure if a new water source appeared over these years. Look, there's some over there." His eyes sparkled, and his consciousness surged forth and picked up the primordial liquid that laid in a depression. He then raised his head to the sky and drank it all. Qin Mu quietly sighed, feeling it a pity. The amount that Luo Xiao drank was much more than what Mother Earth kept as her treasure. The big fellow was recklessly wasting and misusing good things. After he consumed the primordial liquid, his arm immediately regenerated. Soon he grew out a strong and thick arm. Brother Gu Xiao, Brother Dahong, don't you want to go look for the mine? Luo Xiao pointed in front and smiled. The mine is just over there. Gu Xiao and Dahong both revealed a smile. Thank you, old brother Luo, for your guidance. Luo Xiao smiled. We are sworn brothers, why stand on ceremony? In front of them, dazzling colors filled the air like a fog. This was the mine that Qin Mu saw when he was controlling his void beast. Qin Mu felt a little uneasy. If Gu Xiao and Dahong were indeed the ancient celestial emperor and the grand emperor, their persistence in wanting to go there would be very suspicious. They probably suspect each other's identities in their hearts, so they wanted to come here to verify. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and the uneasiness in his heart grew. In the mine there were 8 ancient gods who died while carrying a golden coffin. Who was in the coffin? The void beast mother was chasing us just now. Why did it not give chase after we escaped from the void? Qin Mu's sweat rolled down his back from his neck. Also, there were many void beasts in the ancestral court. Why did they disappear without a trace? Could it be? Luo Xiao brought them to the front of the mine. The void beast halted and didn't dare advance. Gu Xiao and Dahong got off the sacrificial altar. They took a glance at each other but didn't say anything. Luo Xiao was abnormally excited. This is the territory of Ju Yushi. He discovered the first grand primordium divine stone here. Only then was there the race of masters of creation. The grand primordium origin stone was also discovered here. The grand emperor used that to defeat the 3 divine kings, hence becoming the grand emperor. Qin Mu glanced at Gu Xiao and Dahong and saw that they were still looking at each other with smiles on their faces. They didn't seem to have heard Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao was stunned as he looked at the grand primordium divine stone mine. He then cried, "Why are there 8 ancient gods here? Why are they carrying a coffin?" Right after he spoke, he unexpectedly broke into laughter. "Why am I asking you all this? You shouldn't know." "Maybe we do." Dahong chuckled and said, "Old brother Gu Xiao, do you agree?" Gu Xiao didn't agree or disagree. Instead, he said plainly, "A coffin carried by 8 ancient gods. Apparently, they intended to bury a very important person." Dahong lauget coldly. Maybe they were burying a piece of history that they didn't want anyone to find out. A dirty and despicable history. Gu Xiao gave a sound of acknowledgement. Dahong suggested, "Since we're here, we might as well take a look and see who's in the coffin." Luo Xiao quickly said, "This mine is very ancient. It's very dangerous, even for a master of creation. They are the only ones who could enter this mine, and most of those who entered perished. Look at these 8 ancient gods." Qin Mu tugged at his sleeve and said, "Brother Luo, it's not up to us to decide whether to go in or not." Luo Xiao was slightly stunned and didn't understand his words. Qin Mu followed Gu Xiao and Dahong, who were walking in front, and whispered, "Have you not been able to tell?" "Tell what?" Luo Xiao didn't understand at all. "You?" The dragon Qilin walked to his side and shook his head. "Are so silly." Luo Xiao was extremely puzzled. He caught up and said, "This is a very dangerous place and we can't simply walk in casually. It's best if I lead the way." Qin Mu blocked him and smiled. "Dangerous? From what?" Luo Xiao was slightly stunned. Strangely, after they entered the Grand Primordium Divine Stone Mine, they didn't encounter any of the rumored dangers. On the contrary, it was abnormally quiet. Could it be that the chiefs were just making casual remarks and in fact there aren't any dangers in the mine? He was puzzled. Gu Xiao and Dahong walked side by side. The heavenly dragon treasure carriage followed them at the rear. Yenner stood on the treasure carriage with her lantern, illuminating their path. Dahong turned back and smiled. "Brother Luo, please keep close." Qin Mu had no choice but to catch up. Luo Xiao hesitated and said, "I still want to take a look and see whether there are spirits of my ancestors in the depths of the void." Gu Xiao turned back and smiled. "The 19th void is guarded by the void beast mother, and your consciousness is unable to penetrate the 19th void. Old brother Luo, there's no need to be impatient." Luo Xiao thought about it and believed this must be the case. The void beast mother was strong and powerful. When his consciousness reached the 19th void, it would be detected by her and be consumed. Around them, rays of light wandered between the grass and trees. Luo Xiao looked around and muttered. Strange, this place is exactly like the chiefs described, but why isn't it dangerous? This place is the Grand Primordium Divine Stone Mine. When the consciousness in the mine encounters people's thoughts, it will turn into illusions one after another. Even the most powerful masters of creation might fall for it. Qin Mu's gaze landed on the backs of the two walking in front. He reminded him, maybe there are powerful existences that can suppress the mine. Luo Xiao was astonished. His gaze landed on the golden coffin in front as he said solemnly, what you're saying is, the person in the golden coffin is so powerful that he can suppress the mine? Who would have such a level of cultivation? Could it be? His eyes brightened as he clapped his hands abruptly. I know, it's the Grand Emperor. His corpse is in the golden coffin. He said excitedly, I heard from the chiefs that the Grand Emperor died in the Battle of the Blood Rust Zone. It has to be that the ancient celestial emperor was worried he would come back to life, so he ordered his men to suppress his corpse here. The Grand Emperor is finally dead. Gu Zhao's voice traveled over from the front, and he faintly said, the Grand Emperor possesses the most powerful consciousness in history. How could he die? I heard, during the Battle of the Blood Rust Zone, the Grand Primordium Origin stone in the heart of his brow shattered, but he didn't die. After which, he became a miserable stray dog, hiding from place to place in a state of anxiety. Da Honglao Gid. I have also heard that Celestial Emperor defeated the Grand Emperor through dishonorable methods. The one that shattered the Grand Primordium Origin Stone wasn't Celestial Emperor, but the wife of the Grand Emperor, Divine King Gongyun. Also, Celestial Emperor burned his bridge after crossing it. He killed Divine King Gongyun after he defeated the Grand Emperor in order to maintain his image. Luo Xiao blinked his eyes and smiled. My two brothers, where did you hear all of this? Even I, a master of creation, am not aware of this. My village elders and chiefs haven't mentioned this before. The two didn't answer but continued walking forward. Luo Xiao was suspicious. After a long time they finally arrived beside the 8 ancient gods' corpses. They floated up in the air and came to the side of the golden coffin. Gu Xiao and Dahong both looked at the golden coffin with a faint gaze, but they didn't say anything. Qin Mu and Luo Xiao walked over as the dragon Qilin followed behind. Yenner continued to stand on the carriage, carrying her lantern.
Dahong smiled faintly.
The ancient celestial emperor brags that he is a just and righteous person. Yet, he made use of the Grand Emperor's wife, Gongyun. He must have promised her a lot of things like the survival of her people. However, to maintain his reputation he had to kill Gongyun. Not just her. He would have had to get rid of the 8 ancient gods who delivered the coffin here. He raised his head and looked at Gu Xiao with scorn. The Grand Primordium Divine Stone Mine was the best way to kill off these 8 ancient gods. Celestial Emperor was originally an egg from this mine, so he understands how terrifying this mine is. When he ordered the 8 ancient gods to bring the coffin here, he was actually using the power of the mine to kill off these insiders. Gu Xiao gave a sound of acknowledgement and said plainly, I heard that the Grand Emperor was ruthless and cruel. He was worried that the Masters of Creation might produce another Grand Emperor and thus decided to kill off his and Divine King Gongyun's tribe, even planning to exterminate every Master of Creation. His wife, Gongyun, was so heartbroken that she had an affair with Celestial Emperor and had a son.
Dahong's pupils contracted.
The Grand Emperor was indeed betrayed by Gongyun. However, even after she shattered his Grand Primordium Origin Stone, he didn't hurt her. On the contrary, Celestial Emperor betrayed Gongyun and killed her. At that moment the two of them didn't care about Luo Xiao, Qin Mu, and the rest. Clearly, given how things had progressed, they had already determined each other's identities and decided to have a showdown to battle to their deaths. Luo Xiao was stunned. He shook his head and asked Qin Mu, are the human race and demon race so ancient? They seem to know about the things that happened during the ancient primordial era. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes twitched. He was resisting the urge to beat him up and make him smarter. Dahong and Gu Xiao extended their arms and grabbed the coffin, preparing to open it. Qin Mu took a step back. The coffin was opened by the two. However, they remained looking at each other, not wanting to miss each other's expressions. Qin Mu gritted his teeth, unable to suppress the curiosity in his heart. He summoned his courage and peered into the coffin. The coffin was huge, and the woman inside was a giant. She laid inside with her eyes shut, as though she was sleeping. The eye at the heart of her brows had been dug out by someone. There was a dark red patch across her chest, which should have been the fatal wound that killed her. Without her eye at the heart of her brows, the power of her consciousness divine arts was greatly weakened. She died at the hands of someone close to her. The one who killed her must have had a close relationship with her, hence being able to dig out her eye when she was unguarded, causing her power to decrease substantially. That person was very kind to her, and had her groomed after her death. She was dressed in the most gorgeous clothes, with a phoenix crown on her head, looking like a dignified empress. There was a flower in her hand. Even now it hadn't withered, and it was still held close to her chest, blocking the fatal wound precisely.
Dahong shukled.
My 3 brothers, Celestial Emperor deserves to die. Am I right? Qinmu felt a chill down his spine. He stepped back and coughed. Brother Luo, let's go find the spirits of your ancestors. Luo Xiao wanted to go forward. I haven't seen Divine King Gongyun before. I would like to take a look first. Don't. Qinmu was furious and dragged him away. Luo Xiao got a fright and laughed. Brother Mu, you are the most junior brother, but you lecture me as though I'm your son. If you don't want me to take a look, I won't. Why do you have to be so fierce? At that moment, Dahong's voice traveled over. Celestial Emperor, hehe, or should I call you Taichu? Back then, when I dug you out together with the Grand Primordium Origin Stone, I detected an extremely powerful life form in the egg. A life form more ancient than us, the masters of creation. Luo Xiao was stunned. Suddenly, he shuddered several times, his face revealing a look of disbelief. I detected your strength. However, it wasn't yet the time for your birth. If you continued to remain in the Grand Primordium Divine Stone Mine, sooner or later, you would have absorbed the mine's power and become incomparably powerful. Dahong continued. At that time, I thought of borrowing your body, but I suppressed that. After gaining the Origin Stone, I became arrogant, thinking I had no reason to fear you and could only be stronger than you. Hence I raised you like a son. In order for you to be born, I even had humans perform sacrificial offerings for you. He chuckled. It's a pity that I underestimated you. Gu Xiao said plainly. You asking the humans to perform sacrificial offerings for me is like tugging at a sapling to help it grow. You had ill intentions and wanted to use the power of sacrificial offerings to control me, grooming me to become your weapon. How could I not understand your plans? When I was growing in the egg, I had already comprehended the various rules of Great Tao, absorbing the power of the Great Tao of heaven and earth. I was born with great intelligence. However, you took away the Origin Stone and stunted my growth. Hence, I made use of the Masters of Creation's power to help me grow, absorbing the necessary nutrients. Luo Xiao felt a chill down his spine. He quickened his pace as he walked towards the outside of the mine. Gu Xiao continued. Grand Emperor, this isn't your real body, so how powerful can it be? You merely borrowed the body of a lowly demon. Even if you know about what happened in the past and have seen Gong Yuan, what can you do? It's sufficient to kill you. Dahong said plainly. Aren't you using a reincarnated body? You have reincarnated into a human. In order to have frequent secret meetings with Mistress Yuanmu, you have arranged to become the heavenly master of the southern sect. This human body of yours, how powerful can it be? Gu Xiao said indifferently. In that case, what are you waiting for? Qinmu immediately felt 2 terrifying tremors from the mine, causing one to shiver in fear. He hurriedly shouted, I can't help. If I die here, no one. Got it. Dahong and Gu Xiao's voices traveled over at the same time, shouting in rage. Behind them, those 2 terrifying tremors subsided slightly. Qinmu heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Fatty Dragon Yinner, get up on the carriage. Brother Luo, you too. After everyone boarded the carriage, the Dragon Qilin cracked his whip as the Heavenly Dragon Treasure Carriage galloped at full speed towards the outside of the mine. The moment the Heavenly Dragon Treasure Carriage charged out of the mine, an abnormally ferocious divine art rippled over. Qinmu looked back and saw that Dahong had removed his hands from his sleeves. He pulled out a large spear from his sleeves. Interestingly, although his sleeve wasn't more than a foot long, the spear was more than 3 feet long. The spear wasn't complete. The usual divine spear had a straight body, but his spear was crooked and meandering like a dragon. The spear was refined by the dragon veins of the ancestral court's ancestral dragon. As he stabbed out with his spear, incomparably loud dragon cries resonated in everyone's ears. The file in Gu Zhao's hands also transformed at the same time, turning into the shape of a sword. The surface was densely covered with tiny dots. When the file revealed its true form, it became an imperial sword. which symbolized Celestial Emperor's domination over the universe. The tiny dots on both sides of the sword had transformed into countless imprints of strange writings and symbols, covering the entire body of the sword. Those were Great Tao imprints. When Gu Xiao was filing his nails with his file, no one could make out the real form of the sword. They weren't aware that the neatly placed tiny dots were actually Great Tao imprints. There were close to 2,000 types of imprints on the sword, representing the blessings given to Celestial Emperor from 2,000 ancient gods during prehistory, as well as their submission to him. As the treasure sword clashed with the ancestral dragon divine spear, Tao's sound resonated. It sounded as though millions of ancient gods were singing together, using their great Tao to support their powerful emperor. Above the golden coffin and the 8 ancient god corpses, the 2 terrifying figures exchanged their first set of blows. The ripples traveled quickly over to Qin Mu and the rest. Yennefer dodged behind the carriage, merging her primordial spirit and corporeal body together to transform into the dragon sparrow engulfing the sky form, protecting the carriage. Boom! She grunted as blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. Her corporeal body and primordial spirit were severely damaged within an instant, causing her to revert to her original form, a fat girl. The pressure of this terrifying shockwave was so intense that this 350-pound girl ended up being plastered onto the back of the treasure carriage, moving forward along with the carriage. The 6 heavenly dragons tried to hold down the treasure carriage with all their might, but were suppressed by the frightening power, forcing them back. Since they were using too much of their power, their skin was cracked open by their large veins, causing them to bleed. Qin Mu made a stroke as his teleportation divine art exploded, transforming into a big circular ring that blocked out the rippling effects of Dahong and Gu Zhao's divine arts. However, his teleportation divine art was smashed instantly. Qin Mu twirled his fingers repeatedly, drawing big circles in succession. Within these circles, countless teleportation runes flew out, forming teleportation divine arts one after another. As one ring was shattered, another one took its place, helping Yennefer resist the shockwaves of the divine arts. Luo Xiao immediately controlled the void beast and placed him behind the treasure carriage. However, it was also being pressured until it was forced back. Finally, the first shockwave was over. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. As they looked into the distance, they realized that the treasure carriage was pushed hundreds of miles out. Dahong isn't Gu Zhao's match. Qin Mu's god eyes were peerless and could see what was happening in the mine. Dahong was injured. Compared to Gu Xiao, he was slightly weaker due to his demon race corporeal body. Although it was the groundbreaking first demon, when faced with Gu Xiao and his imperial sword that was powered by the Great Tao, he suffered a huge loss from the first exchange of blows. Gu Zhao's sword couldn't be referred to as a sword but a type of Great Tao weapon. As the sword moved, close to 2,000 ancient gods of all sizes stood behind him, neatly placed. Among them were apparitions of majestic existences like Earth Count, Heaven Duke, and Mother Earth. I have been searching for you all these years. I'm unable to put my heart at ease when you're still alive. Although Gu Xiao spoke nonchalantly, his sword light was frightening, forcing Dahong to spread the 2 wings on his back and fly up into the air. Dahong said plainly, "In order to lure you out, I was willing to reveal the location of the ancestral court and banter with Celestial Venerable Mu. I can also resist the urge to search for the rest of the masters of creation. My objective is here, to humiliate and kill you in front of Gong Yun. You really think you can defeat me?"
Dahong laughed de arcili.
Suddenly, the sky became extremely bright, and a humongous void beast mother squeezed out from the layers and layers of void. Its eye was as bright as a million suns. The later generations view the Tao as supreme and visualization as declining and outdated. Celestial Emperor, I know this body might not be your match, unable to beat any Tao you pull out from your body. However, in the ancestral court, you aren't my match. The voice of Dahong traveled over from the mine. The void beast mother had squeezed out of the void, its body becoming smaller and smaller as it charged towards the mine. That immensely powerful void beast mother was shrinking its body. The void beasts could change their size at will. They could swallow the sun and the moon, and they could also become as small as a mustard seed. It was so powerful that it ignored the power of the Grand Primordium Divine Stone Mine, charging directly inside. The most powerful void beast mother submits to the strongest master of creation. The void beasts here are her offspring. Dahong's voice contained both joy and mockery. Tai Chu, this is why I chose to battle you here. Outside the mine, Qin Mu looked around hurriedly. Large eyes filled the skies and the land. They came from the surface, and with every blink, a large opening to the abyss would appear. They were void beasts that surrounded and trapped them. In the mine, Donghwa's body landed on the small void beast mother's body as he rushed to kill Gu Xiao. His power grew exponentially as the void beast mother brought him through the void stealthily. Her power was strong as well, her sharp claws and flying tongues like heavenly weapons. They blocked Gu Xiao's imperial sword and licked it, and one of the great Dao imprints on it went missing. Celestial Venerable Mu, you guys don't have to leave in so hurried a manner. Donghwa's voice traveled over. Wait for me to kill Gu Xiao and take my wife's body before we leave together. Brother Luo Xiao can't die either. I need him to find the other masters of creation. These void beasts will protect you guys. Luo Xiao fell into his seat in the carriage, his eyes soulless and devoid of spirit. After a while, he recovered and looked at Qin Mu. He gave off a pleading expression and whispered, Brother Mu, kill me. I can't let him know where my people are hiding. Please kill me quickly. It would be useless even if he killed you. Your consciousness and soul will still be here. I can search both of them for information. Donghwa's consciousness transmitted into his brain in an unrestrained manner. Luo Xiao was in a daze. Now he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Qin Mu became enlivened as he said, Brother Luo, now that there's no void beast mother in the 19th void, we can attempt to establish a connection with the spirits of your ancestors. Luo Xiao tried to raise his spirits, but he failed. He said, even if we find them, what can we do? I'm dead. I have to die to not bring the chiefs a disaster. Kill me. There's still hope.
Quin Mu's consciousness pulsed.
I built 2 sacrificial altars. One is outside of the ancestral court, while another is inside. We don't need the one within to leave. This is our only hope. As long as you can connect with your spirit ancestors, I can establish a connection with the sacrificial altar outside of the ancestral court and create a reverse summoning to get us out. You have to hurry. Hope flowed from Luo Xiao's eyes again. Qin Mu saw his gaze and was surprisingly touched. It was a pair of clear and pure eyes that shone with Luo Xiao's heart. It was hard for one to find such clear eyes in the barren and corrupted world where people were treacherous. The masters of creation that left the ancestral court for the Great Void had experienced little of the treachery in the world, allowing them to keep a pure spirit. Thus they could believe in others and dare to entrust their lives to others. This was the master of creation Luo Xiao. Qin Mu had only seen such eyes on babies. Even if Qin Mu's eyes were as clear as his, he knew that he wasn't someone like Luo Xiao. He had been trained to be cunning by mute and cripple since he was young and had been taught to use his pure and naive eyes to disguise himself. However, I still have to have him take back the 3 prophecies. Qin Mu was determined. The prophecies protected the Great Void's masters of creation and got rid of the Grand Emperor's corporeal body. They gave the people of the founding emperor era a place to stay and a place to build carefree village. In the future, it would allow him to become the masters of creation's holy infant too. He had to ensure that Luo Xiao went back to the Great Void alive with the 3 prophecies. Yet, Qin Mu knew that when Luo Xiao saw his people, he would die after saying the 3 prophecies. He couldn't bear seeing such a pure person die, but he had to in order to fulfill that part of history. Around them, countless void beasts circled the carriage to shield them from the terrifying waves from the mine. Luo Xiao worked up his consciousness, which reverberated through the void. All of his consciousness rushed through the void layers and went straight to the highest point. Not a single bit of consciousness was left in his corporeal body. All that was left was his pure wish to find the spirit ancestors of the ancestral court. Qin Mu quietly sighed and utilized the great overarching supreme consciousness to push his consciousness into the void. In terms of how large their consciousnesses were, Qin Mu paled in comparison to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao was a master of creation and had a frightening talent in regards to consciousness. He was a young master of creation that hadn't matured yet. However, after he did, his cultivation would be on the level of the 3 primordial kings. Nevertheless, in terms of the quality of consciousness, Qin Mu's was way better. Qin Mu used the divine treasures and celestial palaces system of the later generations to improve the masters of creation's consciousness cultivation technique. On top of that, he learned the Grand Emperor's great overarching supreme consciousness, which allowed him to attain a high-quality consciousness that Luo Xiao couldn't beat. His consciousness reached the 19th and 20th voids before Luo Xiao's despite being activated later, then continued upwards. His consciousness reached an even higher level of the void. He found that it was empty. The consciousnesses of the masters of creation of the ancestral court had already been engulfed by the void beasts. None was left. Every layer of the void was like that. During that barbaric era, whether it was the Grand Emperor or the ancient Celestial Emperor, everyone wanted to wipe away the dirty part of their history. Every trace of the masters of creation was to be wiped away. The only difference was that the ancient Celestial Emperor was the victor, while the Grand Emperor was the loser. Qin Mu's consciousness arrived at the 28th void, and his consciousness had almost run out by then. It was hard for him to continue climbing. When Luo Zhao's consciousness reached the 23rd void, it was even harder to go on. The young master of creation's consciousness was filled with endless sorrow. All that was left was his empty consciousness drifting in the void. It's gone, everything is gone. The spirits of our ancestors have been wiped away. His consciousness was filled with despair as it drifted in the empty 23rd void without any will to fight. At that moment, a bizarre consciousness wave came from a void higher up. It flooded down as an old and majestic voice came into contact with his consciousness. It began to ring. Young master of creation, our descendant. You are finally here. Luo Zhao was so excited that his consciousness trembled. His corporeal body cried at that moment. Our child. We have been silent since the primordial era. We experienced countless eras and observed the movement of thousands of worlds of the universe. We examined the faint principles in the void and saw into the past and future. Child, we saw the difficulties the masters of creation of the great void are about to face. We also examined your heart. Child, return to the great void with these 3 prophecies. They will come true one by one. In the carriage, Luo Zhao kneeled down and choked on his tears. He couldn't speak. In the 23rd void, the spirits of his ancestors told him about the 3 prophecies. The prophecy of the invasion of the Grand Emperor and Celestial Venerable Yun, the prophecy of the Permitha world, and the prophecy of the Holy Infant. They sank into silence after that. Child, work hard to survive. Go now. Luo Zhao recalled his consciousness. Qin Mu did as well, and he looked at Luo Zhao, who was in a frenzy. Luo Zhao walked around in excitement, hugging the dragon Qilin, Yenner, and even the 6 heavenly dragons, which he also kissed. Finally, he hugged Qin Mu tightly and said while choking, Mu, you are my real brother. Qin Mu smiled and patted his back, gently saying, It's time to go, brother. Luo Zhao let go of him and wiped his tears. His smile was pure. Qin Mu quietly utilized the formation of reverse summoning to sense the sacrificial altar outside of the ancestral court. At that moment, Gu Xiao was injured in the mine. He was in great danger due to Dahong and the Void Beast Mother's attacks. Dahong's laughter could be heard easily. Tai Chu, you finally lost. You will die here, and your real body outside won't even know what happened. I'll slowly feast on you and take your power. He was like a cat who caught its favorite mouse. He didn't kill him quickly, instead choosing to play with, hurting Gu Xiao more while preventing him from escaping. I'll slowly occupy your celestial heavens and take away your power. I'll slowly destroy the era you built to make you feel despair. You won't be able to find the true enemy and will die in endless pain. Finally, Gu Xiao kneeled in front of Gong Yun's golden coffin. He could fight no more. Dahong stood in front of him, his eyes possessing a bewitching glow. He raised Gu Xiao's chin with his spear as he laughed and said, I'll take your consciousness and the great Tao in your body. I'll understand everything about you, while your real body will never know that I lurk around you. Gu Xiao raised his head with great effort and laughed. His teeth were stained blood-red as he said, Grand Emperor, do you know where Gong Yun's soul is?
Dahong's pupils contracted.
It's with me. Gu Xiao laughed in an unrestrained manner. I'm carrying her soul. Although I killed her, I loved her, so I imprisoned her soul. Do you want to see her? The spear in Dahong's hands trembled as he hoarsely shouted, Let her soul out. Gu Xiao struggled to raise his hands and retrieve a jade pendant from his neck. He wanted to crush it, but he couldn't. His injuries were too severe and he was running out of time. Dahong used his spear to pry the pendant away. A lady's soul flew out of it and drifted towards the golden coffin. Dahong obsessively looked at the lady's soul. It was his wife, Divine King Gong Yun.
Nursing.
He moved to the golden coffin. In it, the lover that mesmerized him slowly opened her eyes. Dahong's body trembled. He extended his palm to the lady with a smile. The lady took his hand, and they held each other's hands. Dahong pulled her out and hugged the resurrected Divine King. They couldn't help but cry. New Xian, my lovely wife. I missed you all these years. I wanted to see you again. I have countless things to talk to you about. Behind him, Gu Xiao revealed a smile of mockery as he slowly raised the imperial sword in his hand and pointed it towards Donghang's back. A slender jade hand held its hilt, and it stabbed straight into Donghang's back. The lady that Donghang was hugging let go of him as he kneeled in front of the coffin. The void beast mother howled furiously as it opened its mouth to swallow the resurrected female divine king. Beast!
Donghang was furious.
Blood gushed out of his mouth, which angered the void beast mother even more. He furiously shouted, "Leave!" The void beast mother released a timid cry as it leaped into the void and disappeared. Fresh blood flowed out of Donghang's mouth as he looked up at his lovely wife. He still wore a smile as he said, "New Exine, I may have betrayed everyone in my people, but I will never betray you nor change my feelings towards you." The lady in the coffin was expressionless. She rose and went over his head. She moved to his back and held the imperial sword's hilt, stabbing it in. The tip of the sword came out of Donghang's chest, and the Tao power hidden within destroyed his corporeal body functions and suppressed his consciousness. "I still love you until I die," he smiled. Divine King Gongyun squatted beside him. Her long hair drooped down onto his chest, and her voice was filled with endless hatred as she spoke into his ear. "I, however, have stopped loving you, Grand Emperor. Ever since you annihilated my people, I stopped loving you." Her voice was like a bone-cutting knife as she twisted the hilt. She crushed Donghang's heart bit by bit. "There is only hate between us. Endless hate. I can work with Tai Chu to use his power to kill you. I'll tell you now that I dropped our baby to its death, and I even had a baby with Tai Chu." The smile on Donghang's face remained. "As long as you still live." Poof! Divine King Gongyun pulled out the sword with all her strength. Gu Xiao struggled to stand up as he said mockingly, "Dao friend, you still can't beat me." Divine King Gongyun didn't turn around to look at him. She lifted the sword and sliced it backward, the sword light flashing through Gu Xiao's neck. Gu Xiao's head fell off his neck as his corpse fell. His smile was gone as he revealed his disbelief. Divine King Gongyun adjusted the hilt and tossed it down. It went through the back of Gu Xiao's headless corporeal body, nailing him to the floor of the mine. "The thing I hate the most is betrayal." She lifted her leg and crushed Gu Xiao's skull while plainly saying that Donghang still hadn't died. He looked at Gu Xiao's headless corpse while on the ground, laughing as he said, "Good kill, good kill. New Exine, go out of the mine. There's a fellow called Mu Qing outside that can get you out of here. I'm disrupting his consciousness, but I can't do it for long. This is the only chance." Divine King Gongyun held his neck to lift him up as she walked out of the mine. "I won't let you die like that. I still have to use your borrowed body to find your real body. I won't let you die until I find your real body." Donghang drooped powerlessly while keeping his gaze on her face obsessively. His eyes were filled with hope. "As long as you live, I want to torture you, imprison you, and use countless ways to make you feel pain." Divine King Gongyun coldly said, "I want you to feel the pain of killing my people 100 times the pain. I want you to feel unimaginable amounts of torture." Donghang powerlessly said, "As long as I have you by my side." "Shut up."